thought we could run. I thought we could hide. In the end, deep down, I always knew this day was coming.
Lower dump.
Hello, and welcome to Lore Dump, the show where we take someone who hasn't played a game or game franchise and walk them through the full story.
Hello, my dear viewers.
Hi, Chase.
Have you missed us?
Yes, we are back for Kingdom Hearts Union Cross and Dark Road will be the following video. We are doing this once again as a one massive recording session.
The look of fear on Neil's face.
I just want you all to remember you did this.
And
Thank you for doing this. I appreciate you for putting it in the comments of every video since.
every video since. My critiques, the Nubis Humanus videos.
You did what I asked you to. I can't be mad.
So yes, we are back. As always, I am joined by Neil.
Hello.
And Chase.
Hello.
Who's drinking his fizzy juice.
I'm thirsty!
While we're trying to record. A couple of things before we kick off, though. Before we do, just pass it over to you, Chase. A couple of rules, I'm afraid. We've got new rules now for recording. The first rule is that turns out YouTube doesn't like how much we swear on these, and as a result, I'm going to ask that we try to avoid F words, and we try to avoid C words, F words, and C words.
C words. Can't offend the Americans.
Yes, and anything else really seems to be absolutely fine, but, you know, I've got a wedding to pay for, so I would quite like to be able to run ads on the videos. Turns out YouTube also doesn't like when we make direct reference to having a cheeky beverage.
Does it
It
not?
really does not like that when we reference specific types of juices that we might be drinking.
Adult juices.
Adult juices that we might be drinking.
As in brands or as in, like, the type?
Types of, yes, because it's adult content as a result, because you're having an adult juice while you're recording. So,
Adult juice.
do be aware that we will be having our adult juices.
Picture them as Ribena.
Oh, please don't call them adult juices. Oh, I hate that. That's horrible.
But just wanted to flag that, yes, we are continuing the trend of, you know, doing what we do when we record these. Just don't be surprised if we're not referencing it directly. That's it. That's all my boring rules out the way. Sorry, guys.
Fantastic.
Over to you, Chase.
I mean, you have the boring rules, as if the things won't be happening behind the scenes regardless. But, anyhow, we're back.
We're back.
And before we move in, I just want to... I know that you both have been recapping, you've been rewatching the old Lore Dumps in the lead up to this in the months coming up.
Yes.
And I just want to... Where are you at? What do you remember? Give me the quick rundown, the important bits coming into this.
We're focusing on back cover here, presumably.
Back cover and what you think the connections from what we have had into Union Cross will be.
Back cover.
Animal people.
Animal people.
Animal people. We've got we've got the Master of Masters and Luxu.
Master Masters is a goofy, wacky guy. Look at him go.
Got eyes.
So
There's
silly.
maybe there's an eye and a sword.
Yes.
A sword?
No, a keyblade. Sorry.
Thank you. Please.
Readjust your mind. Readjust your mind.
There's Luxu has been tasked with carrying the Book of Prophecies throughout time, or more specifically, passing it on through time. Luxu has not done this.
He has not. No,
He has not done this.
He's not good at his job.
And has kept the book all the way up until Kingdom Hearts 3 time.
That's a long time. How'd he do that?
By changing his face.
Gasp.
Yeah, he was jumping, body hopping, wasn't he?
Something like that.
Okay. We know there was a traitor in back cover, but back cover never told us who the traitor was.
Implied that it
Luxu,
was
though.
Luxu, wasn't it?
It implied.
Cool. There was a dark Chirithy, but I do not
There was a
remember
dark Chirithy.
why that matters.
It didn't mention back cover. We'll get to that.
also-
It will be important, but it was literally only mentioned once in back cover.
We also met a Chirithy when Sora was dead, didn't we?
We
met
did
Chirithy
in the final
Sora,
world.
Yeah.
Chirithys are dream Pokemon, right? That's what they are.
Kind of ish. The same kind of like hierarchy of
Okay.
Things.
You
Yes.
should be careful because I know Game Freak also doesn't like people talking about Pokemon. So
Good point. Yeah, we don't want to get struck. I'm also... We'll talk about what's on screen in a minute, but I do remember that Ven somehow has a connection to Chirithys or Dream Eaters. That was called, right?
They knew who Ven was.
They knew, yeah, they remembered him, but we don't know why that's the case.
And he felt
Actually, yeah,
sad.
we did see in the final scene of Kingdom Hearts 3, as the credits were rolling, a Chirithy ran up to Ven as they were in the Land of
And
Dark
he had
Souls.
like a happy tear,
Yeah,
almost like a
little happy tears, like a reunion.
I'm looking at the screen right now, Chase, and I'm noticing a couple of things. Number one, because we discussed this at the very end of Kingdom Hearts 3. Marluxia? Pink hair.
Potentially.
Okay, we think it's Marluxia, don't we? Because our original running theory was that four of the the four nobodies that seemed to be important for whatever reason, we thought they were going to be the four
We
tellers.
were so sure about that.
We were so wrong.
The four tellers.
Yeah, you were so self-satisfied with that.
I was incredibly, and I'm really hoping to do this again where I just let you run with theories.
Before you do kick off, I do want to let the listeners know that whilst I have not played Union Cross whatsoever, I'm going in as blank as Neil has. I have downloaded the app because I am aware that there is a player character that you are supposed to create.
Oh, God.
Yes. So, Chase, if it's okay, can you please make sure that at any point when you're talking about the player, you're actually talking about our good friend Chonteil, which is Chase, Monty, and Neil combined. He is Axel's great grandfather. That's what he is. There he is. If it was there will be a picture on screen right now. Chonteil, if you're just listening, has Axel's haircut, but it's teal. It looks very cool. He's wearing Cruella de Vil's coat, and he has a Moogle Keyblade.
I hate everything about this.
So he's off on a wee adventure, I'm guessing. He's gonna
looks like a
save the
clown
day.
man.
He's gonna save the day.
We are all Chonteil.
We are all Chonteil to get together. So, yes.
Anyway.
So you mentioned it, but we do have here on the screen for our audio viewers the cover art for Union Cross featuring 5 lovely people. We'll recognize at least one of them as being Ephemer in the middle, who we met both in back cover and in Kingdom Hearts 3, although he was only named in back cover.
He was friends with Dandelion Woman, right?
He was friends with Master Ava.
Ava.
With Master Ava,
Was
who
Ava the
who led
fox?
the dandelions. Ava was the fox.
We are nailing this.
we're so
Yeah,
good.
you're
Right.
so good. I'm really happy that you remember this all.
Of course, we also see a Chirithy. We recognize, though, somebody who may be Ven, looks like Ven, somebody who may be Marluxia, looks like Marluxia, and then 3 other people. I don't think you know the 3 other people.
And remind me, what was Union Cross? Union Cross was a desktop game?
So, Union Cross is a bit of a unique one in terms of Kingdom Hearts because it was Union Cross was kind of sort of 3 different games.
Right.
And in fact, it was 4 separate games that all kind of come together to be the key series. And this does include Dark Road because the full title of Dark Road is Union Cross Dark Road.
Right.
And it's on the same app. Like, you've downloaded the app, you'll see that it's right there. You come onto the app and there's Union Cross on the left side and Dark Road on the right side. It's the same app. And it's also a bit unique because it first released as Kingdom Hearts Key, a Japan-only browser game on the 18th of July, 2013. So way back, mid the rest of the games releasing. I believe it was right after Dream Drop Distance, if I remember correctly, that this came out. So before Kingdom Hearts 3, before any of the HD collections where they added in a bunch of content to tie it into Union Cross. And it only finished last year on June 29th. So it was running for 9 years. Wow. 8 years. I can't count. 8 years, just about. So Kingdom Hearts 3 released mid this, and it led to a lot of really weird, people trying to theory craft around games that were simultaneously releasing.
I know that Kingdom Hearts 3 was in development for an incredibly long time.
Oh,
do you think
long.
Do you think they delayed it because of Union Cross in any way?
It's possible. Huh. Kingdom Hearts 3 is a bit of a... It's not always my favorite for the way that it reveals lore, because a bit of it can feel a bit ham-fisted. It can feel a bit... it feels like the games prior, whilst the lore was very convoluted, it still felt like lore was revealed somewhat naturally, and when it meant to be revealed, whereas it feels kind of in Kingdom Hearts 3, things like Maleficent wander around trying to find the box.
Oh my god, I forgot about the
What does that
box.
have to do anything with Kingdom Hearts 3? It feels very just shoved in for no reason, just for, our whole...
And they just
Luxu Zigbar reveal at the
they
end.
sort of gave up on that.
Yeah, what was the box, Chase? Are we meant to know what the box
No,
is?
we
I
don't know.
forget.
No,
All we know is that the Master of Masters gave Luxu the box and told him take it with
the sort of
take it
big
with the key.
mystery for this.
Will we
phase.
find that out in Union Cross? What's in that
Maybe.
box? Oh, cool, exciting. Okay,
Maybe.
Great, can't wait.
Definitely.
But
No, yeah.
yeah,
So lots of simultaneous release. Kingdom Hearts Union Cross is also a bit unique in that it is the only game in the franchise to, like you mentioned, feature a customizable player character.
Chonteil.
Yes. Who is not a named character. They're not a chosen person of destiny, yada yada. They're just Chonteil. And that's important.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to leave it at just that is important, that it is your character, Chonteil.
Our character.
Whether you like it or not.
Who has been forced upon.
And the player, and something else that's sort of just come back to me in the sort of final battle of battles in 3.
Yes.
The Keyblades that sort of came out of
They
Kingdom
did.
Hearts. They were the Keyblades of players at a certain event in Union Cross, right?
It was the Keyblades of the players who were playing during the time that the Keyblade War happens, because you were real mad during back cover that we never saw the Keyblade War.
Yes.
It's time to see the Keyblade War.
Finally.
On a
mobile screen.
Wait, hold on. Is Chonteil going to fight in the Keyblade?
Chonteil's going to fight in the Keyblade.
Oh no, we sent that guy off to die. He's not ready.
So, anyway.
With all that out of the way,
Yes.
let us hop in and go just for a quick bit of recap. So, like you'll remember from back cover, long ago, and like Kyrie's grandmother always told us, long ago was the age of fairy tales where the world was one and everything was bathed in the light. In a town here, a man lived with his 6 apprentices. This was the Master of Master. But one day, he came to his apprentice and said that he would be setting out on a journey and would be leaving the town to his apprentices along with a book of prophecies written by the Master using his future-seeing Keyblade No Name, which we see in the image here as being held by his younger apprentice, Luxu. Now, the book foretold that there would come a great battle known as the Keyblade War, during which light would expire and darkness would prevail, thereby ending the world.
Right.
He also gave the rest of his apprentices some individual missions. To Ira the Unicorn, there on the right, he made the new leader take over from the Master of Masters and lead the others. To Envy the Snake, watch over the others with a fair eye. To Osed the Bear, he was meant to support Ira, but also his shit leader, he's meant to usurp him and take control. Gula the Leopard was meant to uncover the mystery of the Book of Prophecies, specifically that of a extra page that the rest of the apprentices didn't have in their book. There was a missing page. Only Gula had this, and he kept that hidden because, of course, if we remember from back cover, they all thought that whoever had the page would be the traitor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We mentioned there was a traitor. And finally, Ava the Fox there in the center, who was meant to prepare exceptional Keyblade wielders for the world after the war. Now, there was also, of course, Luxu, who we've mentioned in the back, who, unlike the others, was not given a Book of Prophecies, but is instead given the Master's Keyblade, No Name, alongside a black box, which we also mentioned, which he is sworn to never open.
Right.
He's to take both of those into the future without getting involved, so that No Name, and by extension the Master, because his eye, like we said, is in the sword, the Keyblade, so that the Master, through his eye in the Keyblade, can see the future. And Luxu, when, he dies, he's meant to pass it down to his apprentice, and then his apprentice is meant to pass it down to his apprentice, yada, yada, yada. We know from Kingdom Hearts, this does not happen. He just body hops.
Question about that, because the Master of Masters must know then that Luxu that Luxu breaks his oath.
And he knew from the start that he would do that, because he's the Book of Prophecy.
Right, so he doesn't really give a damn about that. He's like, sure, look, as long as you go into the future.
How many of them?
The Master is giving them the inciting events
Okay.
to continue history.
How many of them messed up their mission then?
All of them except for Ava, I think.
Wow.
I think literally all of them except for Ava.
The leopard never figured out what the secret was.
And even Ava half failed her mission.
Yeah, not great.
They're not great at their job.
No, they all
You're like
suck.
0 for 6. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Good job, Master.
I know. I'm kind of a shit master.
Also on this was very lightly mentioned in back cover and will be more prevalent in this game. On the Master's instructions, they all were to create unions, all except Luxu, of course, who's meant to just kind of watch at the sidelines. These 5 are animals, are meant to create unions of Keyblade wielders that they will look over and who they will lead towards gathering light towards the goal of fighting darkness.
Cool.
Recap over. Onwards. So, as you start, Kyrie's grandma gives us all that spiel. Before we move on to the character creation screen, which, like we mentioned, is very unique, and very important to the themes of Phase 2.
Okay.
Very important. You are given during this, and look at how good the art style. Like, for as much as it is a mobile game, I love the art style of this game.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a lazy mobile art style. It's very... I like it. It just gets better as the series goes on. It is quite good. But, so you choose a union. Really, this doesn't matter too much from a lore perspective. It really only matters from a gameplay perspective, because it is a multiplayer game. Being a mobile battle game and all, it's competitions, haha. Just note that there's at various points throughout the story when your union leader will pop up. This will change depending on who it is. Their dialogue barely changes. Also, there are some others where you'll meet other union leaders who might change depending on whether they are not.
Do you get any information on it? So again, for anyone listening along, we've got the sort of first screen of the character creation. We're standing on the heart of, what do you call it?
The station of
it's kind of station of awakening.
Station of awakening type thing.
So we've got the character can choose between the 5 unions. Which union does your heart belong to? We've got the snake, the leopard, the unicorn, the fox, and the bear. Does the character get any information about what each of those relates to at this point? Or you just sort of pick based on which animal you like most?
You just pick based on which one you like.
I think Chonteil's a unicorn, so we're going to be
Chonteil's a unicorn?
Yeah, what do you think?
Oh, I mean, 100%.
Yeah, we quite like the unicorn.
Well, that's
era.
Perfect, because people seeing this might recognize this little lad on the screen who is sadly not Chonteil, but we will call Chonteil. For those in the kind of Union Cross community might know Damo, who's a Kingdom Hearts YouTuber, does a lot of content specifically on Union Cross. I have absolutely used his cutscene compilation because he has the whole thing in like chronological interspliced with the back cover things, so like when back cover is happening in relation to Union Cross.
Okay.
It's very nice. This is his character. Technically his name is Daniel, I think.
Daniel, okay.
Or no, excuse me, it's Damien.
But
it's Chonteil. It's definitely Chonteil on the screen here.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, Chonteil does choose the Unicorn Union.
Oh, yay!
Look at him standing there with his master, Ira the Unicorn, and his friends as they fight off a dark side. Because it's a Kingdom Hearts game, and you need to
fight off a dark side.
There's always child soldiers at these games. Always.
Classic Chonteil, though, right at the front of the pack, leading the charge.
Cool.
I mean,
Good lad.
Like we remember, the light shines strongest in the hearts of children. So,
I'm being unreasonable, sorry.
Yeah, you are. You dick.
Are there just a very quick question while we're still on the sort of the game itself? Don't want to derail us. It's a free app, right?
Yes.
How does that? Are there in-app purchases?
There were. So Union Cross itself is no longer a game. When its finale released, it kind of went into not a game mode, and it's now just a cutscene collection.
Cool.
Sadly, not in chronological order.
Cutscene
No, of course.
collection.
Why would it be?
It's like sectioned by like the world
that the cutscene takes place in, but because you travel between worlds, it's completely useless and everybody hates it. But every cutscene, like Monty mentioned, you can create your character and then your character's in all the cutscenes, so it's decent from that perspective. Dark Road is an actual proper game that you can still play. We'll get there later.
Okay.
But there was, I believe, cosmetic in-app purchases at the time.
Okay.
I think. It's a mobile game, probably. You finally enter the world after choosing your union to this fountain. You'll become very familiar with this fountain. It's one of like the 5 reoccurring backdrops.
All right, okay. There's nothing special about that fountain, I was going to say.
So the foreteller leading your union, in our case Ira, approaches you saying how Lesser Heartless won't stand a chance against your Keyblade, and how the more powerful ones you'll need to work aside your friends, yada yada, multiplayer stuff, but also, hearts connection, friends, power of friendship.
Yay.
Fight a dark side, classic.
Are people nice to Chonteil, or does Chonteil have friends?
Yeah, Chonteil has friends.
Oh, okay, so no one bullies him or anything.
Chonteil has friends. So your union leader tells you that your mission is to collect the light, and that there are other unions doing the same, but they might not all be doing it for like the same goal, of keeping the peace.
Oh, what
Maybe.
Oh,
Your union is the only one that's doing it for the right reasons, so do it for your union.
Okay, does that okay, so whichever union...
So they task you with discovering those who walk the path of darkness. They task you, there's a traitor somewhere. Go find the traitor.
Cool.
Go find the traitor. Following this, you meet Your Chirithy,
Aw.
a Dream Eater spirit who is created by the Master to help Keyblade wielders of Daybreak Town. So everybody has a Chirithy.
Cool.
And like the ones in, kind of similar-ish to the ones back in Dream Drop Distance, it is a Dream Eater. So it's kind of created of dreams.
You can see other people's Chirithys, they can see your Chirithy. This isn't like only you can see your Chirithy situation.
Do you mean the lore in the game?
Sorry, the lore.
In the lore, yes. They're very physical things. Everybody can see each other's Chirithys. The Chirithys talk to each other. You talk to other people's Chirithys.
Cool.
They're just a thing. Chirithy tells you that you're collecting light to stop the spreading darkness, which is very insightful. Thank you for that, Chirithy. They tell you that you gotta go help the other worlds, and opens a portal during which Disney shenanigans ensue. Like we remember from back cover, these worlds that they're sending people out on aren't actually the real worlds. Whilst the worlds are all connected, it's a very massive landmass. It would take way too long to get there. So essentially what the Master of Masters has done is taken the Book of Prophecies and created fake worlds using... He's created kind of like fake worlds using the Book of Prophecies recollections of the futures of these worlds.
So right, hang on. So because the world
Because
is
it's
too
easier
big,
to collect the light if you
How
go
is
through a
it real?
portal than it is if you go...
which implies that he can just create light. If he can create worlds full of light.
Well, no, because they're kind of just siphons for the existing world's light.
Okay, but they're not real. They're like
Semi-real.
They're like data worlds. Are we doing the data thing again?
To be very clear, they're not data worlds, to be very clear. That is a separate thing.
Okay.
But they are similar-ish to data worlds.
So is it like Chain of Memories? Like Chain of Memories with the memory cards? When you're jumping into your memory cards? And it's kind of real.
I'd say it's the most similar to that.
Okay.
Yes. It's the most similar to memory worlds.
And the people are sentient on these worlds.
Yes,
so they're
yes,
people
they are.
living out their lives and getting married.
Mickey is continuing to rewind the VHS.
even in these
God
fake
damn,
worlds.
millions of years ago.
Oh yeah, because we do technically get Disney, not planets because it's all one world, but we go to Agrabah, I think you mentioned, right?
Yes.
And okay.
In fact, we only go to 3 worlds.
Oh, really?
Agrabah, I believe the Dwarven Woodland, and...
Do these kids have parents?
Not that we are told of.
Okay, so this I'm really am getting Pokemon parallels now.
Yeah.
I hope this Chirithy's qualified in child counselling.
Well,
gonna
unlike
need some
Pokemon,
therapy after
unlike
this.
Pokemon, unlike Dream Drop Distance,
Only one Chirithy.
they're not collecting.
No, you're not
their
collecting
Pokédex.
them. No, it would be bad form.
Dream Eaters don't. I know Chirithys are whatever, right? But other Dream Eaters, they don't exist in this land right now, do they? Chonteil can't go up and find a Zubat.
Not as far as we're aware.
Okay.
Not as far as we're aware. Anyway, tire's over. So go help other worlds. Player opens a portal. Back during the Age of Fairy Tales, they could just open portals themselves.
So why did he need to make the world smaller if you can go portal anywhere?
It's a portal to that. It's not portals through space. It's portals into. It's a whole thing. Gameplay reasons. Just go with it.
Sure.
Disney shenanigans.
I think you go to like.
I'm mad.
I think you go to like Agrabah and the Dwarf Woodlands or something. Along the way, Chirithy's reminded you, all hearts are connected. One day you're going to understand what that means. Now, while you're in the Dwarven Woodlands, you come across Snow White, who's asleep in her glass coffin. Chirithy's like,
Not like she isn't birthed by sleep.
Yes.
It's just happening on a loop. You got to remember that story's just happening on a loop.
Keep in mind, it's a memory of the future. No, don't question why Aqua's not there.
It's not the same. So it's not the same Snow White that is looping again and again. This is a memory siphon of future Snow White.
Who is also looping and looping again. Have you missed Kingdom Hearts?
I'm getting an adult juice.
Please get me an adult juice as well.
While in the Dwarven Woodlands, you come across Snow White, who's asleep in a glass coffin. Chirithy says how she hasn't fallen into darkness, but she's instead just in a deep sleep. Ooh. Beginning to say that perhaps... But then they stop themselves saying that you don't have that power.
Power of waking.
Alluding to it.
Oh, good. We're getting some wizarding.
Power of waking stuff again.
Ready
Yeah.
I thought everybody could do the power of waking. Chonteil's young.
Everybody has.
Yeah.
The potential to do the power of waking, but they're young Keyblade wielders. Most are essentially at the level of an apprentice. The only people who are really Keyblade masters here are the foretellers.
Cool. Okay.
So Later in Agrabah, Chirthy looks at Aladdin, saying how pretending to be someone you're not never leads to happiness, and they should all remember that, even it. Chirthy's an it, by the way.
Oh, Chirthy.
For Chirthy pronouns, Chirthy is an it.
Cool.
I don't know if Chirthy's meant to be a they, a he. Excuse me if I get this wrong. I am calling Chirthy an it for the whole thing.
That's fine.
In the underworld, player nearly uses the power of darkness, which, mind, at this point wasn't technically seen as like a bad thing. Remember when the union leaders were talking about this in one of the conversations in back cover? They did debate over whether union members using darkness was a bad thing, but ultimately settled on as long as they don't fall to darkness, they can use darkness.
Okay.
Seems like
As
a
like an
slippery
ability.
slope.
So,
I mean, I'm not going to disagree, but at the time, so they almost use it, but Chirthy kind of, warns the player that if they go down that road, if they go down that dark road, they'll that's not they'll likely not be able to come back to it. But before going on to say that, ultimately it is the player's decision to make. Chirthy's kind of just a guide.
Is a Chirthy created new for each kid, or has the Chirthy been around? Has this Chirthy had other kids?
No, it is one Chirthy created for that specific kid. So every kid has their own Chirthy.
They're like a little teacher / propaganda machine created by the Master of Masters.
yes.
Where's Yen Sid during all of this?
Probably not born yet.
Thank God.
Okay, because Jens is technically a Disney character, so...
Very good point.
Right?
Very good point.
Disney character, but also
Eternal.
master of Keyblade Master. So he's not like a
Maybe.
Yen Sid is Yen sitting. Back in Daybreak
Oh no,
Town.
it's okay. It's okay, Monty, because I know we're not gonna get a version of Disney Town, because then that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, that
'cause
wouldn't make
Yen
any
Sid
sense.
would be there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, yeah.
Back in Daybreak Town, Chirthy explains the world's history, covering much of what we know, the Master creating Chirthy, the Book of Prophecies, Keyblade War, yada yada. The Chirthy also says that the medals that you use, which is the game's battle systems, you select medals, and they all have pictures of Kingdom Hearts characters that we know and love on them. Are the power of light from the future, which is why they have Kingdom Hearts characters we know and love on them.
Sure, yeah.
He says that doesn't really have a lore
It's fine.
matter.
Gameplay.
He says how the foretellers all have the same goal, even if they don't follow the same path to said goal. They all want to protect the light. It's all about protecting the light.
Okay.
Now, a few weeks later, you celebrate your progress, as well as, and to power you up more, Chirthy gives you, a power bangle! Woo! It's there to power it up. I think it gives you like a +5 strength bonus or something.
Great. Thanks, Chirthy.
Powers up your medals. Now, Chirthy says that in return for the gift, the only thing it wants you to do is never take it off. All the time. Never take it off. Stay strong.
Yeah, no, it's not suspicious at all.
Stay strong, kids. Keep that +5 stat boost. You're never going to get a better item. Chirthy poofs away as the camera pans over to another Chirthy approaching down the stairs. It goes, huh? As the screen goes to black. A text appears telling us that all of the Union members across Daybreak Town were given bangles, and they've all become far stronger as a result.
What, 5% stronger?
5% stronger. But in return, darkness also seemed to proportionally, 5%, get stronger.
So take off your bangle, then.
I mean, this
Not
is
allowed to, it's rude. You've been given a gift.
Exactly, it's a gift.
There was no gift for seats.
Also, wait a minute. So the power bangle does F all.
Makes you stronger.
No, but it also makes your enemy stronger the same amount. So it's as if you're...
Well, you don't know that.
Well, that's what they say.
No, that's just what the spooky text says.
Yeah.
It's just kind of floating, flavor text.
Right. But there's no reason to keep the power bangle on then. If the power bangle makes your enemies 5% stronger as well.
Right?
No, because if you
Yes.
if you try and take the bangle off, you just see Chirthia popping up at the window.
Can I, as a player, can I take the bangle off of Chonteil? It is not a physical option.
It is not a physical item. It is a physical stat boost, if I remember right.
It's not in your menu.
It's been a long time since I've played the game, because, the game has not been playable in like over a year. Give us a console release, Square, you cowards. Sometime later, you meet other Union members, you're just chatting, who they tell you of a new breed of Heartless that's been appearing around town, saying how, they're going to go deal with them and they'll meet back up with you there. Elsewhere, two Charities meet and discuss their wielders, with one of the Charities, I think one of them is meant to be yours and the other is just meant to be another wielder's, saying how their wielders just becoming a bit indifferent. They just kind of, they're going through the motions. Now, they say how their wielders don't understand, but they will soon, and how there are 5 unions for a reason, and they can't afford to lose any. The Charities just need to trust that their wielders will flourish.
Okay.
Later that day, the player returns to the meeting spot where he finds Charity, who tells him he's not coming. He's sorry that he couldn't keep his promise. Just referring to the other wielder.
Oh.
Back at the tower...
But what, did that wielder just, quit?
Back at the tower, our Charity finds the other Charity fallen over. The fallen Charity says how his wielder disappeared into darkness, asking if this is the end for it. Our Charity reminds them that Charities are intrinsically linked to the hearts of their wielders, and will die when their wielders do. As the Charity fades from existence.
Yikes!
Absolutely not.
When the child dies, the animal dies.
Remember when you said Kingdom Hearts was bloodless?
Oh, God.
Welcome to Union Cross.
That's really grim. Can I ask a little bit about disappeared into darkness, as in they were taken by the Heartless and killed, presumably?
Yes. It's as in they lost their heart to darkness.
But there was a little bit of time lag, though. You get a couple of minutes to say your goodbyes, apparently.
Yeah.
Before you disappear.
Bloody hell.
So, Master Era. I'll be honest, I think this is meant to be whatever your master is, but for right now, it's Master Era because they're in the cutscene. Sure. Approaches the Charity, telling it how darkness is outpacing the Union's collection of the Lux, which is the word for light in this game. Despite them collecting it at an absolutely obscene rate, darkness is still outpacing them. Charity questions if this confirms the existence of the supposed traitor in the 5, and Ira says that he's not yet ready to believe this. So this is before that conversation from back cover.
Cool.
Some months later, the player has a dream of the Master of Masters meeting with the Foretellers, just kind of giving them their missions. He goes to approach them all, but is overcome by darkness. They wake up in their bed to find Charity asking if they're okay, saying that they were tossing and turning in their sleep. Charity tells them to go back to sleep, and as they do, Charity turns, questioning, was that you? The camera pans, and we see another Charity in the window.
Oh, God, they really are at the windows. Oh.
The Charity outside asks if it was the Charity inside who showed them that dream, and asks them, what are you trying to do? The inside Charity replies, the opposite of what you're trying to do. Outside Charity says that it supposes that makes them enemies, before disappearing. Our Charity says how they'll protect us. They have to.
Chonteil doesn't have a duvet or a blanket. Why?
Because
we want to show Chonteil's sick drip.
Chonteil
all
is
times.
sleeping in full clothes.
And shoes. Don't forget the shoes.
On just a blank mattress. Anyway, sorry. Yes. Oh, this is spooky about the Charities. Ooh.
Spooky about the Charities.
Whose Charity is that? That's what we need to find out, right?
We don't know.
We don't know. We know this one's ours. One outside the window. It's just one who is seemingly an enemy of our Charity, so I suppose an enemy of us too.
So another union, presumably.
Potentially.
Now, later, the player goes out to kill a Heartless in a park, where he meets a white-haired curly boy, who introduces himself as Ephemer.
Oh. Sick drip.
Sick drip. I like his scarf. I don't like this weird, really not happy-looking face from either of them that I caught them on.
Chonteil does not look impressed.
Neither of them look impressed.
Also, I know it's just the art style. Ephemer's got his fist balled up like he's ready to go.
It's so that they don't have to change the fist when suddenly a Keyblade appears.
no,
And
I got it,
they're just always in Keyblade grip. They're ready to summon.
Child soldiers are so prepared.
Ephemer also tells you of his union.
I forget.
He's the dandelion guy, right? Because he's friends with the dandelion lady.
So he's friends with the Dandelion Lady.
Ava.
His union is always going to change.
Oh, okay.
It will just never be your union.
Oh, okay.
So it's just the point that he is your friend from another union. Is the important part of that. I think he's Pantheris in this.
He's from a union cross.
Example.
No, that's different. So they joke about being on different teams, haha, before Ephemer says that he was actually working on something other than his union work today.
Why?
So he could be considered union-free for the day, don't have to worry about that union stuff.
But the darkness is winning in you go collect some light.
Well, he's looking for stuff. He tells you to keep it a secret, but the Disney worlds that you travel to are actually all holograms. And the light they collect there isn't actually the light of those worlds, but rather of the current world, like we said, siphoned through the holograms.
Yeah.
Are they, by siphoning light from the future?
They're not siphoning it from the future. They're siphoning it from the existing
this hologram
current world.
Yeah, okay.
They're just, like, siphons, yeah.
Cool.
No, I'm not even going to go down that road.
They're just little siphon boys.
I've just noticed there's a Mickey there's a hidden Mickey.
Oh, hidden Mickey.
in the
Lots
pool.
of hidden Mickeys.
Oh, so there are.
So Mickey is here.
Disgusting.
Mickey's always there.
Mickey is eternal. So while all the worlds are connected, it's really hard to get to them. So to simplify matters, you go to holograms of the worlds to collect the Lux from far away.
Yep.
To simplify things.
So you make things easier.
Yeah, I think that it's meant to be that by having the ones of the... I don't think that Ephemer actually specifically mentions here that they're from the Book of Prophecies. I might be giving a future spoiler. Oops. But I think that it's meant to be that, like, the memories of the future are intrinsically linked to the past, so you're able to collect the light from the faraway world in this time via the future, yada yada. I don't know, Kingdom Hearts bullshit. So you'll tell that I'll pass a lot more things off to Kingdom Hearts bullshit because we're at the point of the series now where future games aren't there to explain things.
Totally fine.
So I have theories for a lot of things. I don't have facts yet. So he continues how not only are the unions gathering Lux, but they're also fighting over it to collect the most from their union, but that the union members don't seem to really know why. They're just kind of doing it, and Ephemer doesn't understand why as well, seeing that, the unions all have the same goal of collecting the light. So he kind of questions, why are we fighting over this? Why are we competing? From a gameplay perspective, it's because you want to get the top of the high score.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a bit of healthy competition to boost
it's
your...
a valid question.
It's just motivation.
These kids have got enough going on.
Elsewhere in, I believe it's the plaza, Chirthy appears to another Chirthy asking, is he yours? The other Chirthy is a slightly darker gray going, I don't know, is he? Chirthy 1 points out the slightly darker color change to Chirthy 2, who replies, very perceptive. Chirthy 2 asks what Chirthy's next move is, saying how he's getting closer to the truth, asking if he's going to allow that.
Right, okay, so Ephemer is a secret baddie and the Dark Charity's working for Ephemer. Calling it now.
During this time... Okay, so this is now that the Dark Charity's is kind of making itself known, this is when the conversation happens in back cover, where they mention that, and they mention the power bangles, and they have the whole debate over whether these power bangles, which are making darkness stronger, are a bad thing. Is it a bad thing to darkness, yada yada. And also, there's a traitor. We gotta find a traitor.
Cool.
Is the traitor all the Chirthy?
So they don't. Remember from back cover that the only thing they know is that the existence of a dark Chirthy implies a dark wielder, ergo a traitor.
Yeah.
So they need to find out essentially who owns this dark Chirthy because they're probably a traitor.
Okay.
I don't think at this point they had yet mentioned the lost page and connected that to a traitor. At this point, the traitor theory was all built around dark Chirthy.
Yeah. Okay.
Now we also get a cutscene of the Master giving Ava her mission, which starts at least with the scene that we got in back cover, but we get more.
Ooh, okay.
So, as we know, her mission is to create a separate organization, the Dandelions, to stay separate from the Union squabbles and to escape from the final battle and survive into the world beyond the war. We know this. He also tells her that after the war, there are going to be 5 new Union leaders to take over. And that these would be the only ones after the war who would know that the war happened and that the world ended. So none of the rest of the Dandelions are going to know that. Only the 5 new Union leaders.
Okay.
He wants the Dandelions to start a new life clean from the pain of the old in a new world. Now he hands her a paper with 5 names, the names of the 5 leaders, and tells her to go out, find them, make them Dandelions, and when the time is right, tell them that they will be Union leaders.
Is Chonteil's name on that paper? Is Chonteil going to become one of the 5?
So she questions why one of the names is circled in red, to which the Master goes, haha, jackpot. That lucky wielder gets their own free copy of the Book of Prophecies.
What?
Implying that you can pay for a copy.
This book is going to help them shape the world into what it needs to be.
Okay.
Ava says that it sounds like a risky plan, to which the Master of Masters says that it only is if the others get their hand on it, hence why the book is only being given to one and needs to be given in secret, so that none of the others can know.
Sure. Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
Because it seems like in the current time, them all having books is causing a bit of infighting.
Yeah.
So only one person gets it in the new
He's a
world.
wacky, goofy guy, and he's got his plan.
Wacky goofy guy.
What's he up to?
What's he doing?
We shift to a cliff overlooking the town, where Ava is meeting with one of the new union leaders, Ephemer.
Oh, he's going to be one of the 5.
He's one of the 5. He's a union leader.
Seems like a bad idea because he's going to be a baddie.
He
With that
really,
lovely hair, come on.
he really struggled. He helped Sora in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, but I'm still confused as to how that happens, and I don't know if that might be like a vision.
A ghost.
I was about to say how his hair is white, which is the color of light, so clearly can't be a baddie, and then I remembered that like 8 of the Xehanorts all have white hair.
Oh my god, is Ephemer the original Xehanort?
No. So he can't. He struggles to really believe all this talk that the world is going to end. But she assures him though that he's not going to be alone. There's going to be other union leaders to support him. But that they do need to survive so that the light doesn't die. Now she gives him a book, not the Book of Prophecies, but a book containing the rules that all of the new union leaders must follow. She tells him to prepare what he needs, that he needs to prepare the new world, which is going to be an alternate reality where they're going to call home. She tells him that their Chirthes will remember the memories of the past world, and that they will return the memories to the union leaders.
Okay.
So that only the union leaders are going to remember.
Sure. Yeah.
So the Chirthes are the only thing carrying the memories through to the new world then.
Yes.
They're like little hard drives.
Let's hope nothing bad happens to any of the Chirthes then, eh? Yeah.
So Ephemer questions.
What shall I do with the collective future of humanity? I'll put them in these 5 cats.
Oh, it's fine. There's hundreds of cats.
So Ephemer questions why they need the wielder to forget, saying, shouldn't everybody remember this and learn from it and grow from it? But Ava's like, you say that now, you might think differently once you've actually been to the war.
And we're going to take a short break for a quick announcement. Lore Dump has merch. Yes, merch.
What?
Yes, I know, seriously, merch. Actual merch.
I couldn't tell by the demo of it that you're wearing through this entire recording session.
He's not wrong. We are currently I am currently wearing a Lore Dump t-shirt.
It's very sexy, I'm not going to lie.
It has the logo on it, which was designed by friend of the channel, ZOLTIBOI. The brand new logo that you'll see at the very start of this video and seeing across all of our thumbnails. It's just on the top left. It's a beautiful little logo. We're not doing anything too crazy with the merch right now. It's just
For now.
for now. Yes, we're potentially going to be turning some. I don't know. We'll find some fun stuff to stick on the t-shirts.
Chase's hair. We were thinking about selling Chase's hair.
Don't forget my bathwater.
Of course, and it's bathwater.
Drink it, maintain your health.
But we did want to just make a quick announcement just to say that we are selling t-shirts now. So if at any point you want to support us, support the channel, do please feel free to click at the links below. There will be links in the description.
You can wear a Lore Dump t-shirt and T-pose to assert dominance in that t-shirt.
It comes in the form of hoodies, sweatshirts. There's a whole bunch there. They're all very much along the same sort.
Very excited for the sweatshirt. I will be wearing the sweatshirt.
They're very cool. But yes, we also have for general fans of the channel, not just Lore Dump fans. We've got t-shirts of the Nubis Humanus. We've got versions from the Apex Legends video, the Elden Ring video, just using the little avatars that we use. But yes, just wanted to give a quick shout out to that, just to highlight it, flag the details are below. And if it helps at all, because I'm probably not your favorite member of Lore Dump. The profits are split 3 ways, so all 3 of us get a cut, equal split for every t-shirt, piece of merch that's sold. So
I think this is only me and Neil just learning this, and it's very good news. Very good news indeed.
so it'll be great. But no, if you do want to buy them, the links are below. And thank you very much. And
Thank you all.
Love you.
on with the episode.
So back in the present, Ephemer sneaks away from the player to go to the tower themselves, apologizing to player for not following through on their promise. We find the player back at the fountain waiting for Ephemer all day, only for him to never appear. As night falls, your Chirthy finds you, asking if you've been there all day. Like, you just see, like, it go from, like, day, and people walk past, and, like, it gets to nighttime, Chirthy comes, and he tells you, give Ephemer the benefit of the doubt, maybe an emergency came up. Friends always keep their promises.
No.
Don't be sad, because when you're sad, it makes me sad. And all your friends sad, and friends don't want friends to be sad.
More friends,
Ugh.
right?
That's
Weird. That's not how that
That's
works.
not a good lesson.
Your friends don't want you to feel feelings.
It's all right, Chonteil. You guys just have a good wee cry. You're all
So
right.
dig it, push it all down, slap a smile on it, Chonteil.
Put it in a little box.
They have a hug.
The next day, Ephemer meets you at the fountain saying, sorry, I had some stuff come up.
What stuff?
But do you want to come up on an adventure with me? He takes you to the tower, asking if you're ready, but then stopping, pausing, and saying, maybe you're not. I'll be waiting for you. And then he bursts into a cloud of dandelion seeds, and they fly away.
What? Why?
Ephemer does.
Yeah.
Why?
And then you wake up.
Oh,
It was all a dream.
good. Okay.
Or at least the next day stuff was. This stuff the prior night wasn't.
Chonteil can have dreams of visions of the future in their dreams. It seems so. Okay.
So Chirthy asks you about the dream and tells you that if you want to go looking for Ephemer at the tower, let's do it. But it does say, only foretellers are allowed in the tower. The Union members are forbidden from going in that tower. So also, it's not a great idea to be sneaky and sneak in because, the foretellers are infighting and might kill you if you go in there. I think he words it as like, oh, they're having a little argument lately, which is like the understatement of the year. So he's like, steer clear. Chonteil, of course, being the lad he is, says, F you, and goes straight to the tower.
I'm gonna have to bleep that, but it's fine.
Meanwhile, the player learns from the others, learns just from other Union members around town that Monty and Ava is recruiting for the secret organization. This is now kind of only just coming out in whispers and secrets and rumors through Union members. It's not like an out in the open organization. It's kind of just spoken of in secret.
Right.
Players also learn that Ephemer seems to be close to Master Ava and is currently away on a mission for her. And that other players don't know when he's going to be back.
Okay.
So the player goes looking for Master Ava at the tower, hoping that she might be able to tell him where Ephemer is. He tells her how they're worried that maybe Ephemer got wrapped up in all the issues that the foretellers are having. She's like, well, I don't know why you're snooping in our drama, but, maybe he has. You're not far off, but I can't really tell you anymore. And then she beats you up.
What?
Yeah, you have a fight with her, she beats you up.
Ava, no. Why? What's Chonteil ever done to her?
You broke into the Forbidden Tower.
Oh, sack your Forbidden Tower. There's nothing in here. It's waterfalls and a bridge.
After she
Is your
beats you,
Chirthy sort of watching on at the side while a grown woman kicks at you like half to death?
I don't think she's grown. I don't think she's that much older than you, actually. I think she's only meant to be, 16 or 17.
Oh yeah, she's the young one, isn't she?
I think that you're like, probably around, 13, 14, and she's probably, 17, 18.
That's okay then.
Little bit older than you. But, anyway, after she beats you up, she's like, you show a lot of potential, Chonteil. But also, Chonteil, you have sadness in your heart. You need to let go of that darkness.
Lying in a puddle of blood.
We need to stop with the telling Chonteil he can't be sad. I'm really concerned about
it's
this.
not healthy.
Yeah.
and then she's like,
F out my tower. But as you leave, she goes, so you're the one, the friend that he told me about. If you remember from back cover, that cutscene where he told her all about the friend.
It seems like how would you describe the friendship between Ephemer and Chonteil by this point? Is it developed? Because it sounds like he rocked on and went, "Hi, I'm Ephemer," and then that was it.
Have you forgotten what series this is? Sora makes friends after he makes eyes with them across, locks eyes with them across a busy room.
I think that Ephemer and Chonteil have a similar friendship to
Lee and Ventus, how they met once, hung out for 5 minutes, and then 300 years later met again, and they're like, oh my god, we've been besties this whole time.
Love it.
I think that's the kind of friendship. Like Neil said,
it's just that kind of series.
So that night, Chirthy's watching you sleep when suddenly...
Sorry, continue.
So that night, Chirthy's watching you sleep when suddenly the camera pans and Master Ava is also watching you
Do you think does she come in the room, sort of see Charity looking at you, and just kind of go, "What's up?"
Well, so she asks the Charity if it was them who showed you the dream of Ephemer, the one where he poofed into dandelions. Charity says that it wasn't, and then I was like, maybe it was Ephemer who showed him the dream. He's getting very close to the truth.
What is the truth?
The truth! Ava says that Ephemer has fallen into an unchained state, and that as such, he's found himself in a different realm, and perhaps reached out to his friend as a result.
What?
Perhaps, if they're able to connect in that dream, the player is nearing that realm as well.
So so Ephemer's gone into a dream world, like in Dream Drop Distance. He's just staring at me, listeners.
She says that Charity needs to protect Chonteil from the nightmares so that the wind can carry him far away from here, kind of implying that he'll be selected as the dandelion. This, of course, hadn't been brought up yet. Then you do more Disney shenanigans, yada yada bullshit.
Well, can I ask a little bit about the Disney shenanigans for a second? So, like your Snow Whites, your Aladdins, the genie. What do they think about all this?
I don't know about it.
Okay, so
It's very much like it's most similar, I think, to Kingdom Hearts 1 bullshit, where you kind of just go, the plot plays out and you leave.
Okay.
So it's not like a big secret like it is in Kingdom Hearts 1, can't show them the Keyblade and all
No,
that sort of stuff.
you can, and it's not really a secret in this one because, of course, the worlds are still connected.
Right.
I mean, they're not like, openly broadcasting, but it's not because they're trying to keep a secret this time.
I have just remembered
Yes.
the big castle. The big beautiful castle. We really liked that castle. That's the castle that's underwater in Kingdom Hearts 3 when they're fighting Xehanort and Scalextric.
Yes.
So we're going to find out why that's underwater, presumably, in this.
Potentially.
Because that was quite cool, that moment. Sorry, continue.
Disney shenanigans ensue, and after which Charity gives players the Bracelet of Light.
Oh, here
What does
we
that do?
go.
Is that can you not
Here
take
we
that
go.
one off either?
Put this on, and suddenly every Heartless knows where you are at all times.
Well, this is going to protect the player from darkness.
No, it's not, is it? It's not, is it?
And they
But
need
it also protects the darkness from the light.
And they need it because the foretellers have given him a special mission.
Ooh.
They want to defeat the Heartless in the Corridor of Darkness.
What's that?
You know exactly
These are how Riku gets around, right?
Yes, it is.
This has been in every Kingdom Hearts game so far.
Yeah, but I didn't know that the Corridor of Darkness was like a physical location. I thought a Corridor of Darkness was like a portal, and they just called it the Corridor of Darkness.
Well, he walks the roads of darkness.
It's kind of ish a realm, sort of.
Right.
That, it's kind of like wormholes. It squishes. You can travel a lot farther in the Corridors of Darkness than you can in the real world, which is why they use portals to get through. But it's all infested with darkness, and if you go in there, you're probably just going to become a dark being.
Cool.
Hence, why he needs a bracelet of light to protect.
That's where Riku was at the end of the beginning of Chain of Memories before he joined them in Castle Oblivion, right? We woke up with just like a dark, nothing void space.
No, he was trapped in the realm of darkness on the other side of Kingdom Hearts.
And that's different from the Corridor of Darkness.
That is different
Yeah,
from the Corridor of
obviously.
Sorry. Obviously.
Come
Please,
on.
Get it right.
One's a corridor, one's a realm. Couldn't be clearer.
But you can go to the corridor and fight in it.
Yeah, and you can go to... and you can take the Corridor of Darkness from the Realm of Darkness.
Probably.
And the road to dawn.
And the Twilight Path.
So you go in the corridor, equipped with your bracelet of light, and you beat the Heartless.
Yay.
And that's kind of it. Later in the tower, Charity questions your union leader on whether it was too early to send you on a mission so dangerous.
Who do these Charity think they are? Like, they seem to have a really... They're not really pets. They have quite a high standing in society. They're
Yes.
sort of... Yeah.
They are... Like, they work... They're higher than union members, lower than foretellers.
I do feel like Ava's response to that.
They're kind of like the middle management.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Like, who do you think you are, Chirithi? Surely the foretellers are going to be like, shut up, don't question me. Do you work for the Master? Didn't think so.
I mean...
Well, technically they do, don't
Technically
they?
they do. Master made them. Master's literally their dad. Who's their daddy? So, Ira's like, I get that it was too dangerous, but we need to hasten the training. Darkness is coming too fast.
Right.
We need to push him. Meanwhile, player chats to some other union members, but notices that they're kind of hostile. Seeing Lux collection, it's a game. We're just playing a game here. Collecting Lux is a game. Making friends between unions is a hassle. How's that going to increase my score in this game? You later save them, and they learn a valuable lesson about the power of friendship.
Good.
Well, great. Go yourself, Chonteil.
Back at the fountain, Chirthy questions you why you're all worn out from the missions. You know, saying you got to keep pushing yourself, or the other unions are going to break ahead.
Now, a girl...
Do you think they get paid?
I don't know.
The children.
No, I don't think
Don't
they
you
do.
see them
with
carrying their little
management-
wallets around their necks?
With management like that, what they should really do is start, what's the word for it?
An onion?
Yeah. A union.
A union. That's
Cross.
it. So they need a union for their union.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The union cross union.
So Chirthy's like, "Yo, other unions are going to push ahead. We gotta keep going." But suddenly a girl appears from the portal. And she's like, "Why the fuck does that matter?"
Why did she hear the first bit?
She was halfway through the portal. This is Skuld, the black-haired girl we were wondering about.
Oh, yay. Okay, cool.
It's Skuld.
Cool.
We like Skuld. Skuld's great. Skuld says that all the unions have the same mission of protecting the light. They shouldn't be fighting over it. It doesn't make sense. You know, what do they think this is? A mobile game? So she says how she used to be in a party with Ephemer. And that she's heard all about Chonteil from Ephemer.
Oh, good.
say
You know,
that.
Ephemer knows everything about Chonteil from the 5 minutes they met.
Yeah. All Chonteil wants is to go to a party with Ephemer.
Yeah.
She says that Ephemer just disappeared one day. But then he appeared in a dream, telling her to find Chonteil.
Oh.
She doesn't know why, or, you know, how he was in a dream. And then you're like, oh my god, I had a dream too. And she's like, oh my god, well, clearly we need to go to the tower.
I'm beginning to understand a little bit why this is going to be so long, because nobody is clear about the instructions or the reasons why they do things. If people just had a proper conversation, this could have been half the length.
Oh,
Right?
this you
It's one of
accused me
these.
of having that as a catchphrase throughout previous episodes of this show.
That's true. That is
People
true.
could just have an adult conversation.
They're children.
I know, well, quite.
They are literally like
Yeah.
13 years old.
Yeah, rather than bloody dream riddles. Anyway, sorry, continue.
So she's like, you know, let's go to the tower. Chirthy's like, you know, Master Ava said stay away from the tower. Skuld's like, well, I don't care. Ephemer wants me to go to the tower, and Ephemer's better than Master Ava, so let's go. But before you go, you hear a large noise, and you hear like a massive boom in the distance, and you run to see the foreteller's big fight from back cover.
Yeah. This is a cool moment.
And you kind of, I forgot to put any images of the fight in the game, but you kind of see them overhead, like kind of.
This happens a lot sooner than I thought it would.
Yeah.
I think Union Cross is at a pace a lot faster than I think a lot of people think it is. Now,
I was gonna
granted,
say.
by this point, the game had been running for 5 years. Like the distance, this game's actual core story came out at an absolute drip feed, because it would be like you'd get one, and then for the next 3 months you'd only get Disney World, and then you'd get a main cutscene again. It's why it took 8 years for the whole game to come out.
So we're not building to the dissolvement of the foretellers.
We're building to the Keyblade War.
Are we? Is the Keyblade War the end of Union Cross? Is that what you're building to? Okay. Okay.
We're building. Foretellers are fighting. Foretellers are having big old crash fight. You and Skuld watch the foretellers fight. With Skuld kind of having a look of dread, saying it's true. You question what she meant, and she reveals that in the dream she had of Ephemer told her that the world was going to end.
Oh.
After seeing the foretellers fight, that's basically confirmed what Ephemer told her.
Chonteil does not seem phazed by
No,
this.
just a little. It's got the Sora smile.
Yeah, the sort of smile. The end of the world is near.
You think they animated Chonteil?
Yeah.
They don't have time to animate him. Now, you keep approaching the tower, hoping for answers, but on the bridge, you're attacked by Darklings. Ooh! Which, I should mention, Darklings are this game's... it's kind of like what form Darkness took during the Age of Fairy Tales.
Oh, so no scary boys.
Like, there are Heartless as well. Darklings are kind of like... They're similar to the pure-blooded Heartless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like an ancient form of the pure-blooded Heartness.
Cool.
Heartless. Also, they're the only one that naturally appear in this time. You only see Heartless about because holograms of future worlds.
And they're presumably collecting darkness from these fake hologram Disney worlds as well. They're able to go in there and collect darkness.
They're getting darkness from the Union members
Okay, cool.
by corrupting them.
Right.
So suddenly, you're on the bridge, beat the Darklings, they run away, and suddenly appears a Chirithy.
With fully purple and red eyes.
That is the evilest thing I've ever seen.
You've been playing Cult of the Lamb recently, haven't you?
That is from Cult of the Lamb. That is a horrifying image. What is that? It's not even pretending at this point. It doesn't give a shit.
Oh, no. Chirithy is fully like...
Red eyes, sure.
Even the wallet is black.
Even the purse is naked.
It went out and it died. Its purse.
This is like Kingdom Hearts 1 level of like, I'm evil and I'm just showing you I'm evil.
Dark Riku all over again.
Oh, yeah. Same colors.
Yeah.
So yeah, Chirithy's just fully out in the open at this point. He's like, long time no see. But it's like, I'm helping, you know? I'm taking everybody's Lux because, you know, if there's no Lux, there won't be anything for everybody to fight over anymore. You know, we'll all get along because there won't be anything to fight.
It's not a bad point.
Your Chirithy's like, why are you purple? You've been tainted by darkness? And it's like, do you hate darkness? Is darkness bad?
Oh, good.
After all, it's just another side of the same coin that light is. Like day and night, one can't exist without the other.
Classic.
So you should just embrace it, like they did.
Yeah, great.
Now, Chirithy questions if this means, like they did, referring to the Darklings. Chirithy questions if this means that those 3 Darklings used to be human, and Chirithy just kind of goes, "You betcha."
Oh, good.
He tells them that as wielders, they were shit. Like they're not good as wielders. We don't like them. So you know, but the darkness really has a knack for kind of finding weak people and then making them good. You know, making them nice and strong.
Good point.
Chirithy's like, these aren't the teachings of the master. And Dark Chirithy's like, you know, teaching schmeechings. It literally says that.
Oh, good.
You know, the truth of the world isn't something you can teach. It's something that you need to just learn for yourself. Chirithy's like, where's your wielder? And the Chirithy just kind of, hee. They're closer than you think, tee wink.
What does that mean? It's Skuld.
They're closer than you think.
Or it's Ephemer, isn't it?
So you arrive, they poof away, and you continue to the tower.
Dark Chirithy spitting facts, by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
can we trade? Can we?
So
what was the purpose of this visit?
To be spooky.
Just to be spooky. Cool.
to be spooky.
So you guys get to the tower, and Skuld's like, Chirithy, show us around. Chirithy's like, no, Chirithy, and Skuld's like, do it. So Chirithy's like, fine, and takes you to the foreteller's chamber, which is definitely not like, forget just being in the tower. You should definitely not be in that room. Yeah. Where they are immediately caught by your union leader, who's like, Chirithy, why'd you let them up here? And he's like, I'm sorry. Ira mentions how you're not actually the first person he's caught in here. He caught somebody in here a few days ago.
Oh, wonder who that was.
It was Ephemer.
Yay.
But he says that Ephemer's union collects Lux for a different reason than them. You know, Ephemer only got close to you for information. But don't worry, he's not a threat anymore.
What does that mean?
Skuld asks in shock if is Ephemer, and the union leader confirms that they're gone.
What did Ira do to Ephemer?
Took him out the back and shot him in the head.
Jesus. Because I was just thinking that if we ever get a Union Cross like remake for consoles or whatever, presumably you would be playing as Ephemer rather than your own character, right? Because it sounds like Ephemer's getting a really interesting story that we're not seeing.
I really hope that...
And I think that, given the themes of Phase 2, you need to still play as your character.
Oh, okay.
Chonteil needs to live.
Yes.
For reasons we'll get into. Anyway, Union Leader says that they're gone. Chirithy's like, this is my fault, but Chonteil stops them, walking up to the Union Leader to confront them and saying how I've gone along with all of this, never questioning your rules, never questioning, you know, what I'm following, just for the sake of the Union.
Yeah.
I even had to fight people that I considered friends. But Ephemer left a lasting impression on me in those 3 minutes I knew him. I'm angry at you, Master. Ooh. You're just like Papa.
He's angry. That Union's cross.
Chonteil even admits, I might have darkness in my heart, but that's okay. Respectfully, I'ma throw hands.
Whoa! You just got your ass kicked by one of them.
Go yourself, Chonteil. Let's do it.
Respectfully, Chonteil's throwing hands.
Mess him up.
You throw hands, and oh shit, it wasn't actually your union leader. It was Ava again.
Oh.
She was testing you. And also, Skuld, she wanted to see what your strength of heart was. Also, you weren't actually in the tower. You were in a hologram. She kind of captured you in a hologram when you tried walking in the tower because you're not allowed in the tower. So she put you in a hologram.
Don't stop it. So much. Okay.
So she confirms to
That
you.
didn't need to be the case.
No,
It
it
could have
didn't.
just have happened in the tower.
She confirms to you that well, you can't go in the tower. There's secret things in the tower.
Oh, sure.
You confirm to her that Ephemer did speak true. The world is going to end. But then she tells you of the dandelions, the war, and how Ephemer was chosen to be her successor. She tells you how he's gone far. He is okay. Ephemer's okay, but he's gone far away to wait out the battle and prepare the new world so that he can return to lead following that. Though he's safe, though, the appearance of a dark Chirthy does mean that there is a wielder of darkness somewhere about. They're threatening. Now, she asks you to join the dandelions, survive past the war, and Skuld is immediately like, yes, sign me up, I'm here. Chonteil, however, is like, only, what about everybody who isn't chosen? You know, why is only a select number of people getting, and of course, she's like, needful sacrifices in the war.
Ava's like, we thought, when we did back cover, we thought Ava was pretty cool, but Ava's a bit of a...
This isn't just an Ava thing. This is all of the foretellers who have kind of the same mindset there.
Well, I was going to say, so if you're playing as another
No,
character,
this will always be Ava because it's a conversation about the dandelions.
Well, of course.
But the other union leaders kind of share the same sentiment. Like, this isn't
Jesus.
a Ava specifically is the spiteful one.
They suck. Can you remind me, Chase, at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, there's some foretellers rock up and reunite with Luxu.
All of them but Ava.
All of them but Ava.
Remember that Luxu says something along the lines, like, I think it's Osed asks, where's Ava? You know, did you do something? And Lucy's like, I told her what she needed to hear. And it's kind of left at that.
Okay.
So it's left at that.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
So maybe she's still about, but she's not there at the very end of Kingdom Hearts 3 in that scene. So Chonteil asks for time to think about it. He doesn't want to give his answer right now. And after the scene, we get the scene of Ava finding Gula, in the alley and talk about the one who bears the sigil, who's on the page, yada yada, back cover. Knowing that the infighting between the foretellers is at an all-time high and that the Keyblade War is likely to start soon, Ava gathers her dandelions, telling them to scatter to the winds and survive, and to let their hearts be their guiding key.
Cool, yeah.
This now brings us into the final episode of Kingdom Hearts Union Cross.
Wait, what?
Excuse me. The finale of Kingdom Hearts Key.
No.
Okay, right, okay.
This is the final episode of
It's
Kingdom
like,
Hearts
everyone tells us that Union Cross is amazing and mind-melting. It's like, so far it's been a bit silly,
Well, I
but
don't know, our
like...
minds have been melted a couple of times.
Yeah. Okay, but cool.
Now,
Okay.
the final episode begins with a shot of the player. He's on the ground in the center of the Keyblade graveyard. Before a screen showing something that
Wait,
says...
your player characters in the...
Well, Chonteil.
in the
Yeah, Chonteil's on the ground in the Keyblade graveyard. They look up and there's a light in the sky. And then we fade to a few days prior.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Chonteil finds two other Union members fighting in the plaza. They draw their Keyblades to strike at each other, and Chonteil gets between them before they can come to blows, blocking their Keyblades. Now, rumors have apparently started to spread that the Unions are trying to steal Lux from each other. You'll remember that was discussed during Union back cover. And everybody's ready to throw keys. Osed shows up. Again, this might be somebody else, but for right now, Osed shows up saying how the only thing that matters is strength, like the bear. And all of his dandelions are proof of that. She's trying to hoard the strength. The player's like, well, I'm not a dandelion. And Osed's like, well then, F you, let's fight. And you fight Osed.
Sure, yeah,
How
we
does
got to
that
fight them
go?
all.
I feel like I said could kill us.
No, they absolutely wreck your ass.
Okay.
It's not even close. And they're like, you aren't worthy of a Keyblade. Sit down.
Shut up,
Does
Ased.
Ased feel good about himself doing that?
Oh, Ased's just he's a wank, isn't he? We thought that in back cover. That guy's just, yeah.
Ira walks in. Him and Ased, throw some accusations around. Ased's like, I'll see you on the battlefield, punk, and walks away. Ira's like, Ira walks over to you and Skuld. He's like, you guys should prepare. And then he walks away. Meanwhile, there's a girl with red hair. She says how she has a secret. It's her secret spot where she watches the town from. This girl's name is Strelitzia. Strelitzia.
Okay.
Yes. This is her favorite secret spot from which she watches the town and the people. So she reminisces on how she first saw Chonteil on the day when he was waiting for Ephemer. That day when Ephemer didn't show up, when he broke his promise.
This is just a game about people watching Chonteil.
She went on a mission in the morning, seeing Chonteil in the square, but when she came back from a mission later that night, Chonteil was still there, and she's like, what's up? Now, they had actually crossed paths dozens of times before, and it kind of shows a bunch of shots of them near each other in, like, the Disney worlds, but, you know, obviously they didn't know each other, so they didn't really notice. They kind of just, you know, it's another Union member out on their mission, kind of thing. But that day was kind of the first day that she really noticed them, seeing the pain in their eyes as they hugged their Chirithy.
Okay.
But she was never able to muster the courage to say hi. She's a very shy girl. But while she didn't, she admired your strength to be able to question if what you were doing was really right. We then see Strelitzia meet Master Ava on a bridge, where we learn that Strelitzia is a dandelion. And not only that, Strelitzia is one of the Union leaders.
Cool. So now we've got two then. We've got Ephemer and we've got Strelitzia.
We've got two Union leaders.
Cool. Okay.
So while she's at home later, she's thinking about it, realizing it's such a great honor. But like the player, whilst Strelitzia did say yes, she too, like the player, is also sad about the ones who aren't going to be chosen. The ones who will be child sacrifices.
Just to be clear.
Now, she then goes, oh no, is Chonteil a dandelion? I don't know Chonteil. I don't know if he's going to be a dandelion. I got to go find him. And she rushes out the door, and Chirithy's like, it's too late. You're in bed. You're already in your PJs. And she's like, okay, I'll find him tomorrow.
Oh, dear.
I wonder if you could have saved some time by setting that scene in the morning.
Yeah.
No. So she's like, I'll get up early tomorrow, 6 a.m. I'm going to go find him at Fountain Plaza.
Sure.
Now that night, Chonteil has a dream of the Keyblade graveyard and the mysterious glowing light above. And he's like, wonder what that is. Now we find later that Skuld brought player back to his room following the fight with Ased. You know, when Ased knocked him out.
Right.
Just beat up the child. Player wakes up asking if Skuld has found Ephemer. And she says that he's probably off helping the dandelions, because the dandelions seem to be losing their focus because Master Ava's gone missing.
Right.
So the dandelions are losing their focus, so she's probably like, Ephemer's guiding them from afar, yada yada. Now Chirithy says, well, Master Ava was really good friends with Master Gula. Maybe Master Gula knows where Master Ava is. Chirithy leads you to a building where Gula's known to hang out. This is the one that we saw in back cover. It's like the abandoned building.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
we saw a few times. Gula just likes to hang out there.
That's his favorite spot in the city.
Yeah, so Chirithy leads him there. And the camera pans up to see two more Chirithys kind of sat on the roof. And one sees them go into the building and goes, oh, I need to go, and poofs away. Inside,
the main mode of transport.
Inside, Gula appears asking why they're not collecting Lux. You know, are you dandelions? You those little punks? Except he's not mean about it. Gula's chill. Gula's chill.
We like Gula. Okay, Gula's a leopard, right?
Gula's the leopard, yes. Or is he chill, or is he just absolutely just too soul crushed to care at this point? Because he immediately kind of just tells you everything that he should not tell you as just random people. Gula seems unsure that Ava actually has the power to save the dandelion, saying how only the Master of Masters has that power, and now he's gone.
He's gone?
Yeah, he disappears.
Remember, the Master of Masters left before they created the unions.
He
did. You're right. Yes, and
Yeah.
he's sodded off to wherever the hell Sora is at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, presumably.
Tokyo.
Presumably, Tokyo.
Okay.
Remember when Sora went to Tokyo?
I do. Yes, I do remember when Sora went to Tokyo.
So this is actually the first time the player or Skuld learned that the foretellers even had a master. So it seems that the Master of Masters is not common knowledge. They only know their masters, the foretellers. Skuld asks, where can we find him? Gula's like, I don't know. Me and Ava, we went looking for him after he disappeared, but we were never able to find him. probably the only one who knows where he is Luxu. But also, Luxu's missing, because of course he is.
Of course he is.
And when Skuld asks where he is, Skuld is like, you remind me of Ava. You're a lot like Ava. Ava has not disappeared. She's actually gone off looking for Luxu, because they hope that they can find the Master of Masters to resolve everything going on in Daybreak Town. Okay. So Ava's just off on a mission. She's not missing or anything. Scene shift over to the cliff over Daybreak Town, where Ava finds Luxu. He's kind of just watching, doing his job. He's good at his job right now. She asks what he's been doing the whole time, and he's like, my role, watching. He's just watching. He tells Ava that his mission is to watch the end of the world and carry on into the next, and that he can't help her find the Master because it's predetermined. The world is meant to end.
Right.
He can't try and stop that. Now, Luxu reveals that the lost page is actually where the Master's intentions are inscribed, and the intention that only the Master knows of. Ava questions if the Master wanted this chaos, to which Luxu simply replies that all his role is to carry that secret with him. And to the end, things must carry out as they were written. So, Gula has the page. It seems the page has the deeper meaning. Only Luxu knows the deeper meaning.
What a load of rubbish. Try and stop the end of the world.
Honestly.
No, he's besties. His dad told him no. He's an obedient son. Now, Luxu tells him that the Master isn't interested in the world and what's to come. He's only interested in doing what's necessary for Luxu to carry out his role. Mm-hmm. So that's the only thing the Master is doing at this moment, seemingly, is preparing Luxu's path. He has given up on the world. He doesn't care. All the questions, if it was Luxu who's behind everything that's going wrong in town, demanding to know what's written on the page, and asking if Luxu is the traitor. Luxu simply summons the no-name Keyblade.
Oh,
Ready for a fight.
very cool.
Meanwhile, at the fountain, Strelitzia sits alone, waiting for the player to appear, when suddenly her Cherthi appears, saying that it found Chonteil. Presumably, this is the one that was on the roof who noticed you and said, I gotta go. So it's presumably come to find Chonteil. Strelitzia runs off to find Chonteil. Back in the house with player, Gula recites to them the lost page, which is definitely not a thing he should be doing.
Oh, great.
But he's going to tell him anyway.
Yeah.
So it tells him, imbalance observed, strength misplaced, a future filled with sorrow. Words of truth misunderstood as they explore the secrets of tomorrow.
Right.
Trying to...
Yeah, no.
There's just nothing there. We really thought that was going to be a big twist.
I mean, so
reveal,
is the whole
but...
book written in rhyme form then?
There's more.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We'll get there. So Gula questions who it's referring to with this, who is exploring the secrets tomorrow. They get that, and then we come back to the hill where Luxu has clearly told Ava something that she doesn't want to hear, because all we see is her say no. To which Luxu says, you asked for the truth, so there it is. It seems that he revealed the true identity of the traitor to her, because he says that all that she can do is follow her fate and fight. If there's a better way, it will become apparent after the war. Luxu questions if the Master ever cared about the war or the world or the war themselves, or rather, how the foretellers, his disciples, would let their hearts guide them. Does he care about the war, or does he just want to see what his kids are going to do?
Let your heart be your guiding key.
He's just interested in hearts. Ava gets angry, saying that Luxu is interpreting the Master's words in his own twisted way, and that can't be what the Master wanted, as she draws her Keyblade. Back in the house, player questions why Gula is telling them this, to which Gula replies that the traitor is the catalyst for the end of the world, but he couldn't find out who it was or stop them. He continues to read the last stanza on the page. With a single strike, toll the bells and herald the end, bringing war upon us as fate did intend. On the hill, Ava lunges at Luxu, striking him, and the bell tower tolls. In the house, Cherthi questions if Gula should have told them any of this. Gula asks, what does it change now? Listen, the bells are tolling.
Oh.
And the Keyblade War has begun.
Ooh. Hold on, so okay, so Luxu has told Ava something we didn't hear, and Ava was like, no. But presumably that thing can't be I am the traitor,
No,
Ava, because she thought he was. So why would she go no?
I think it can, because she did say, you're misinterpreting the Master's writing. Maybe this isn't what he wanted.
But it was like words are misunderstood. What was that first part of that bloody page?
Imbalance observed, strength misplaced, a future filled with sorrow. Words of truth misunderstood as they explore the secrets of tomorrow.
Words of truth misunderstood. So he told her something and she's overreacting.
Or he's misunderstanding the words in the book of prophecy.
Okay, Chase, continue.
I will continue. Outside the house, so they leave the house. They leave Gula to sulk in his emo corner. And Skuld asks Chonteil again to join the Dandelions, but he's still unsure. So Skuld says that she understands, but we're running out of time. Don't fight in the war and come with us. Even if you need to wait until after the war to make your final decision. She goes to meet the Dandelions, who seem to be gathering as, the war's literally about to start. And Chonteil asks Charity if I disappear, are you going to as well? Chonteil asks Charity what it thinks that it should do, to which it says that it doesn't want him to fight. Aside, we hear a voice from off screen say, "Oh, not taking part in the fun."
Is this evil Charity?
Yeah.
This thing's the best.
It is evil Charity.
Best character, honestly.
Best character. It taunts him about the Dandelions leaving their friends and revealing that, the power bangle, the thing that we knew from back cover, that the power bangle has been harvesting darkness, and they've been actually using darkness this whole time. Oh. So it was presumably not our Charity who gave us the power bangle back at the start. It was probably Dark Charity.
Pretending to be...
Probably, since, the Charities look the same. Feel like they should have given him a nice little hat or something.
Machiavellian, that, isn't it? It's,
Now, our Charity didn't know about the bangle, but seems that all it thought was that it collected dark energy to turn it into light. But Charity's like, well, if that's the case, why am I here? Clearly the Master wished for darkness to be collected. And at this moment, Dark Charity reveals that Chonteil is its wielder.
Oh.
What?
Chonteil's its wielder.
How? We're not dark.
Who are you not?
We've been using darkness because of the bangle.
Oh. But... what?
Who said that one's your Charity?
Oh.
Charity did. Our Charity did. Good Charity did.
Do you know that Good Charity's your Charity?
Well, Good Charity thinks it's our Charity.
Is it lying?
Why would it lie?
Okay.
No, alright, theory. This, evil Charity, is exactly the same as good Charity, but from the future. And good Charity is going to become corrupted, and it's going to come back in time to be evil Charity. That's my theory. Yeah.
That's good. I'll be
That's
disappointed if it's not that.
Yeah,
to be
I would be
honest.
disappointed if it's not that, to be honest.
So, Dark Charity was born of Chonteil's darkness. Now, it summons darklings that Chonteil needs to fight off, which you defeat. And then they fuse into the Dark Charity to become Nightmare Charity, who sadly I don't think I have a picture of. You defeat it, and it turns back into its Charity form, where it tells you that your bond is severed. So, if it dies, you won't die. Convenient. But it's going to see you in another dream, and then it disappears. Meanwhile, Strelitzia appears at the house where you found Gula and walks into the darkness of the house. She calls out, seeing if anyone is inside, before deciding nobody's here and I'll return to the fountain. But before she can, a shadowy figure emerges from the darkness and strikes her down, stealing her Union Leader handbook.
Oh.
Her Charity apologizes for not protecting her as she struggles to get up, limping towards the door slowly, saying how that she wishes that she has the courage, as pictures of player flash up on the screen before she fades into dust, her heart escaping to the sky.
Whoa!
This character has kind of rocked up, done nothing, and died.
Strelitzia is dead.
Oh dear. Well, that's what happens when you have a name that sounds like a sort of...
Yeah. That's what happens when you stalk the player character for an entire game and don't do anything.
Oh, I thought she sounded like a drug, but like an American drug.
Yeah,
The ones they'd have commercials about.
Ask your doctor about Strelitzia.
Literally.
That's sad though. She literally has just done nothing.
But she's gonna come back because presumably she's wherever Sora is.
Yes.
Well, I mean, Sora's dead too, so maybe Tokyo is heaven.
That would be very meta.
You die and go... Phase 2 is very meta. You die and go to Tokyo.
Love it. God, second death.
Yeah, bang.
How far through are we?
A fifth?
2 deaths and it's only a 5th. Jeez.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, we're about to get thousands.
Yeah.
There's a war in our hands.
Okay.
Let's kill some kids.
A few days later, we see everybody...
That'll probably get us demonetized.
Yeah, I'm cutting that. Cutting that.
A few days later, Everybody arrives at the grounds of the Keyblade graveyard,
Oh, it's finally time. Oh, how long have we waited for this?
and the battle begins. Keyblade wielder versus Keyblade wielder, friend versus friend, as we watch a cacophony of hearts escape into the sky.
Oh, very good. Do we fight in this?
Yes.
Like, I know
So
that Chonteil is, but
you fight a bunch of other players.
Cool.
You also fight all of the Union leaders.
Oh, yeah.
Also, you have your armor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the further into the fight you go, the more Keyblades embed themselves in the ground.
Oh,
That's so cool.
And the more hearts are in the sky. It's very cool. So the only Union leader you don't fight is your own. Some making comments that make it seem like no one, even the Union leaders, really understand why they're fighting. They're
I'm
just
gonna
doing
say.
it because the war is here. And if the war is here, they need to fight.
Very
This is
sad and
justified.
It
pointless.
is. Yeah. It's yeah.
It's very well done.
As the fight continues, more broken Keyblades embed themselves in the ground around you, and finally you come face to face with Master Ava. After fending off her assault, she tells you that you must join the Dandelions and flee before it's too late. But as she leaves, you collapse, your Keyblade armor disappearing. You fall to the ground in the center of the crossroads, Keyblades embedded in the familiar cross around you. Your Chirthy appears, telling you did great. You can rest now. As the light appears in the sky above you. You ask if it's your time, as Skuld appears nearby, joined by Ephemer. Player tells Ephemer that he broke his promise. He's late. Ephemer apologizes, but says, I'm here now. Player reaches for his hand as the screen fades to white.
Oh,
Chonteil, no.
This is where Kingdom Hearts Key ended.
wow.
So the original Japanese browser game, this is where it ended.
And then what happened? Was there like a wait of...
Because there is also, immediately following this is the final scene of Back Cover, where we see Luxu up on the cliff, looking down as he sees Kingdom Hearts in the sky above them.
That's a hell of an ending. That's very cool. I really like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Now, I will, before we talk about what I mean by that's the end of Key, there is an epilogue
Oh,
to
good.
Key.
Good.
Of
Okay.
There
course.
is Unchained Zero,
Oh.
where we see a good old pal, Maleficent!
Oh no. No. Oh.
She's on a bridge looking into a mass of thorns as her crow flies to her. She says how it seems to have worked, but asks where they've run to, deciding that it doesn't matter and that Sora and those buffoons can't follow us here.
So she's come to the
She's gone to the past.
past, but she's already there, presumably somewhere. A version of her.
Yeah.
Maleficent's back to the past. Sora can't follow her there.
Which
Maleficent is this? Is
This
this
is the Maleficent from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Kingdom Hearts 1?
The exact Maleficent.
So my question is this: no, but I mean, when did she go back in time? She didn't go. She went back in time after Kingdom Hearts
Talk
1.
about that later.
Okay. I thought that Maleficent. There's a picture, listeners, of Maleficent in this art style, and next to her is the crow. I thought Maleficent turns into a crow. I didn't think that she. Had
No, remember the crow's her pet. She turns into a dragon.
Oh, I thought she could also turn into a crow.
No, the crow's her pet. It just kind of sits on her shoulder.
She probably can turn into a crow.
I mean, I'm sure that she can. She does in the live action movie.
Is Maleficent freaked out about her changing art style? Do you think? Oh no, I'm two-dimensional.
I mean, I feel like this is no less different than shape-shifting into a dragon.
Well,
Fair.
perhaps.
The other thing is, you promised us there was going to be no Sora, and I see the word Sora on screen. Are we going to see Sora in this art style?
Sora. So,
God, okay.
one thing that I feel I need to mention is I up to this point have been saying that the part that just ended was Kingdom Hearts Key.
Yes.
Which I originally, back at the start, said was the original Japan-based browser game. Key was the original, and Key did end, like we just saw with the Keyblade War. I don't actually think that this scene was in the original Key. I think that this was added on, because after that, it was re-released on mobile to an international audience as Kingdom Hearts Unchained Key. And this epilogue was called Unchained Zero. So I believe that this epilogue with Maleficent was added into the Unchained version of Key.
But Key's
Now-
over, and now it's Union Cross.
When we...
Key's over, now
Follow-
it's Union Che.
Now,
No, the K says we had a couple of Greek people in the comments not happy about us calling it the Cheyblade.
Is it a K?
Apparently it's a K,
Keyblade.
but also there is
Okay.
some description and argument.
Apologies
well,
to the-
in
to the
Kingdom
nation,
Hearts Land,
please.
it is a key. So,
There you go. But, yes. So there are some further differences that we'll get into later.
Okay.
But, essentially, following this, the game was renamed as Kingdom Hearts Union Cross. It's the same game, it just got a name change after we patched the Keyblade War.
It's so unnecessary.
Well,
but
it's
okay.
just like how the game technically got a name change once Dark Road released. You know, if you go look at the app, you don't download Union Cross, you download Dark Road. Is the name of the app.
Right.
So, it's changed its name as it goes through the various phases of the story. So, we are now entering the Union Cross story.
Okay.
But suffice to say, this is the one who Sora fought in Kingdom Hearts 1. Wow. And this is immediately following. This is between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2.
I'm very interested to dig deep into the time travel here. I really want to dig deep into how this
Do you?
makes
We will.
sense. Oh, yeah.
We'll get there.
I feel like the entire game
she
is
always
really dipped
here?
with Maleficent's arrival. I was really invested in that story.
I think you will continue to be invested.
Okay, no, I'm excited.
I would now like a pause so we may get some more adult juice.
Absolutely.
So, any more questions before we...
No, I'm happy. I just want to flag, I presume you're about to explain this, but the world should now be split into planets because that's what happened after the Keyblade War.
Correct.
So, okay.
So, like we know from Kingdom
What
Hearts
happened
3,
to all the fake planets, the hologram planets, and all the people living on them?
They disappear. They're gone.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
Wiped
If they're holograms, are they sentient?
You
made
said
all-
they were sentient.
Yeah, you said they were sentient. I was holding you to that.
questionable.
Semi-sentient. Sentient within the context of hologram.
The Keyblade War, was there any darkness in the Keyblade?
No.
None at all.
Well,
It's just
I
Keyblade
mean,
wielders.
the darkness in
whacking each
their hearts, you know,
Right, but there was
causing
no
them to fight each other.
Heartless or
But
nothing
there
like
wasn't Heartless. It was
What a
purely
pointless,
Keyblade wielders and Keyblade
what a
wielders.
pointless, depressing mission.
Yes,
That's
that's kind of the point.
Oh no, yeah, it's a great ending.
It's very well done.
It's very bleak.
Do you remember when a man was a boat? Yeah.
The boatman. Some
It's
flesh
confusing. I've explained this podcast to some of my family, and there is a general and a nice, you know, there's always support, but there's a sort of glazed expression in the eyes whenever I start talking about it. I know I can say whatever I want about them. They will never listen to this.
Yeah.
Lovely people, though.
So Union Cross.
It's okay. The only people we want listening are the people that we want listening.
Yes.
So, we get some text on the screen. The secret must stay safe with the five of you. When all is said and done, you must come to this fated land where you'll be joined by four others.
The Keyblade Graveyard.
Ephemer arrives at the Keyblade Graveyard,
Yes.
noting how he's the first to arrive, before quickly being joined by a pleasant surprise, Skuld, our second union leader.
Good.
Cool. So
Ephemer
now
and
we've
Skuld,
we've
yeah.
met three, but
We've
one
met
of them's
three.
dead.
One of them's dead.
Skrillex.
No, Skrillex sang the Kingdom Hearts 3 theme song.
What was her name? Scalestria.
Scaramouche.
Strelitzia.
Strelitzia. Okay.
Our third union leader arrives, staying off screen as they converse with Skuld and Ephemer. Ephemer walks to him, shakes his hand, and the camera pans over to familiar music
Oh.
as we meet our third union leader, Ventus.
What the heck?
But why though? Because he's a child, and he's a child in a million years. So why is he still a child here? Why is he in this game? But great. We knew this was coming. It's still weird.
It's Ventus. Call him Ven.
Great. Hi, Ven.
I like that Ven's sort of kind of early 2000s punk wristband was evidently still fashionable millions of years ago.
Made it
Yeah.
all these years.
Ventus says how it must be nice that the two know each other. He's always kind of been on his own. He's a bit of a loner.
Aww.
Not an emo loner, you know, despite what his wristband might make think. He's confused as to why he was chosen as the leader, saying that he was never particularly good at anything, you know. He never really topped the rankings or anything, you know. But, you know, Skuld is sure that Ava had her own reasons. But Ven didn't know Ava very well, you know. She kind of just came to him and said, "You're the union leader."
Presumably at this point then the Cherokee have restored their memories of the time before.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they're the only ones
So that could
standing. The
explain-
5 of them and the dandelions that weren't in the war.
Yes.
So this could in theory be the exact same Ven that we meet you know, earlier, later on in the timeline, could just have his memories wiped again. Or...
But why is he the same age?
What do you mean earlier in the timeline? This is the earliest.
Oh, sorry. Later chronologically, I mean.
Thousands of years?
Yeah, when we meet Ven originally, from our perspective.
We know time travel's about to be introduced in
Well,
this,
time travel only goes backwards, I remember.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot the rules of time travel.
Yeah, literally
were explained.
the opposite of what makes sense for time travel.
So as of right now, then, and presumably it will get explained. There's no logical way that he should be able to get catapulted into the future.
No. And even more so, Birth by Sleep had been out. I don't think Dream Drop Distance or Kingdom Hearts 3 were out, so the rules of time travel at this point hadn't actually been explained. So people playing this for the first time just saw two Ventuses and went, what? This series doesn't have time travel.
Maybe it's his great grandfather.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Yeah, like how Chonteil is Axel's.
Yeah.
Yep.
Canonically.
Canonically.
That's canon now.
Well, Chonteil's dead, so.
Oh, yeah.
No. Chonteil's not dead.
He's alive, yeah.
Anyway, they joke about, oh, we're friends now, when another mysterious voice from the side goes, friends, huh? And a camera pans over to show us our fourth union leader, an emo in a fedora.
Whoa!
Oh,
that's
no.
That's the kind of hat. That's a sort of incel hat.
Yeah, that's
isn't
exactly
it?
what I was
Sort of
thinking.
This is Brain.
Getting bad vibes from Brain.
Brain.
Yeah, I like Brain's jacket. When I saw the
Do you like how you can't see his face?
yeah, I like when we saw the initial cover art for this. The way that Brain was sitting, I thought there was a sort of witch's hat folded backwards. This is much worse.
For context, I love Brain. He's potentially my second favorite union leader.
Okay.
After Ephemer, of course. Because why would you not love Ephemer?
Monty still doesn't trust Ephemer.
I don't trust Ephemer as far as I can throw him, I'm sorry.
You don't trust anybody. I love.
No, I don't.
Brain asks Ephemer if are you the leader then? Asking if all are these. He holds up kind of their green union leader handbooks. He's like, you think these are set in stone? They're just guidelines. We do need to follow the rules. Haha. Skuld's like, well, obviously they're set in stone. They're fucking rules. Follow the rules.
Oh, sorry to rewind. So the union leaders, not Ava, but like Ira and all them. Do we kill them?
They're gone.
Does Chonteil kill them in the fights?
No, you fend them off. It's not explicitly said, but it's implied they die in the war.
Right, okay, but we don't see deaths for them. Because we know they come back in Kingdom Hearts 3, so my question is...
Do they come back through time travel shenanigans?
So,
they come through portals?
We're in the same
questionable.
place physically as the war just happened, but this is a new world. But we are in the
Yes.
same physical location that the world ended in.
Now, there is debates over whether, if you erased all the memories, why do you not pull the Keyblades out of the ground and clean it up?
Why did they bother erasing all their memories?
I feel like people are going to find this place and go, I wonder
Why did they bother erasing the 5 of their memories if they were going to give them back 2 minutes later?
Well, no, they only gave it to these 5.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, but it's because just the process of transporting it to the other world erased their memories.
Just a blanket magic in it.
Yeah.
I'm just confused because the other world is the same place we've just left, but that's...
Well, they're parallel worlds.
Okay, cool.
So everything looks the same. We are going to Daybreak Town again in a second. It's just Daybreak Town in another world.
Yeah, got you.
So after Skuld's like, ugh, you gotta follow the rules, Brain's like, it sounds like Ava, the serious one.
I'm kind of feeling Brain here because what did following the rules get everyone else of it? The last leaders who all followed the rules all got massacred.
You're not wrong.
Now,
the others are silly, goofy boys, and they're like, you're not the first person to say that she's like Ava. Even though he clearly meant that as an insult.
Yeah.
Brain then asks him, can we trust Ava? After all, she's forcing us to lie to everybody, tell them the world didn't happen, the world is not over. And Evermore thinks back on what Ava told him before about, oh, you want everybody to know now, but once the war happens, will you still? And he's like, I think we should trust Ava.
So he now thinks that's a good idea, to not tell people and not to learn from the mistakes that led to this pointless, horrible war.
Yes.
It's a terrible plan.
Yes.
Where's the 5th Union leader? Because one of these people have killed Scalextric and are an imposter.
So they wait, and they wait, and they wait, and they wait. And then Brain's like, where is he? And suddenly, another voice comes from off screen, and he's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry for being late. Oh my god. And it is this boy.
Hey, Loriam. No, it's Marluxia. It's Marluxia.
It's Lord. I mean, you know how these names work.
Yes, one day it will be Marluxia.
So we now have our 5 union leaders.
Okay, so Marluxia's the one that killed Scalextric, right?
I mean, we know that Marluxia ends up as a baddie.
Yeah.
It's our 5 union leaders.
So we see some flashes of past events, and suddenly, Chonteil wakes up in their bed.
Yay. Oh, was it all a bad dream?
And Chirthy's behind them. Chirthy remarks on how they've been having nightmares a lot since then. Since the day that Ava invited them to join the Dandelions. Now, this is where I can go back. Essentially, so remember when I said that it was re-released as Union Cross? As Unchained Cross? The Keyblade War didn't happen in Unchained Cross.
What?
It went straight from the scene of Ava giving that speech to the Dandelions to this.
Oh,
it cut out the best bit? Are you
Because
joking?
you're playing as Chonteil, who doesn't have memories of the Keyblade War.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
So essentially,
Very good.
Unchained Cross came out, and it essentially started from zero, and you played through what people thought they were like replaying all of Key over again. And they went, "Why are we replaying this? We've already seen this." Until things started to diverge right before the Keyblade War, and then suddenly this happens, and they're like, "What?"
I mean,
I think
that's
cool.
fun. However,
Yeah.
it doesn't totally make sense because all memories of the previous world have been wiped. So
No. Just memories of the Keyblade War.
Oh.
Everything else is still there.
So people
So
are like,
people are waking up in a battlefield and going, "Wow, I wonder what happened here."
Presumably, when they were putting this world, they're putting like Daybreak down.
Right, but my problem is that there's tension and there's a little bit of like, grrr, I'm gonna get you.
The memories of these tensions were resolved. Also,
Right.
Post Ava's speech, they were implanted with a memory of the Union leaders essentially announcing to everybody that they were stepping down and these 5 were going to become the new.
So they've just rewritten history.
Yes.
This is just like historical revisionism in action, and we're meant to feel good about it, I guess, because the flower lady said it was good. This is a terrible plan.
Because Flower Lady's dad said it was good.
Oh gosh.
Don't learn from history, kids.
Okay. Does the game acknowledge that this is terrible?
Do you know what? Diverging here a little bit. I don't want to spend an hour talking about Brain's hat, but I feel like the feather in the side of the hat, because it's a mobile game, it appears on the side that Brain is facing at all times, but it makes it seem like there are 2 feathers. You think?
The feather's key to his personality. You need to know where the feather is.
The feather's key to his personality.
The feather is placed right in the direct front, but it sways depending on which way he's facing.
Is it like the hand of the kingpin in Game of Thrones, where it's tweaked towards who he's like most aligned to at every scene?
I didn't know that was the thing.
Oh no, they do that in
That's
Game of Thrones.
very amusing.
I didn't know that was the case.
it's always tweaked just
Wait,
towards.
so they're just sort of going, oh.
Yeah, like if Tyrion's like against Tywin and he's against Joffrey, but with
Such
Tywin.
casual shade.
Yeah.
That's such
It's like a whole thing.
Anyway, sorry, continue.
Anyway, the next morning, Chirthy meets with Skuld and Ephemer on a cliff to tell them about Chonteil's nightmares. It says how it doesn't like lying to Chonteil, but understands that it's for the best. We should erase history. Ephemer reminds Chirthy of its task, Union Cross, which Skuld describes as new adventures with friends.
Stupid.
Ephemer says that if the darkness in this world is different... Ephemer says that the darkness in this world is different from the darkness in their old world. It's more complex, more than meets the eye, almost like it has its own will.
Why?
They send Chirthy back to player, and Skuld asks why Ephemer told it about the darkness.
They don't know enough. Ephemer retorts that it concerns everybody, and so they should all know. And that he gets a really bad feeling every time something happens in this world that didn't in the old one.
Okay, I have no questions. Continue.
Okay.
So he says it also feels a bit weird about the whole Union Cross thing, but Skuld reminds him that Union Cross was written into the rules, so they kind of gotta follow the rules. Ava said follow the rules. Later, the 5 arrive into the Master's Chamber in the tower, where the foretellers have their meetings, and Skuld suggests that they decide on the Union leaders. So who's gonna determine which union? Lead which union? They're kind of just all the heads of all the unions.
Are they keeping the unicorn and this, or they're not making their own? Okay.
No. The Master very specifically...
Ava asked the Master about this back in Key, but he very specifically said, we're keeping it the way it is because we don't want to cause any more chaos than we already are.
Surely the problem is that they split up the unions in the first place, and you had them all working against each other.
We're getting there.
Okay.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
I'd just like to point out, I think it's very dangerous to split up the unions.
Yeah.
So Skuld suggests that they decide on the union leaders, but Ephemer says that they should keep that as just 5 unions as they are for now until they discuss who goes where. They don't want a repeat of history with everybody becoming loyal to only one union. So they're saying everybody just be a big mishmash for right now,
Right.
until we can decide what's the best course forward, which hopefully is not to split the unions. So everybody agrees fairly quickly with some minor quips from Brain about timeliness, yada yada. Brain's big brain.
He likes his quips, does he, Brain?
He does love his quips,
Oh,
yes.
good. He's a quippy boy.
Except Ven, who hesitates, but ultimately decides that he's just going to go along with what everybody else wants to do. Ephemer does urge him to speak up if he feels different, telling him that, everybody's equal here. If you're unsure, please let us know, kind of thing.
We're all equal, but Ephemer is clearly the leader. Clearly.
It goes
Does
up.
Ephemer take Unicorn?
I feel like it switches depending on the day as to whether Ephemer or Brain is leader. It's like depending on what task they're doing.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But none of them are officially the leader, but it might as well be Ephemer.
Right.
So Ven's like, no, I'll go with you. It's just, I'm still unsure about leading the union. Brain's like, grow a backbone. While the others are like, no, you'll be great.
What is that? He says that to Ven.
Yes.
Brain is one of your favorite. Brain is bullying Ventus.
You judge the characters so quickly.
Absolutely. Look at he's being mean to my little Roxas boy, and you're being all Mr. Brain.
I feel very indifferent about Ven. Ven is
Brain can suck
Ven's in the
one.
mid from my ranking of characters.
Honestly, little fedora wearing prick. Sorry, continue.
Are we swearing yet?
No, I'm saying prick. Prick's allowed.
Ephemer also continues that they should probably hold out and telling the union leader, anyone, where the foretellers have gone. So in everybody's mind, while the foretellers have stepped down, they're still presumably in the tower, just chilling. So nobody knows that they are gone to a far-off land.
Sure.
On vacation.
They've gone off to the great farm in the sky.
Yes.
Brain changes the subject, bringing a book to the table and showing everyone that a page that says there's a way to create a new companion for the new union members, like a new type of Chirithy. Now, the Chirithys are still there, to be very clear. Everybody still has their Chirithys.
Suddenly looking over their shoulders hearing that.
Yeah.
But there is like a way to make like extra. These spirits won't have as many powers as a Chirithy, but they can devour nightmares.
Dream Eaters. Oh, this is how they make the Dream Eaters.
Cool, okay.
So Skuld thinks about what Chirithy told her about players' nightmares. And Ephemer remarks how with these, it'll help the characters forget the past.
Right.
If they're having any lingering thoughts turning into nightmares, this can help them forget. So it's more forgetting. Push it down. Let the spirits devour. Everybody agrees to the plan. And Brain and Lurium stay behind to get the preparation started while everybody else goes out on a scavenger hunt for the materials. Meanwhile, at the fountain, a Chirithy appears to Chonteil and his Chirithy, rips a hair off of Chonteil's Chirithy, and with it creates a Dream Eater spirit for player.
Very good.
I will be honest, I completely forget what these do from a gameplay perspective.
Probably about as much as they did in Dream Drop Distance.
And I don't think that they have much use in the lore either. They're just kind of there. Player joins up with the other union members in a party. He does create like a party. There's like one who wears a Moogle head and is all about collecting money. One of them has an afro.
Moogles. Question about Moogles, because Chonteil's Keyblade has a Moogle on it.
Yes.
So Moogles exist in Daybreak Down?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's a Moogle?
He's from Final Fantasy.
Final
They're
Fantasy.
little creatures from Final
Little,
Fantasy.
like, poofy boys.
They run shops and stuff.
They call you Koopo.
They call you Koopa. They are also running shops in Daybreak Town.
So okay, so are other Final Fantasy characters flitting about in Union Cross? Do you meet anyone from Final Fantasy?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
That's fine.
Cloud hasn't been hired to kill any kids.
They do appear on like the medals, but outside of that, I don't think you meet any of them as characters, as far as I remember.
But there are Final Fantasy lands because it's like the Disney
Presumably.
worlds, right?
Presumably,
Okay,
yes.
cool, no problem.
Somewhere out in the sky, Luke
Is
Skywalker.
Tokyo part of the land? I know it's all fractured now, but is Tokyo, Kingdom Hearts?
Do you mean Tokyo as in where Sora is?
Where Sora
Tokyo?
is, yeah.
No. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay.
Tokyo's in our universe.
So
Don't be silly. This is a video game.
Sorry.
Sora, the video game character, is now in our universe.
Can't be the other way around. Continue.
Coy boy just did a coy look.
player joins up with the other union members in a party, and they go to hunt Heartless together as pals, good buddies. They're making friends. New adventures with friends. Union Cross.
Is it just the 5 leaders in Chonteil? Why is he tagging along?
No. It's 5 completely other players. Like I said, one of them's wearing a Moogle head. One of them has like an afro. It's a bunch of their characters.
This, and you probably don't have an exact answer for this because mobile game, etc. Do we know roughly how many dandelions there are that made it through? Are we talking dozens, hundreds, thousands?
I believe it's in the magnitude of hundreds.
Okay, cool.
Not loads. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so a decent number, but not like loads.
Cool.
You know, I wouldn't even say it was a full union's worth from the prior world.
Okay.
Because obviously Ava's actual union, the ones who weren't selected, did still fight in the Keyblade War. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not like Ava's union was the Dandelions. Dandelions are a secret organization. So, anyway, watching Chonteil and his party one day, Chirthy remarks on, they look so happy. Did we really need to delete their memories? After all, the memories aren't really gone. They've just been overwritten. Their hearts still bear the scars of those events. Mm. It promises that if Chonteil ever wants to remember, that it's going to give him back his memories.
Okay.
And it kind of promises this to itself. It's not like having a conversation with Chonteil. It's not like telling Chonteil, oh, you have memories you don't remember. But, like, you know, if you ever want them back, I'll give them to you. It's saying this to himself.
It's saying it while Chonteil's sleeping, presumably, and it's watching over.
More fun with the players with Chonteil's party ensues. Have a beach episode, go on a beach trip. Fun stuff.
Great, sounds like a grand old time.
On the hill over Daybreak Town, Chirthy and Chonteil chat about the light and how not everyone can wield a Keyblade, but that the light in Chonteil's heart is what allows him to. Chirthy then gifts him a delicious sea salt ice cream for being a good pal.
Oh, and all the old feelings come rushing back.
Well, this is why Axel liked them so much of his great granddad. Canonically, his great granddad.
The fact this happens immediately following a beach episode is absolutely fan service because it's the only time you see sea salt ice cream in the entire game.
Oh.
So you'd think it would be like a healing item or something for a bit of a giggle, but
I'm sure it is, but I don't remember the gameplay. It's been a while since I've played the game. While on a mission some days later, Chonteil is pulled into a corridor of darkness through a portal. Chirthy says how new darkness is spreading in new worlds, and you go do some Disney shenanigans.
Cool.
We get a message about how our memories of the Keyblade War were slowly being... Not like Chonteil gets... The player gets a... We as people get a message about how our memories of the Keyblade War were being slowly overwritten by their adventures with new friends and new worlds.
Right.
Union Cross.
To be fair, that's just how memories work, isn't it? So yeah, it's fine.
One of the worlds that we do is Enchanted Dominion, where we defeat Maleficent. Is it the same Maleficent? Debatable.
Wait, what? Hold on. Is that just a bullet point you got?
There's already a Maleficent, remember, out
But
there.
yeah, so what does she say when you're fighting her and stuff? Does she say anything like, "Oh, it's you Keyblade"?
Nope, we defeat Maleficent.
Okay.
After all the worlds, we get a scene of her on top of a ruined castle, raging about how the ending never changes. Oh God, she's aware of the VHS tapes. She's self-aware.
Jesus.
I love it.
So basically, she's like, every time that we go through this, Prince Philip defeats me. You know,
I'd double down on the evil if I became aware of that.
100%.
From off screen, a voice replies that the ending never changes because it knew that she would come from the future.
Sorry, what?
A shadowy figure, naming itself only as Darkness, comes into frame. It tells her that it knows that she wanted to come back to erase the past and recollect the 7 Hearts of Light. But the rules of time travel aren't so simple. You can only travel back to a time when you yourself existed. But in order to do so, you must separate your heart and body so that you can take over your past self.
Yeah.
Which, so
Riku
did with his Keyblade of Heart back in Kingdom Hearts 1. So you remember when Riku stabbed Maleficent
Yeah.
and freed her heart? That's when she time traveled.
Oh,
That's quite clever, that.
Yeah.
Because also that doesn't retcon Dream Drop Distance at all.
No.
I think that's really cool. 7 Princesses of Hearts, so she's basically trying to do Kingdom Hearts 1 again. She's trying to get all her princesses.
Does this
Cool.
not?
She's like, I know everywhere I went wrong. I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, right, okay. No,
Cool.
that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah. So it's revealed that it was Xehanort who, during the events of Birth by Sleep, taught her the secrets of time travel. I think we knew this already. Mm-hmm. And that she thought when she defeated Sora that was the time to use it. Or when she was defeated by Sora. She definitely did not defeat Sora. Sora kicked her ass. But the Master knew that she would do that. So he never created Enchanted Dominion in the real world before the Keyblade War.
Wait, what? Okay, so Enchanted Dominion never existed. Sleeping Beauty World never existed until after the Keyblade War.
Nope.
It also semi-implies that the Master of Masters is a god who created the Disney worlds.
Yeah.
But it doesn't revisit that, so we're just gonna leave that at that. The Master did not create, although it could also be referring to the hologram worlds. Very questionable.
We are giving Mickey a little bit of a rough ride then, because it sounds like it's the Master that rewinds the VH tapes. Mickey.
F Mickey.
F Mickey, okay. Shirtless
Everything
worm.
was a trap for Maleficent. In the past, Keyblade wielders collected lights from worlds in the future told of in the Book of Prophecies. Those of Dwarf Woodlands, Wonderland, Agrabah, Beast's Castle, and Oblivion Coliseum. Yes, those were the only 5 worlds in the original Kingdom Hearts key.
Sure.
For like 4 years, you went to 4 worlds.
Okay, so again, we're going here with our Keyblades and we're waving them about, and Hercules is seeing it, and Phil's seeing it, and Beast is seeing it. So there are distinct moments I remember back in Kingdom Hearts 1 when Sora goes and they're like, "Whoa, what's that funny sword?"
Because they get rewound.
But so their memories get.
Yeah, of course.
And also because that was
if their memory didn't get rewritten, they'd be going, I'm in hell.
Also
I'm
remember
repeating every day.
Right.
Also remember back and then
It was holograms of the future.
remember that.
Yeah, but it's not now. That's what I'm saying. We're going to go to these worlds now, right?
Their memories get rewritten when they get rewound.
Questionable.
Questionable.
So
Is Chonteil not going to the new Disney
after the
worlds?
war, with the Master and Foretellers gone and the memories of the wielders overwritten, those original worlds became unreachable. But within the data, they were able to recreate the worlds, including those unknown to the real world, like the Enchanted Dominion. Darkness reveals that, in fact, they're not in a real world, nor an alternate reality. Everybody's in a data world this game.
it's all a data world. We're pulling a Kingdom Hearts 2.
Union Cross is entirely set in a data world.
Yes,
It's a data. They're all a data again.
they're all data.
Get f***ed.
Yeah, no, that's disappointing. Is the best way to describe it. I think Key was very cool. Data worlds are boring.
I think you'll think it's disappointing for now.
Fine.
Do you have another adult juice down there?
So they're all in a data world. And in the data world, the past can't be changed because it's a data world. It's separate from the timeline of the real world. I mean, you can do what you want in the data world. It's not going to affect the real world. So, you're not really changing the past there.
Oh, I love my steaks when they're in a data world.
Ever you fear.
Maleficent says that Darkness trapped her here because he feared its power. Maleficent's so powerful. Darkness is scared of her. But the Darkness retorts that it isn't her power, but rather the act of her taking the secrets of the past back to the future that scares it.
You can go back to the future, though.
Hence why only 6 worlds containing hearts of pure light were created. Darkness didn't want her learning what happened in the 7th world.
So can I just clarify something?
Yes.
Maleficent's only able to travel back to a world in which her previous self was there
Yes.
to take over that. But this is a data world. This is not the
This is
actual.
the data world.
This is not an actual world
So it
that
seems
she's
that-
been before.
It
she
seems
has
that
the
her
time
heart
travel.
was essentially intercepted on its way back to the past because it went to the past, but because she didn't exist in the past, it kind of floated there and was intercepted into a data form of her past.
No, it didn't. Shut up. No. Can I ask you about this 8th world? Sorry, you were saying there. I think
The
I missed that.
7th world, I think is implied that it's Kyrie. That Kyrie wasn't created here,
Oh, that makes
so
sense.
that she didn't have a 7th heart yet.
So, does Destiny Islands exist at this point? Is there a data Destiny Islands?
Not that we see.
Cool. We don't go to Destiny Islands here at this time.
Not that we see.
First time in a while.
So Maleficent asks the Darkness if it intends to keep her trapped here, but it says that no, she needs to return. It's been written. Maleficent, though, thinks that time travel back to the future is impossible, as do we. But Darkness says there is a way.
Back in the tower, Ephemer is sat at the table.
He's joined by the others, except for Laurium, who says that he summoned them there to talk about something. Laurium, though, won't be joining, as Brain says that he's already said he'll go with whatever Ephemer decides. He doesn't care. He trusts Mr. Leader.
Wow, real hands-off management.
He trusts Mr. Leader, as he calls him, leading Ephemer to retort that they're all the leader. Ephemer goes on to ask them all about one of the rules in the rulebook, Shift Pride, regarding Keyblade wielders fighting each other. Brain sees the rule as it's blood sport. It's just for entertainment, to make everybody relax. But reminds them that, if it's in the rulebook, they gotta follow it. Ephemer goes to agree.
Wait, sorry. Brain goes, it's blood sport, but it's a rule, so we gotta follow it.
The word blood sport isn't explicitly used. But I think he does call it sport and
So
entertainment.
sorry, there's a rule in the book that says Keyblade wielders need to be fighting each other. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's a rule. It's called shift pride.
Shift pride.
And Brain's all for this.
This is absolutely a lore reason surrounding giving us a way to have PvP in our video game.
And Brain really likes this, does he?
Well, I mean, Brain's like, it's in the rules. We just gotta follow it.
God, Brain's like a narc. He'd narc on you, he would.
Even though before Brain was absolutely like, do we need to follow these rules? You're the rule girl, just like Master Ava. Ha 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 ha. But yeah. So, Ephemer goes to agree. But shockingly, Ven actually stands up for himself, disagreeing.
Yay.
Saying he doesn't want Keyblade wielders fighting. Skuld, recalling memories of the past, also agrees with Ven. And so at a 2-on-2 deadlock, Brain tells Ephemer that he gets the deciding vote, because obviously Lorium will go along with him. If he really wants to do it, they win. If he doesn't, the other side wins. Ephemer decides that he is going to follow the book. We are going to have our blood sport. So Ven and Skuld go to protest, and Brain gets up to leave, but they're all stopped as Ephemer continues his statement. He notes that when the worlds were recreated in the data following the war, so were all of the people, including themselves. As such, they agree that instead of the wielders fighting each other directly, they will instead fight the data selves of the other people. So that way, they're following the rules, but nobody's actually fighting other people.
Okay.
They're just fighting data. Lets us have PvP without everybody being a baddie.
I see. Yeah.
Okay, so they all know they're in a datascape at this point.
No.
Oh, okay.
The Union leaders know they're in a datascape.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, the Union leaders know.
No.
No.
Oh, no, they don't.
No.
The Union leaders know that there is data backups. They don't know that they are in said data backups, but they know that there are data backups and that they can use said data backups to make fight.
How you doing, Neil?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there.
I'll put it out there. This does not have any lore implications beyond this. This is just a justification about PvP in the game.
Great.
Shift Pride.
Christ.
I think Shift Pride is literally what the game mode is called.
Shift pride. Okay.
Shift Pride. So this doesn't come back up, so don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
He mentions that the idea actually came from Lorium, who we learn isn't there because he's looking for someone who is meant to have become a dandelion, but that he hasn't seen. So he's been like searching through the data, trying to see, because only the dandelions are in the data. So he's like, searching their files. Is the person I'm looking for in there? They should be a dandelion. Where are they?
We don't know who that is. We've not had a name.
No. Okay. Ephemer asks if he needs help, but Lorium says it's a personal matter. So everybody back at the table is like, cool. Unless he asks for help.
Let's not be suspicious of this guy.
Outside of the tower, we see Lorium approach a girl named Elrena. He's come to ask about his sister, Strelitzia.
Oh, no.
Also, Elrena.
Is that Larxene?
It's Elrena.
It's Larxene.
It's Elrena.
It's Larxene.
It is, yeah.
It's Elrena.
It will be.
Oh, look at her
So
go.
hang on. Marlush has come to ask about his...
Lorium
Lorium's come to ask
about his sister Strelitzia, who is meant to become a dandelion, but he hasn't seen.
Oh, God.
She's not shown up yet.
Strelitzia is Marlush's, I know he's Lorium or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Sorry,
Lorium's
Lorium's
sister.
Okay, so he presumably didn't kill Celestria, so I'm beginning to lean to... What, am I getting it wrong? What's her name?
I think we
Strelitzia.
wrong every time.
It's not even on purpose. So he can't be the one. I've changed my theory then. He didn't kill her. Brain did.
Okay.
Because Brain's a little narc.
I think it was Goofy.
Don't know Goofy
That's my theory, and I'm sticking with it.
apparently, so...
You do actually see them at one point. I don't have it included in the script, but you do go to Disney Castle.
And you see Yensid?
Maybe? I don't remember. You do see, though, Mickey, Minnie, Daisy, Donald, and Goofy. They're building the first version of the gummy ship. And it is literally like a Steamboat Mickey era ship.
Fun.
Made out of gummy blocks.
Monty's favourite mode of transport in video game.
Yes.
Anyway.
I'm just happy Larxine's back.
Lorium and Elrena. Not anybody else. Lorium and Elrena.
Sorry, yes, they're not nobodies. Yeah, you're right.
They chat, obviously, about the fact that Strelitzia has gone missing, and Elrena used to be in a party with Strelitzia back in the day. But apparently Strelitzia tended to keep to herself within the party, so even though they were in a party, Elrena doesn't actually know her very well. Cool. Lorium had convinced Strelitzia to become a dandelion way back before the war, but he hasn't seen her since. And Elrena mentions that she had seen her a few times, seemingly looking for someone. She mentions that the last time she saw her was during Master Ava's speech to the Dandelions right before the war. So kind of putting the timeline together, Lauriam's like, okay, cool. She was at least alive until the war. Well, she was not missing, shall I restate, before the war. He obviously doesn't know she's dead.
God, I'm looking forward to this inevitable confrontation where he takes on her murderer. That's going to be quite cool.
So, hoping to help, Elrena summons her Chirithy, who we learn is actually really good friends with Strelitzia's Chirithy, potentially even actually being the one... Actually, no, it is actually confirmed, is the other one. Remember I said there were 2 Chirithys on the roof when they noticed a player and then went off to go with Strelitzia. So, the other one was Elrena's.
Okay, cool.
So Chirithy tells them about how Strelitzia wanted to invite Chonteil to join the Dandelions, but didn't even know their name. So narrowing down the timeline events, Chirithy says that it was right before the bells that it last saw Strelitzia's Chirithy, who went looking for Chonteil after seeing them go into the house with Skuld. Hearing that Skuld was involved, Lauriam goes off to find Skuld while Elrena searches the house. Back in the Master's room, Lauriam asks Skuld and the others about the someone Strelitzia was searching for, but Brain brings up the fact that if she missed Master Alva's speech, she very well might have fought in the war, seemingly indicate that the speech was when Alva took them to the Data World. You know, she took the speech and then put them in the Data World. Or the alternate reality. Excuse me. Also, there's indication that in the other overwritten memories of the other Union leaders that this is also when they were announced as the new Union leaders. So hearing the descriptions of the not very talkative person who didn't join the Dandelions, Ephemer's like, oh my god, I know that guy. He's my best pal. We knew each other for 5 minutes. And then I saved him at the end of the Keyblade War. We're besties. And Skuld's like, oh my god, Chonteil, love that, bro.
Love that for you.
He's the best. He's the best character.
So, seemingly, Chonteil was the one that Strelitzia had a crush on.
Oh, we knew that, yeah.
Following this, Ephemer goes to meet with Chonteil, introducing Lauriam. Sadly, obviously, Chonteil never met Strelitzia. You know, they never talked, so he's not any help. Even if, he was the one Strelitzia was looking for. So Lauriam leaves.
Is Lauriam at all suspicious of Chonteil?
No, I don't think he's
that
suspicious.
Would sort of make sense to be
Yeah.
suspicious of that his sister had a big crush and a bit of an obsession with this person. Then this person's like, no, I never even knew who she was.
I think it's implied more that it's kind of like he had such a strong lead, and then it kind of led to a dead end kind of moment. Like he's just kind of disappointed by it. I don't think he's suspicious. But so yeah, he's like, keep her in your heart. Hopefully the connection of your guys' hearts will lead to some clues.
Where's the body?
In the other
Is it just
world.
in the where? Oh no, we're in a data world. Sorry, we're in a data world, so nothing matters because it's all a data, right?
No. Remember when people actually die in this world, they turn into light dust, and their heart gets released.
Right.
So she turned into light dust, and her heart got released. So there are no bodies.
Great. Yes, you're absolutely right, and that's how we know she's actually dead.
The Keyblade graveyard would be a lot more depressing if it was littered with bodies.
Anyway, Ephemer's like, oh my god, we should hang out for more than 5 minutes. So Ephemer stays to hang out with Chonteil.
Yay!
Elsewhere, Lauriam goes to find Elrena, who tells him that about the inside of the house that she went in, where Strelitzia was. So we then get a scene of Elrena walking into the house. She walks in, and kind of while looking into the darkness, she gets a bit of the creeps thinking they're being watched. And as she turns to leave, we see a data glitch of Strelitzia walking towards the door, holding her Chirithy right before she died. And Elrena runs out of the house. But we only see that. We don't see her die. We just kind of see her.
And Elrena sees that.
Elrena sees that. So that happens. Lauriam goes running into the house, but obviously, Strelitzia's not there. Apparently, Elrena went looking a few times after that, but never saw the data glitch again. Her Chirithy remembers, though, that Strelitzia's Chirithy had mentioned something way back when about a war. And while Elrena knew of a war that Alva had spoken about in her speech, the war never happened, so, obviously in her memories. Lauriam questions how Strelitzia knew about the war, or rather, how she was so sure that the war was about to happen. And wonders if Brain might have any insight, since, he was psychoanalyzing her actions before. Back at the tower, Ven questions what Brain is always reading about in that book of his. And Brain reveals that they're headed for inevitable destruction. Overriding people's memories in the Keyblade War didn't change that. So Brain has a big brain plan. He's going to become a virus and override the program that is the future of this world.
That guy is a flippin' virus.
In between doing his vlogs about how much he hates women.
Yeah.
He's,
100%.
yeah. Sorry, I know this is your favourite character, and
I love Brain.
I know, I've just
He's not done anything
I've
yet.
just transposed this onto him. It's not accurate. So sorry.
It's the fedora.
Brain wants to become a virus
To override the
to
future.
override the. But from his
data world.
from his no,
Well,
he
they
doesn't
don't know
know
the
the
data
data world.
Sorry.
He only knows about.
He's just using it metaphorically.
He only knows that the data. You can access the dandelions through the data, right? He can.
He knows that there's like a computer backup of everybody, kind of like how there was a computer backup of...
Twilight Town, back in Kingdom Hearts.
So how's he planning on becoming a virus, or is this just a metaphor?
A virus is a metaphor.
Okay.
It's a metaphor.
It's confusing,
It's
given
a
that there is so
very-
much data.
It is a very apt metaphor in the long run, but it is a metaphor not...
Yes. Ephemer and Chonteil are having just a grand old time when suddenly some data glitches start to suddenly stutter in the background. Ooh. Back at the tower, Ven and Skuld are questioning what the point of the dandelions was if everything is going to be destroyed anything. And they resolve to talk to Ephemer about it and trust in Brain's plan. You know, he is called Brain for a reason after all. Ha 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 ha.
He named himself that.
Before they can do anything, though, data ghosts of Ava and the Master of Masters appear, revealing the scene in which he told Ava that one of the leaders would be receiving a copy of the Book of Prophecies. At the top of the tower, in the control room, Brain sees various bits glitch, saying how it's already begun. Back at the fountain, Player and Ephemer notice a glitch whirlpool appearing in the sky over the tower and run to find out what's going on. They're attached by Glitch Heartless on the way. They meet Ven at the top of the tower and enter the control room where they find Brain surrounded by monitors showing a number of the Disney worlds.
Ooh.
He says that he's managed to stop the infestation for now.
As cool as this looks, how does he really keep an eye on those top screens? With that hat and that brim, the brim of that hat, it's got to be difficult.
Do we like that we can finally see his hat, his face from
We can, yeah.
underneath that hat now?
So yeah, they've found Brain looking at all the Disney worlds.
Yeah.
There's like numbers and there's like circles, and those probably mean something.
So they've been here probably less than a week, and the data world's already going to shit.
Well, no, because remember, everything that I've told you so far, sans the Keyblade War, is the time they've been here. They've been here for like years at this point.
This is true, yeah.
They've been here for years. Unless time travels differently in the data world.
Is that what they haven't aged?
Don't question it. You think that Square wants to make new models? That's money. He's managed to stop the infestation for now. He goes on to explain about how the Book of Prophecies in their old world created the hologram world that they visited, yada yada, and that technically, they didn't need the hologram worlds because all the worlds were created, but it would have been a long trip, and that's a hassle.
And the hologram worlds are definitely different from the data worlds.
Yes.
The hologram worlds are more akin to the memory worlds in Chain of Memories.
But they're not, though. They're not
No,
the
they're
same.
not the same thing. No, it's a
But
different kind of
it's
world.
how we're thinking of them.
Yeah.
But they are a different...
That's the most similar analog, but they are technically a different thing.
They're a different thing. Okay.
I think it's a mistake to have two kinds of other worlds in one game. I think.
And 7 kinds of other worlds in a full series, so...
Yeah.
However, after the worlds became shattered and unreachable following the Keyblade War, so knowing this from the book, the Master of Masters prepared the data worlds. That's why, here they're still able to reach other worlds. It's because here, which again, they think is just an alternate reality, but still the real world, they are traveling into data Disney World. So all of the Disney worlds the Union leaders knew were data this whole time, because they were essentially backups of the now unreachable war following the shattering.
Okay.
Brain then poses the question of whether the world they're currently in is real, or whether that is also data. Ephemer says that it would make the most sense for it to be the real world. However, it's unclear because obviously glitches don't occur in the real world. Glitches are a data thing. So Brain continues that normally Daybreak Down is connected to other worlds that exist, but that somehow somebody's connected to a place that doesn't exist in this world or time. They know nothing about this place other than that when the connection was made, the glitches began to occur, and that it was forcibly made from the outside.
Is it Maleficent coming in? That seems
Maybe.
the outside factor here.
So Brain says that while he can't sever the connection, he has managed to stabilize it. They'll have to go sever it from the other side. Now, Ephemer says that he'll go to investigate, but Brain protests, saying that they should send a dandelion as like a mission and have their leader stay here. Chonteil agrees to go and stabilize the connection to the other side.
Typical Chonteil, always in the front lines. Look at him go.
Now, Ephemer goes, well, F you, Brain. That's my pal. And so he goes with him. They traverse the portal and see a Darkling who tells them,
Not you.
before running off.
Oh, okay.
They follow it and find themselves in Wreck-It Ralph Land.
Oh.
I mentioned this, I think, Kingdom Hearts 3. I questioned whether or not that would be a realm, and you gave a coy boy answer.
It's because I hate this world.
Why? Why do you hate this world?
One, I'm mid on Wreck-It Ralph itself. But two, it's just... I feel like they set it up as this massive, like, it's a super big plot point. It's a Disney World. Nothing happens.
Also confusing to introduce, maybe thematically relevant, but confusing to introduce another world that's all about data and worlds within worlds.
God, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So, okay, so to keep it brief, Disney shenanigans, you fight off computer bugs just like they do in the movie. We see that King Candy has inserted Heartless into the game code. And after all of it, everybody goes on their merry way, and it's just Chirthy and Chonteil. And Chirthy wanders over to Chonteil, and he's like, you noticed it too. You turn around, and the main Darkling is there. You defeat it. Poof. And Chirthy questions if, like the bugs being drawn to beacons in the game, because remember, in the game, in like, I think the Shooty Shooty Bang Bang one in Wreck-It Ralph, they had beacons that could summon the computer bugs.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, like that, are Darklings drawn to Keyblade wielders?
Sure.
So as Vanellope resumes...
So we're still wearing these bangles, no!
Well, I mean, who knows? As Vanellope resumes her true form as a princess, Chirthy muses that you can potentially have a different form of yourself in your heart. But what if that version belongs to the darkness? Gasp.
Could a data princess of heart open up Kingdom Hearts?
Well, it doesn't say that she's a princess of heart.
No, I'm just saying, I was just thinking there, she could be a princess of heart, maybe, but...
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, that's the question. Is the light as valid? Is it real light? Is it real hearts?
You joke, but that's actually a plot point
No,
later.
I'm not joking.
That's a plot point later. We'll get there.
We're thinking philosophically. We're taking this seriously, Chase.
Yeah. We always have to.
Yeah, we've always taken this seriously.
So the question...
That if the Darklings were if the Darklings were looking for a Keyblade wielder besides Player and Ephemer, who is it? And they go back to Daybreak Down to see if the troubles are resolved. Now, we get a flashback to 5 years ago, as Luxu approaches the Master of Masters.
Okay.
The Master of Masters tells Luxu a tale of his childhood, when the Keyblade War began. A different Keyblade War to the one that we know of.
What? There's been two Keyblade... There's a Keyblade War before the actual Keyblade War.
Yes.
We're definitely getting 1 in 4, aren't we?
Oh, okay.
Keyblade Wars! So now there's 3 that we're aware of.
Keyblade War...
Technically, vaguely 4 if you count the one in Birth by Sleep, but I don't think that one's a proper war.
Yeah.
However, the Master of Masters didn't have their own master, and in this war, Light fought Darkness directly. He says that there were other wielders besides himself, but they don't really count. He's the important one.
Oh, I always thought that the Master of Masters was like the fucking 0 point. He was the origin of everything. But no, there's worlds before the Master of Masters. He's
And in those worlds,
there's gonna be a prequel
tens
game.
and tens of millions of years ago, Peter Pan was still fighting Hook
Well, he's the
again
boy
and
that never
again and
grows up.
again.
Oh my God.
And Captain Hook is the pirate that never grows up.
That's true. Perpetually middle-aged. Best years of your life. That's...
I quite liked the concept that the Master of Masters was like the beginning of all.
I mean, he still is kind of implied.
But he can't be because
Well, it
something
implies
else
that
was created.
it implies that this original Keyblade War happened at like the start of time.
He also said he didn't have a master, so
And
he
also
is
that-
kind of the original master.
But he was just a child. He was just a child in a group fighting in a Keyblade War, apparently.
But he kind of the way that it's worded implies that while there were others, the others didn't really matter, and that he kind of still is the 0 point.
Okay.
But we don't have enough information about the past to know.
It's okay. Sure. Sorry, Chase. Continue with the lore.
So he reveals that on the other side, Darkness were monsters, but they looked like ordinary people, not like the Heartless or Darklings of today. But he does note, however, that the Darkness was not human. They just looked like humans. So he continues that the Keyblade War dates all the way back to when darkness took that form. And that the war never really ended. It's still continuing. The whole series is an ongoing Keyblade War.
Yeah.
It's just the Keyblade War.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's all a key.
There's so much
it'll never
important
end.
information in this mobile game.
He says that
It's like the most important information.
we've not even gotten to the important information.
Oh, wow.
The important information is still to come.
Yay!
Nothing up to this point really has
information.
nothing.
I love it.
Nothing up to this point really has repercussions outside of this game. It's just important within the context of this game.
Interesting lore.
We're still getting to the stuff that has reaching implications.
Sorry, continue.
Dump that lore on me.
Continue to dump on us.
So he says that the war never really ended; it's still continuing. And this seems to be right before the Keyblade War of Kingdom Hearts Key, because he says that the war isn't about to begin, but it may be about to end.
Oh.
Referring, I think, to the long-running Keyblade War. Now, he says that they were never able to actually snuff out the darkness because it was always able to change its form, hide amongst them. But the coming battle may change that. It will end the world. He reveals that the true purpose of the Union's collecting lights is that with that light, the world will be rebuilt following its destruction. Remember that this is the power of Kingdom Hearts.
Right. Yeah.
Is that Kingdom Hearts can
regenerative light.
recreate the world. So essentially, that's what the Union leaders of the Dandelions are
So
doing. Is
they're
they are using.
creating an arc almost for the next world to come.
Was that wording intentional?
That was intentional.
Okay, good. We'll get back to that. So
Do you remember the arc?
No.
Kingdom Hearts 1?
Kingdom Hearts 1, we
Oh, I thought you
saw
meant from the Bible.
a mysterious, well, same
But it's
idea.
the idea, right?
We
Yeah.
saw a mysterious machine called the Ark, and we said, "What's
Oh
that?"
God! Thank you. I forgot all
And we
about that,
said-
and you said that was important, and we would come back to it, and you never did. Is this going to explain the arc?
Hey!
he reveals
Thank you. I forgot about that.
Anyway, so he reveals that the true purpose of the Union collecting lights is that with that light, the world will be rebuilt following its destruction. So the other unions were essentially hoarding light for the Dandelions, and more specifically for the 5 Union leaders to use it to recreate the worlds. So you, of course, can't destroy what's in the hearts of children, their stories, their lights, but you also can't destroy the darkness. So they're kind of locked in an eternal truth.
Yeah.
It's like, or not truth, truce. It's a deadlock. So he says he's due for a nice long break. He's going to kick up his feet, just wait it all out. After all, he said, I'll have a gather the best of the best to deal with the world in his place. He wants a nap.
You guys deal with it. I'm off to the beach.
He wants his beach episode.
Sure.
He describes the Dandelions, saying how they'll start at X, become unchained, and then fulfill their duty through Union Cross.
Okay.
What?
They'll be the cornerstones of the new world.
Why that particular terminology for
Ephemer became unchained.
They'll start as X, or Key, as at a starting place, become unchained when they come to a new world. That's what it was meant by unchained, is they lose themselves to another world.
Right.
Ergo, Kingdom Hearts Unchained Key.
And
And then via the process
we'll
of
do
Union
a
Cross,
Union Cross.
we'll do the thing.
I know we're rewinding slightly, but Ephemer went off somewhere back in Key.
Presumably, he went to the world to just prepare it for the Dandelions.
Okay.
They're recreating the universe.
We're in between data world while these children
needed to
make
happen.
worlds.
We needed to happen.
That needed to happen. You can't have
Yes.
gotten around it. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Luxu asks if the Dandelions can return home when they've completed their duties, but the Master says, not all of them. Flash a bit forward, and Luxu is questioning how they can't destroy the darkness. So instead, they're just ending the world to escape. He realizes that they can't actually beat the darkness, but the Master of Masters asks if there's any problem with that. You know? Luciu's like, duh, Keyblade wielders are, that's our whole job, is beat the darkness, save the light. You know, if we can't destroy it, we're just going to be running away forever. And the Master of Masters is like, ha ha ha, I took you under my wing, Luxu. I taught you everything I know, which is apparently nothing. And he says how Luxu always overthinks things, coming up with some convoluted answer. And if he can't come up with a convoluted answer, he just declares there isn't one.
Oh, yes. Hello, Nomura.
So the Master of Masters continues that there is a way to defeat the darkness, but it's going to take a long time of careful planning, so much that you couldn't do it in just one lifetime, or even 2. Hence, he wants to leave this world, destroy it along with its notions of time and what separates the worlds.
Because it's going to take a really long time to beat the darkness.
What a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a wacky, goofy guy. He's a wacky
It's for the greater good.
The greater good.
The greater good. We flash forward again, and Luxu asks the Master of Master if he's ever spoken with the darkness, which the Master of Master's like, yeah, I have. And he's like, it wasn't much of a conversation, though, it didn't really feel like I was getting through to it, or it was getting through to me, kind of a weird deadlock. And Luxu says that surely the darkness can't, does it speak English? And he's like, well, I mean, it's been watching us for millennia. I hope it had learned how to speak our language by this point.
Okay.
And Lucia's like, wait, are we being watched right now? And the Master Master's like, no. They only watch when they have good reason to watch.
So a sentient darkness that can speak like it spoke to Maleficent and tried to speak to the Master implies a sentient light. Is there?
Yes, maybe.
Okay. Is Kingdom Hearts the sentient light?
It has not been confirmed, to be very clear. It has not been confirmed.
Right, okay.
What is the implication here that, oh, don't worry, they only watch when it's really important? You don't think the darkness with their eternal hordes might always have someone on him?
Yeah.
Might just always have someone.
Well,
I think they'd want to.
But it's everywhere.
But would he just destroy anything that comes near him?
Yeah, no.
Well, I thought the implication was just that the darkness is darkness. It's shadows. It's... I know it creates Heartless and Skittery Boys and whatever, but, like...
It's a
that's how it
sentient hive mind.
Yeah, presumably made up of the concept of shadows and things. So it's in this room right now.
No.
No?
It's not like physical shadows. It's like metaphorical shadows.
Right, okay.
That come out of the physical shadows. So...
Sure.
So Luxu questions what happens if a dandelion were to come to face with darkness, to which the Master of Master confesses that they're going to have a bad time.
Unless you're Chonteil, then they're going to kick its ass.
You can't predict darkness. However, while the dandelions are in danger, darkness does have an aversion to those who are pure of hearts. So those thoughts and emotions are completely baffling to it. It can't understand the light, so it doesn't like to be around it. It doesn't like to be around what it doesn't understand. So as such, the darkness may recognize what they're up to, but it won't be able to comprehend their reasons.
Okay. Sure.
Now, they'll never understand them, just as the people of light will never understand the darkness, eternal enemies. Now, Luxu still says that he's worried for them, and the Master of Masters says the book foresees a future with light, so it'll all be fine. Lucius still dragging on, and the Master of Masters is like, fine. You can go follow the dandelions, but you get to watch them. Nothing else. Just watch them. And he's like, cool. I'll compromise. I'll take that.
A lot of this seems to be flying in the face a little bit of the necessity of light and dark balance. Like, darkness is this thing. It's always watching. It wants to, And the mass. I'm curious about what the angle is here for the game, not for the characters.
Well, I think that it's, as of right now, it is a balance, and it needs to be a balance. The Master of Masters doesn't want there to be a balance. He wants to rewrite the world in a way that there is no balance. It's only light.
Yeah. Oh, I see what we're doing. The Master of Masters is the anti-Xehanort. And it's like, well, Xehanort wanted it all to be... Oh, no, sorry. Xehanort wanted a balance. He didn't want to cloak the world in darkness.
Balance.
But that's the idea,
because Xehanort thought the light was getting too powerful.
He's the extreme. He's the light extreme Master of Masters. That's his thing, right?
Yes.
It's cool that we're being given a proper motivation for him.
Yeah.
Weird that it's in this mobile game.
It's the most important game in the series.
Yeah. But cool, okay.
So.
And we don't know how he intends to do that necessarily. Okay, cool.
Not yet.
So back in the present, Laurium and Skuld join the others in the control room. They get filled in on the past. Chonteil and what's his name? Ephemer are still in Wreck-It Ralph right now.
Oh, yeah, sure, they're busy.
Yeah.
They're dealing with the serious stuff.
Brain says that like the bugs were able to invade the data world, perhaps the glitches of people like Ava and Strelitzia are people that they're seeing breaking into this data world that they're now trapped in. They've now kind of confirmed, yeah, we're probably in a data world.
I have questions about Wreck-It Ralph now I think about it.
Yes.
There are lots of video game properties in that not owned by Squenix.
They do not.
I wonder if Pac-Man makes an appearance in this. He doesn't.
You get Ralph,
No Sonic.
you get the military girl, and you get Felix.
Yeah, okay.
And that's it. Those are the only 3 worlds you go to.
Okay.
Oh, and you get Vanellope. So you get those 4 worlds.
Okay, right.
The Wreck-It Ralph originals.
Is it like Dream Within a Dream sort of thing? Like they're in a data world?
It's data within a data.
Data within a data, yeah, but then there's like data within that data. So how deep we're yeah, I know, Neil, I know. Data
There's
within data
layers
within data.
of data.
Cool. Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
It's fine. It's all fine.
Because Wreck-It Ralph exists in a universe, if we're following the Disney film, where there's an arcade machine in a real life Earth.
Yeah.
So that's presumably, that's also involved somehow. But it's all in
No,
the
it's a
same
Disney
plane.
film. Remember, it's a Disney film. It's within this universe. It's
Back in the present, Lorium and Skuld join the others in the control room. They get filled in on the past a while. Obviously, Ephemer and Chonteil are still in Wreck-It Ralph at this point, and Brand says that, like the bugs were able to invade the data worlds, maybe these glitches that they saw of, like, Ava and Scalextric are things from the real world leaking into this data world as well. Also kind of in doing so, confirming that at least Brain thinks we are in a data world.
I'm very curious as to how that works because, I mean, Scalextric was dead, died, heart vanished into nothingness.
That's a great question.
I'm really curious as to how
So am
that
I.
can be.
I'm really curious as well.
Yeah, because again, whilst I don't know anything about this, her appearance in the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer made people go like, "What?" Right? It was people weren't anticipating she was going to appear in that
Yes,
trailer.
because she's dead.
Yeah, so she shouldn't be okay.
She should be dead.
There's no answer right now for how she's
No. There was some question as to whether she's one of the theorized identities of the Nameless Star from back in Kingdom Hearts 3. We don't know if she is. I don't think she is. I think that's probably somebody from Virum Rex. But anyway, so they worry that if the real Daybreak Town survived the war, and they question how they are able to escape the data one and get back to the real one. With Brain musing that we weren't meant to be in a data world. Somebody likely, hijacked and somehow trapped us in here.
Oh.
So we're probably prisoners. We've been somehow put in here by somebody or something.
Presumably the real life location of the data world is the machine, the arc, the thing that you've said was important later. That's my theory.
I'm curious as to what is also going on during this time in the world that they're supposed to be occupying. Are there just people going around going, where are all of the dandelions and our union leaders?
Yeah, where are all the Keyblade wielders? Because it was also like merchants and normal people, so
Maybe.
they didn't get wiped out.
Well, I think that it's implied that it's implied that the real Daybreak Town, at least in the original world line, was destroyed in the Keyblade War. And then there was alternate reality, and Data World exists in the alternate reality. So there is an alternate reality still. Okay. There's a Data World in an alternate reality, and they are in the Data World in the
I'm just
alternate
curious
reality.
about what the other people in that alternate reality are thinking right now.
Yeah.
Who knows? They're just chilling.
What about Susan, who
we'll
works in the
figure it out.
grocery
It'll be examined.
I mean, maybe they were put in
We'll go
to
into
the
it.
data world as well.
Well, we'll go into it in a really satisfying way, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I am a king of making everything satisfying, so yes.
Promises.
Continue.
So they realize, of course, it wouldn't be Master Ava who trapped them in here. Why would she ever do that? Brain says, regardless, he's still going to become a virus. He's still going to get him out, override the world. And he walks away because he's cool.
Away.
He's cool.
Leaving a high note, Brain.
I will become a worm.
I'm a worm boy.
He leaves the room, and while he's on the elevator back downstairs, he pulls out a book questioning if anything's written about this.
Oh, the Book of Prophecies, presumably. Okay.
So he gets a flashback to 4 years ago when Master Ava was telling Brain that he'd be a union leader on the Master's orders. Brain, being Brain, isn't keen. He's like, this is going to be a hassle. I don't want to deal with this. Why are you making me do this? And he tries to decline because he's like, I'm not going to be a pawn in somebody else's schemes.
Hold on. Okay, so who have we seen be offered? I'm still trying to figure out who killed Scalextric. The malicious sister.
Strelitzia. The only ones we've
Strelitzia.
not seen.
Explicitly were Skuld and Ventus.
That's interesting.
But then it's also a question of, is what we're seeing in any of their ones true as well?
Fair. Okay. Right. Could continue. I'm
You
just
know,
just
whose
trying to figure out who
perspective
the
Do
most-
any of the 5 of them have to be the murderer?
Well, they do because they killed her.
No, I understand
to
I
replace her.
understand the outcome, but could it not be someone else who also wanted that outcome that might not necessarily be one of the 5? Just a thought.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah, so Brain's like, nah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be a pawn in your plan. And I was like, no, it doesn't. I mean, you already are. You know, the fate is written. Everything is predeterminate. You know, what you gonna do? But she poses the question to him. You know, what if you knew how the future was meant to look? Would that give you the power to change it? You know, can you change what's written on those pages? Brain realizes that she's talking about the Book of Prophecies and questions, you know, if something changed, would the book change to reflect that? You know, is the book always going to appear predeterminate, and will it just change to reflect any changes? She laughs, saying, you know, who's to know? And reveals that it's Brain who will be receiving the Book of Prophecies.
Right. Okay.
She takes the list of the 5 Union leader names that the Master of Masters gave her and places it within the book for him to find later, in between the pages on which their fates are written, she says, saying that she trusts he'll understand her message when the time comes.
Classic, yeah.
Back in the present,
Never just say anything.
he also does say, I don't think I wrote it down, but he does say something along the lines of how he's not going to use the book unless it really comes to that. You know, he's going to just, he doesn't believe in predetermination, so he doesn't want to know.
I do just want to go on record again as saying that I think that all the foretellers kind of suck. And I don't know if the game is wanting me to think that, but like, including Ava, they all kind of suck.
I feel like it depends on whether you believe in the greater good and ends justifying the means.
Yeah.
The greater good. Because that's kind of their mentality, is it's all greater good.
They're just like, you'll find out when the time comes, and maybe your belief about historical revisionism will change after a war that everybody should probably remember. But it's fine. Yeah, just annoying.
Don't learn anything.
Learn no things.
So back in the present, Laurium joins Brain downstairs, telling him about how Strelitzia somehow was, like, really sure of the Keyblade coming in a way that, like, she shouldn't have been. Clearly, if she was a dandelion, even a latecomer, she would have known about the war. But then, why was she suddenly so worried, needing Chonteil to join? Why wasn't she worried about this earlier? Clearly something happened. There was a snip moment where something changed that made her realize, oh, it's not, like, happening. It's happening now. Like, the world is ending now. We need to go now. There we go. Elsewhere, Maleficent, our good friend, arrives in Daybreak Town, noting it as reeking of light. And saying to someone that this world holds the key to return to her own time, she questions. Darkness appears behind her, confirming it. Back in the tower, Brain is reading the book, saying, I knew it, before summoning his Chirthy, which his Chirthy also has a matching hat.
Oh, very good.
His Chirthy also has a dapper fedora.
Great.
And he tells his Chirthy that he needs a favor.
Well, incels do run in packs, so...
Cut back to Maleficent,
I thought they were dangerous loners.
Cut back to Maleficent as she's wandering through Daybreak Town, saying how there's not a soul in sight, questioning if this world is also in the data. Darkness again confirms that and directs her towards the tower. It tells her that from the tower she'll be able to get back to the real Daybreak Town, and from there find a lifeboat that's hidden in the real tower to take her back to her time.
Can you remind me, what is Daybreak Town in the rest of the Kingdom Hearts series? Is that Traverse Town? Is that Twilight Town?
It's its own town. Separate.
But we've never seen it in the series.
Not outside of seeing the clock tower underneath
Scala,
the water of Scala.
Okay.
Why is there a lifeboat? Who put a lifeboat there?
There's the lifeboat.
Okay.
Sure, it's like a safety regulation.
Surely they don't want anyone to be able to lifeboat out of this.
Well, there's
Anyway, from the tower, she can get to the real Daybreak Town, and from there, she can get a lifeboat back to her own time.
Cool. So everyone's trying to escape Data World.
Yes.
Great.
Maleficent's like, what do you mean lifeboat? And he's like, it's intended as a way to escape from their world, but it was never completed. And she's like, what the hell? Like, what am I going to do with that then if it's incomplete? And he's like, no. It's because it's incomplete that it's a good thing. Because you don't need to escape this world, you need to escape this time.
But she does need to escape this world because this is a data world.
Well, yes, but that's not where the lifeboat's in the real world. So,
Right.
Tower to real world has lifeboat.
Great.
Lifeboat takes her to her time.
Okay.
So, because it's incomplete, the lifeboat isn't able to sustain a passenger's body at the speed it goes. So, ergo, it will rip your heart out. Only your heart will be able to travel with the lifeboat.
Right.
Okay.
Which is, requirement for time travel in the Kingdom Hearts world.
Yep, clever. Okay.
And then it will travel at the speed of light. And here we learn about the rules of future time travel in Kingdom Hearts.
Right.
Where at your destination, you need two things. A medium for the body, and somebody there with memories of you.
Oh, okay. Just someone else.
Yeah, so as long as there are memories of you and a medium, so the memories will anchor you to that point, and then the medium will act as what your heart will latch onto to grow its own new body.
So Pete, for example, would count because he remembers.
Potentially, yes.
Right. Okay.
So there's plenty of people in the Sora could be the memories. You know, there's
yeah.
everybody knows Maleficent in the real world. She's not worried from that aspect. It's just then what will be the medium? What's, you know, a personal thing of hers that
Traveling into the future is easier than traveling. Well, no, it's not, is it? Because you're.
I mean, in either case, you need to rip your heart out your body.
You can't go past
Can
your point
so
of
Maleficent
existence,
can't
really.
just ask Darkness to stab her as Riku did to release her heart.
Well, keep in mind that was a Keyblade of Heart that was created of the 7 Hearts of
Yeah,
Light.
Silly me, sorry.
So
Which was then used to unlock Kingdom Hearts. But also
It is
Kingdom Hearts.
to give credit where it's due. It's pretty airtight. This
It's keeping self-consistency. And
It
it's
is.
really weird.
I'm weirdly
because
impressed.
Union Cross was absolutely not predeterminate when they made Kingdom Hearts 1. But then, we'll get...
No, I'm very impressed by this. I'm not gonna lie. It's all usual Kingdom Hearts bullshit,
I
but
still
it's
can't.
clever.
I still can't believe, and I know you've touched on this, how frustrating this must have been for fans that this was over the course of 8 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we've covered all of the story in a couple of hours.
Especially because by the time that we got to, this is nearing, I think this was, 2019-ish. Wow. Like, by the time that we got here, they were coming out at it was, one every 6 months. So that's how you get Back to the Future.
It's a great lyric.
this
And this lifeboat is going to rip the heart out so that she can do that.
Cool.
And it's going to travel her through the speed of light, which is also a requirement.
How big is a lifeboat? Can it just hold one person?
It's a lifeboat.
Okay.
We don't know anything about the lifeboat.
I'm thinking about Ven getting to the future, but fair enough.
We know that there's a lifeboat. That's all we know. With the medium, her heart is going to grow a new body on its own.
With the medium.
yes, it will use the medium as the
We've
basis
had that
for-
before. We've had
Yes, we
people's
have.
bodies sort of
Yes, we've had
returning
that.
to their sort of former selves.
Exactly. Yes.
We have had future time travel in the past. Sorry, young Xehanort. What am I talking about? We've been saying that the whole time, but young
No.
Xehanort. But they made a body, and I guess Xehanort remembers himself, right? So that counts.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah, I'm gonna
Yes.
go with that.
Monty.
Look at me go.
Also, he used time travel juice, which is different from
Adult juice.
which is different from speed of light time travel.
Anyway, so where was I? She's not buying it, she needs proof. And the Darkness is like, no, don't worry. You are in the Book of Prophecies in the future. Right. So you're gonna be cool. You're gonna be good. She's like, oh my god, wait, you know about the Book of Prophecies? Have you read it? And he's like, I've read parts of it, I read the footnotes, I read the Spark Notes.
Sure.
Spark Notes.
Dummy's Guide to.
Dummy's Guide to the Book of Prophecies.
Elsewhere on the hill overlooking town, our favorite hill overlooking town,
I
Ephemer.
wonder who's. Oh, I was wrong. I was going to say it was Luxu up there. Sorry.
No, it's Ephemer.
Just waving the sword, like, you see it? You got it?
Ephemer's up there. He's been summoned by Brain, who wants to talk to him privately. There he reveals to Ephemer that one of the 5 new leaders was meant to receive a copy of the Prophecies, so that without the Master, they'd have the guidance needed to recreate the world.
Yes.
Ephemer questions why, though, when the worlds were already recreated as data, and Brain's like, well, that was a backup. That's kind of just in case. Or excuse me, the book was a backup in case the data went wrong.
Right.
And he pulls out the book and he's like, haha, it's me. I'm the book person.
Wait, we knew that.
Well, we knew that.
What a twist.
He then turns
I
Ephemer's
may have
attention.
forgotten.
He
Full
then,
transparency. Apologies.
Sorry.
He then turns Ephemer's attention to the note that the Master of Masters gave Ava with the names of the new Union leaders. As well as the one who was meant to receive the book.
Can you remind me, and again, I may have forgotten this, why did Ava get to come through when all the other, we have Ava's replacement picked. Why does Ava get to come through?
Ava doesn't come through. That was a flashback we had where she was the book.
So it is. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Continue.
So he shows the note. The note has all the names as well as who's meant to receive the book, and it's not Brain.
Oh
my God.
there's a twist.
Did I call it? Is it Scalextric?
No, what?
Point. Who killed her? Who killed her? It's the only mystery I'm engaged with.
Who killed cilantro?
Who killed Caesar salad?
Brain continues, saying that it was Master Ava who decided to go against the Master's wishes and give him the Book of Prophecies. In doing so, hoped that she could change the future written in its pages.
Just to rewind then, at the very beginning you were saying, God, did all of them break their plan, like the plan for them? And you said everybody but Ava, but that is Ava breaking the plan.
No.
Well, I wasn't going to tell you that.
No. Hey, I'm not judging you for it. Fair enough. I'm just saying that all
We're
of them
used to you
officially-
lying to us.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Just officially, none of them have followed the Master's plan.
Well,
To the letter.
Well, they've not followed what the Master told them to do, but it may be what the Master wanted them to do.
That's a good one.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's good. He's a wacky, goofy guy.
I'm over here. I'm over there. What am I thinking? Oh.
So, not only that,
Eyes and a sword. Sorry.
not only that, but as we know, one of the new Union leaders in the New Worlds isn't one of the names in the list. As, of course, Strelitzia was meant to be the 5th Union leader.
So who killed her? Ephemer.
Who did it?
I really don't think it's Ephemer.
I think he's a baddie, but I still don't think he killed her.
He follows, though, that he doesn't think that the replacement Union leader was part of her plan. Or anybody's plan. Whoever replaced them, he doesn't think that the new Union leader knows that they're a replacement. He thinks that they truly think that they are the 5th Union leader.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Now, whether he's right or not,
Memories.
maybe your theory is still right. But back in town, and he wants to have a chat with the replacement. Back in town, Ven and Skuld watch the snow and decide to make a snowman, questioning if it's also snowing in the real Daybreak town.
Meanwhile, Ven's making a snowman. God love him, that kid, honestly.
Also, Skuld.
I'm
Skuld's
I'm enjoying the image of Skull presumably rolling her eyes, but actually quite looking forward to making a snowman.
Have I put Skuld off as like a rolly eyes? She's very nice.
Oh, no, okay. I think it's her character design, to be honest, makes her seem initially quite cold and calculating.
That is Brain. She's very
I
much.
thought Brain's a quippy guy. He looks like
I mean, Brain is quippy, but he's still cold and calculating quippy.
Right.
Probably the closest parallel to Skuld would be Kyrie.
Wow. Okay, fair enough.
Very similar personality to Kyrie.
That's not how I've been reading her, so fair enough. Thank you for that.
Yeah, very kind of like, she's here for friendship. It's all about friendship. Yeah, so she's making a snowman. But
Is this snowman my friends now? Yes!
so Brain's Charity arrives, asking them both to come with it.
Right.
It brings them to the hill, where Ephemer questions if it needed to bring them both. But Brain says they didn't have a choice, which is absolutely just to increase tension. He says that both of them, he asks both of them who told them that they were chosen as a Union leader. Of course, with both of them saying it was Master Ava. Ephemer tries to get Brain to talk to them separately, but he isn't having it, ignoring the question and following them, and following to ask where they were told. Skuld says that it was there on the hill, while Ven says that it was in front of the clock tower.
Right.
Okay.
They ask, is this an interrogation? Are we being accused of something? Where Brain reveals the Book of Prophecies to them, as well as the note with the names and the fact that one wasn't meant to get the book.
So does the page have, like, Ephemer, Brain? They know which one is the new one.
Oh, they seeing that page know.
But we, the player, don't know who the
player.
new one is. Oh, it's so annoying. It's so annoying.
Yeah, you could.
Well, presumably we're getting it right now.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Let me finish my thoughts.
Sorry.
It is the same scene as we learned about this paper.
Mr.
Sorry,
Mr.
Mr.
Loreman.
Chase, sorry.
Yeah.
So,
We aren't friends outside of this anymore. This has ruined us.
it's business.
So Brain reveals the Book of Prophecies as well as the note with the names and the fact that one wasn't meant to get the book, or that he wasn't the one meant to get the book. they continued that they don't think it was Ava who swapped the leaders. After all, why would she have given him the note? But he also doesn't think that he's involved with Strelitzia's disappearance. He thinks it's all a third entity. Skuld questions if the replacement was chosen after Strelitzia went missing, but the timing doesn't really line up because she went missing while looking for Player right before the war started. So clearly that must have been after Ava told her that she was a Union leader and the war was upon them, so there wouldn't have been time for Ava to find a replacement.
Chonteil really is not, involved in this.
No, Chonteil is not... Chonteil's doing Disney World stuff at the meantime, but any of the main story, Chonteil's basically not there.
Wow. Fair enough.
Chonteil
Fine,
doesn't matter.
but yeah.
He's pals with Ephemer, and that's his whole job.
I mean, I
really
guess
thought
it makes
he'd be in
sense
this.
for a player character in this kind of story.
Yeah, to be a Union leader, I guess. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, fair enough. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, because then you couldn't bring him forward into future games, could you? He continues that Laurium's name is on the list, so it's one of those two. And that they asked the questions to see if the replacement had any idea that they were a replacement. Given the responses, they don't think that either of them knew, and therefore, they're not going to, kick the leader out. They're going to let him stay. They're all still a team. They're all pals.
Right.
So with that assurance in place, Brain walks up and reveals the one whose name wasn't on the list. Ventus.
Huh. Okay.
Do you think Ventus killed Strelitzia?
No, Ventus wouldn't hurt a fly because he's my special boy, but but also, I think Ven shouldn't be here. I think that Ven has been sent back in time, rather than this Ven gets sent forward in time to Birth by Sleep. I think he's back in time. That's my theory. I don't think he should be in this story. I think the Book of Prophecies has not prepared itself for Ventus to be in the tale. That is my running theory. I might be overthinking it, but that's my running theory.
I like that.
We like overthinking, though. Overthinking is a good
I
thing.
like that a lot.
So elsewhere, well, we had this big revelation. Naughty boy Ventus. Elsewhere, Maleficent is wandering through the towers, because we want to come back to Maleficent. Fuck this. We don't Maleficent. Cool. She's wandering through the towers, and she's like, oh, it's no defenses. It's so easy to get in here. Darkness is like, well, ordinarily the tower's off limits, and light people are goody-goody. They're not going to come in here. And she's like, how do you know so much about them? Who are you? And it's like, it's an old friend.
Oh, it's Xehanort, innit? It's Xehanort speaking through a portal.
It'll be one of them.
Yeah, one of the 13 Xehanorts, yeah.
But she questions why an old friend would want to see her so badly back into her time.
Or it's Pete, sorry.
I'm an old friend.
I did darkness.
Well, so why does Darkness want her back in her time? Well, Darkness tells her that it needs her to act as a waypoint, the one with the memories of it, to act as the anchor that will allow it to travel forward into the future.
What? Okay.
Darkness wants to the future.
I'm thinking maybe not. Well, hold on. Yeah, maybe Xehanort then. That makes sense.
It brings her into a locked room in the basement where we see a machine featuring large glowing orbs above 7 pods.
So this is the lifeboat, is
This
it?
is the arc.
It's the lifeboat / arc.
Cool, great, awesome. And
This is the one from Kingdom Hearts 1.
oh, very
for
good,
reference.
very good.
Brilliant.
So it's six pods? Is that correct? Wait, the pod's
7
missing
pods.
here.
No. It's just
it's
it's
just the
just
one
designed a
from-
bit differently. Yeah.
7 pods. Okay.
Vaguely different, but I think that there's...
Yeah, it goes around the back, so you can.
To be fair, whether it's the exact same machine or just a replica of the machine is questionable.
So 7 pods. We know Maleficent needs to get in 1. Ventus needs to get in 1. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tellers. Who's the fifth one? The last one?
Coriander needs to presumably go forward in time at some point.
Coriander's dead.
Yeah, I know, but we still need to.
Scarlet Witch, yeah.
The people listening aren't going to have any clue who we're on about.
They're going to be so mad at that.
It's Strelitzia!
Sorry,
Sorry.
yes.
Strelitzia presumably might need to track. Well, I'm just thinking about people who we know are in multiple times.
Yeah, because she's in Tokyo. That would make
Yeah,
sense. But
I know
she's dead.
I know
Yeah.
she's dead, but there's also a glitch of her appearing. So who? It's Kingdom Hearts. Who the hell?
Sorry, Chase. Yes, continue. But this is cool. This is a cool reveal.
That's a cool reveal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it opens the center one, telling her that this is her chance to take it, but she's like, not yet. And it's like, I wouldn't snoop around if I were you. Is maybe not a good idea. And before she can do anything, Laurium enters the room, catching her, and immediately drawing his Keyblade. Back on the hill,
Lorium ain't got a f***ing chance against Maleficent, right? I mean...
No, got a flipping chance.
Maleficent.
Sorry. Oh, did I swear there?
You did.
Oh, I'm not noticing now.
Yeah.
This is where we're getting into it now.
We've had too much adult juice.
Cut that.
Lorium hasn't got a bloody chance against Maleficent.
I mean,
He doesn't.
Surely not.
No, he's fine. He's fine. He's good. Back in the... I would also like to note that his Keyblade has roses on it.
Oh.
I don't think I had that anywhere, but his Keyblade has roses for thematic reasons.
We always liked Marluxia back in Chain of Memories, didn't we?
Did you know? I thought you were into it being
no, I was a
flamboyant.
bit sick. That was good. I like the
What about
flowers.
Marluxia in Kingdom Hearts 3?
I was very frustrated in the first time we saw Marluxia in the castle. I was very frustrated by the extraness of the, oh, now I disappear, which obviously now, as I am 12 years deep into doing this podcast, I'm really used to it.
This is a great time to announce something I forgot to announce at the very beginning, which is that Neil has agreed to join us for every future lore dump. So we're now a team of 3.
He's f***ing trapped. We're just dragging more into this.
But yes, and he's got a wee fan base, proper wee fan base that have actively
Right.
requested him. But yeah,
I think 3 people have mentioned me.
4.
Is that not allowed to be a fan base?
That's a fan base. It's a fan base of 4.
It's almost enough to be a cult. Hit me up, guys.
Sorry, Chase. Continue.
So back on the hill, they're comforting Ven, saying, that we believe you. We don't think that you're, an evil guy. But, Strelitzia's disappearance is evidence enough to them that it wasn't Ava's doing. Ava wouldn't off Strelitzia. That doesn't make sense. If she was, obviously, Ava would keep her safe, not send her off into the war. Ephemer, which Ava sent a lot of people off into the war. I feel like she's very okay with sending people off into war, but, sure, guys. Ephemer questions who then it was that told Ven, if Ven remembers that it was Ava. To which Brain explains that the whole goal of the Dandelions is to bring light into the future. And obviously, who else would want to come along for that ride? Darkness can hide anywhere, even inside of someone. Back to the tower, Maleficent teases Lorium on being trapped here before saying that, well, I best be on my way. But Lorium was like, this isn't the way out. Kind of confirming that he doesn't actually know what this machine is. And in fact, they joke about it, where he's like, oh, I just thought it was like an empty lab. And she's like, yeah, it was a lab. A very important lab. And he's like, oh, oops. Because Lorium's not the bright. He's kind of very focused on Strelitzia. That's about the only thing he's got going for him.
Lorium's very different from Marluxia at this point.
Yeah, Marluxia was quite calculated and conniving. He was quite smart. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Marluxia's kind of... Lorium's there. But... she reveals to him that the room is the door out of their data cage. And Lorium lunges at her before she can get in the pod. Back at the hill, they discuss how Darkness likely disguised itself as Master Ava and tricked Ventus, where he mentions that Darkness Ava had first talked to him, first asked him to come to the abandoned house before meeting at the tower.
Darkness Ava.
That's just what I called her.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
It's Darkness, but Darkness disguised as Ava, so Dark Ava.
Cool. So it's not like he's taking over Ava
not
like he
taking
did with
over
Aqua.
Ava.
Darkness, disguised as Ava, had first asked him to come to the abandoned house before they met at the tower, and from there they walked to the tower together where she told him that he'd be a Union leader.
Right.
We get a flashback to Ven arriving at that same abandoned house that we're very familiar with.
Poor Ven, he spent his entire life being manipulated by darkness.
He's just been
Honestly.
kicked around, isn't he?
Because he's canonically a good boy.
He is a good
Pure
boy.
light.
Yeah.
He walks into the darkness, calling out to Master Ava, and seemingly getting spooked by something before walking towards the door. Before we can see what happens, the scene shifts, and we see Ven leaving the house with Master Ava, now holding a Union leader's book. Brain questions this gap in his story, saying how he only thinks that's when Master Ava alive. Ben reiterates that he can't remember what happened before they left the house, but that he thinks that they left right when she got there. Suddenly, Ven gets a shot of a memory that we recognize as Strelitzia on the floor of the house. He clutches his head in pain, and Brain suggests that they return to the tower.
Oh, God.
We shift back to the lab where we now see the central pod completely destroyed, Lorium collapsed to the floor, and one of the remaining 6 gone.
Oh.
5 pods remain.
Oh, I like this.
That's very good. Yeah, I like that a lot.
This is great, by the way.
Yeah.
This is great.
Can you see why Union Cross is my favorite one in the series?
Yeah.
Union Cross is great.
And I know
Game
that,
of Thrones politics going on, and like, this is great.
I also think that I know the problem was that it was eked out over many, many years, but when you do it as a chunk like this, it's very pacey.
Yeah, if it was like a
we're
10-hour game.
Yeah.
Anyway, we shift to a scene of Lorium on a hill of flowers. A voice calls his name from off screen as Strelitzia walks in to join him. Flashback. So we learn how Lorium finds killing monsters really easy, and while Strelitzia finds it quite challenging. So different power levels. Lorium counters though that Strelitzia's magic is much more powerful than his. She tries to pair with him, saying, "Oh, let's party up," and he's like, "No, I'm not gonna party with you, little sister. You gotta get strong. You're not strong enough to hang out with me, because I want you to be strong enough that you can carry me, so I don't have to do anything." The conversation moves to the dandelions, with Lorium asking if Strelitzia had chosen to join. She says that she hadn't yet, and he questions what's holding her back. She tells him for the someone that she wants to get to know better, and that she wants to make sure that they're a dandelion so that she can get the chance to know them. He teases her, asking her if she has a crush, before telling her to get strong. A gust of wind blows a cloud of dandelions, and the scene shifts again to just Lorium on the same hill. In a panic, Lorium calls Strelitzia's name, not able to find her. His name is called, and we see a white-robed figure who he questions if they're Strelitzia. It tells him something before it floats off into the sky, and Lorium wakes back up in the lab.
We don't know what it told him.
No.
Like a blank dialogue box.
Just a blank... I think it was like ...
We've never met, apart from Ira, which obviously
It's white robe. I will say, it did look like it had red hair coming out from under it.
Oh, so it's Strelitzia's ghost.
We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know.
And this is a dream.
It's seemingly a dream, yes. Or a vision. So he wakes back up in the lab, limping towards the door while noting that Maleficent is gone. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Maleficent has just gotten out of her pod, so it's the exact same machine in the real world that she's just gotten out of.
So she's back.
So she's in the real world, in the real Daybreak Town, to be clear.
But still in this time period.
Yeah, she gets into an argument with Darkness, telling her it's wasting her time for bringing her to the real world first before bringing her back to her time, but it's like, it doesn't work like that. You gotta 2 steps.
Right.
And then it directs her back to the pod, saying that this will bring her to her final destination this time. She asks if it will be joining, see as it has nobody to hinder it, but it declines, saying that she'll be fine on her own, and besides, it has unfinished business.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh. And then Maleficent takes the pod, and I think that's the last we see of Maleficent.
If it is, I know you won't confirm or deny, right? But if it is Xehanort, like we're currently theorizing, the darkness, and it needs Maleficent to be the anchor so that it has someone to remember it when it comes in the future, surely it doesn't really work that way, because Maleficent doesn't remember it as Xehanort or whoever it is. It remembers it as the darkness. She doesn't even have a face to put to it. It's just a void of shapes and dark light and stuff.
Dark light?
Dark light, yeah. I was going to say shadows again. Shape and shadow. Yeah, so surely it doesn't work that way. Okay.
Are you trying to get me to confirm or deny your theories? I don't know what you're asking me here.
Yeah, you're right. I don't want you to spoil anything. So yeah, continue.
Back in the tower in the data world, Skuld meets with Ephemer in the Master's room. She tells him that Ven's fast asleep after the ordeal, and that the memories that came back to him must have been a real shock. She says that she's sure none of this is his fault, asking Brain if he can tell them what's going on. He sadly doesn't know any more than that Ven was at Strelitzia's final moments. That's all he knows. He continues that they know that it's darkness behind all this, and they'd be much closer than they thought, perhaps even under their noses. In Ven's room, we see him dream of Strelitzia's final moments. We again see her enter the house looking for Player. She walks further in, calling into the darkness if anybody is there. However, instead of this time cutting to black, we see Ven step out of the darkness behind her.
So he was corrupted by the darkness and killed her. That poor
A blast
boy.
of darkness strikes at Strelitzia. Who said he was corrupted by the darkness? A blast of darkness strikes at Strelitzia from behind Ven, striking her and Chirithy to the ground before telling Ven to pick up the Union Leader's book. Strelitzia's Chirithy pleads out, asking why as the darkness appears behind Ven, telling him, "Let's go." As they leave Strelitzia dying on the ground, she calls out for her brother. As the darkness walks out of the house into the light of the door, its form shifts into Master Ava.
What?
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 What? Is Ven working with the darkness?
Ven working with the darkness? What?
So Master Ava, the darkness pretending to be Master Ava, presumably.
So it was a shadowy form in the big shadowy room. Light was streaming in from the doorway. As it walked through the light, it turned into Master Ava.
Okay.
Wait, so Master Ava is the darkness then?
Assumedly, it's a disguise.
Right, okay.
We're not meant to believe that this is Master Ava.
But my question is, did Ven kill this girl
Yes.
of his own free will, or was he tricked into it by the darkness pretending to be Ava? In which case, Jesus Christ, Ven, you listened to Master Ava when she told you to kill somebody. Second,
Well, he didn't think it was Master Ava. I mean,
what did he think it was?
it's questionable whether, has he been lying the whole time? Is he working with the darkness? It's all debatable. All we know is that he killed Strelitzia.
Because he's canonically the best boy. He is pure light. He's not going to kill anybody.
He killed Strelitzia. Maybe he's not pure light. Maybe he's not a good boy.
Nah, he's getting controlled by the darkness. He doesn't remember. He's Ven, all right?
No.
Nobody's... No. You're not sitting there thinking that our canonical good boy killed that poor girl.
I'm sure there is more to it.
Yeah. No, he was brainwashed.
Yeah.
Hopefully he wasn't just tricked
It was the
by
darkness.
Ava.
It was the darkness taking the form of Ven. It's not really him.
Yeah, that's it. Ven never did any wrong. He's fine.
Well, Ven wakes up, tears streaming down his face. Back in the Master's room, the three leaders question why the darkness hasn't made its move yet. Is it watching? Waiting? Brain says that while he's pretty sure, they can't be fully sure if the darkness is responsible. It's only a theory. He continues that if it's close, then they know that if it is close, then it must know that they're onto it and could be putting its plan into motion as they speak. It could come for them as it did for Strelitzia at any moment. At that exact moment, Laurium limps into the room, asking what he meant by that. He falls to the ground and everybody rushes over to him, but he pushes off their comfort as he asks Brain what he meant by it targeting Strelitzia. He grabs Brain by the collar, demanding to know what happened. Ephemer runs forward to stop him, but Laurium punches him in the face, throwing him back.
Oh.
Brain demands Laurium get off him, finally realizing Darkness's true intention, to mess with their hearts and turn them against one another.
It's the foretellers all over again.
Yeah, history repeating itself.
Maybe they should have learned from war.
Maybe they should learn from war. And they remembered from war, so you think they would have learned from war, but they didn't.
But then maybe if they didn't remember the war, it wouldn't happen.
Good point.
Should we? Are we getting convinced that we should erase history?
What?
I disagree with that moral.
To be very clear, so do I.
But so they get Laurium to calm down as he pleads with them to tell him what's happening to Strelitzia. But before anyone can say anything, Ven walks into the room, confessing
What does he confess? What does he say?
Murdering.
that he killed Strelitzia.
So he has full memory of walking in and killing her.
He woke up crying after remembering it. Yeah.
What does he say?
What does he say?
What happens next?
What does he say? Well, he says something. Ephemer and Skuld try and stop Ven from talking, but he carries on regardless. Laurium limps forward, grabbing Ven in a chokehold. The others rush forward as Ven groans. Laurium demands that he tells him what's happened. Laurium screams at the other to stay out as he draws his Keyblade to strike Ven, screaming at him to answer him. He's blocked at the last second by Ephemer as Ven falls to the ground, screaming as he clutches his head in pain. He screams out that it wasn't him as he's enveloped by a cloud of darkness. The others draw their Keyblades, questioning what it is and what's going on, all except Brain, who calmly declares that this is darkness.
That's fascinating, and I'm sure it's about to get explained, but Ven is a being of pure light. That's the one thing we learned about him in Birth by Sleep, is that he can create the Keyblade, potentially. Obviously it went wrong, but... So wait, what's this?
Well, is he now?
Of being a pure light, because you're still under the theory
Or
that he
was
came back
he
in time.
then?
But remember that he was only pure light back in the game because Xehanort extracted all the darkness from his heart.
And this could be.
God, good
This
point.
could be a Ven before that or after that.
Yeah, we don't know when this Ven is in the timeline. It's a Ven.
He could be
We don't know if it is the same Ven.
Could be Ven's great-great-great-grandfather, just like Chonteil is Axel's great-great-grandfather.
Is it Data Ven? Is it Dreaming Ven?
What is Chonteil doing during all this?
Is it Memory Ven?
I'm still uncertain as to whether or not Ven killed her with his... Like, I know he killed her, right? That's fine. But whether or not he was brainwashed or corrupted by the darkness in some way, or whether or not he, of his own volition, murdered that woman.
Unclear at the moment.
Okay.
Unclear.
He better not have, Chase. I like Ven a lot.
Are we canceling Lord Up if he did? Lord Up's over. Sorry,
He's
guys.
a wee pure boy. He's not an evil, malicious little bastard, is he?
Darkness looks at the gathered leaders slowly, saying, "Finally, it's about time." Brain teases it, saying how it didn't expect that it looks so much like a cliche. Classic Brain.
Classic brain.
It retorts, though, that it didn't ever have a form. It goes so oft unnoticed after all. It warps around the room, finally resting on a table. Kind of just like teleports around. They keep trying to like grab it. It's like, I'm over here. I'm over here.
And it sits on a table.
Well, it like floats on top of the table. It's on top of the table. So it continues. The form that they see and hear is simply for their benefit. It doesn't have an actual form.
What's Chonteil doing during all this?
Chonteil, I think is...
Still Wreck-It Ralph.
He's off on Disney missions.
He's not involved in the plot.
No, he's off on Disney missions.
He's
gonna create him.
He's off having Axel's great-great-great-grandfather.
No.
Ephemer asks what it wants, and it confusedly asks what it wants. I want nothing. I simply am. Echoing the words that we heard from the Master of Masters. It says how they must not understand being such fundamentally different beings and all. Unlike them, it continues, Darkness's actions don't serve a greater purpose or goal. Lauriam asks then, why'd you take Strelitzia? To which it says that it was simply Ven's will.
Bloody hell, alright.
Skuld can't believe this. He didn't even know her, let alone want to hurt her. And Darkness is like, you're right, he didn't. But it has nothing to do with her. All Ven wanted was power. Darkness simply helped fill that wish. Skuld shouts that Ven would never want this, but Darkness for a moment warps in front of her. Ephemer and Lauriam swipe at it with their Keyblade, causing Skuld to guard, but Darkness again teleports before they can, resting away from them on a bookcase.
Darkness is a lying bastard. Ventus has never been shut up! Ventus has never been a character. I've never felt so invested in Ventus. He's never been a character who's wanted power. He's the complete opposite. The entirety of Birth by Sleep is Xehanort be like, I'm gonna bring out your true power. And
Where's
Ventus
why
is
this is interesting?
That's why it's a different game. Where's Birth by Sleep compared to this on a timeline?
Well, it doesn't matter though. Like the whole concept of rewriting early Ven to make him
I have
or
a
late
feeling
Ven.
we might learn about this.
I'm sure we will. I'm just annoyed at Darkness. Like, Darkness is a wee lion roach. Anyway, continue. Poor Ventus, man.
Ephemer says that even if Ven wanted power, this isn't how he'd do it. But Darkness counters, saying how power's power. It doesn't matter how it's obtained, causing Lauriam to say that it didn't need to be Strelitzia. It could have been any of them. He tries to attack it, but he's thrown to the floor, which is this bit here. Yes. And whee! Flown away. Brain calmly walked forward, saying he has questions. He asks, why Ven specifically? To which the Darkness replies that it was decided that he would harbor Darkness. So it was written in the book.
Yeah.
This intrigues Brain, who asks, have you read the book? Darkness replies that, in a manner of speaking, yes, or at least the parts that matter to it. Brain asks how it read it, to which it replies that it read it while it was being written. Brain asks then, what's your relationship with the Master of Masters? Darkness simply replies that he is an old friend.
God, he's an old friend of everybody, isn't he? It's all about the shop.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, very good.
Ephemer rushes forward, asking if that meant the Master is on its side, but Darkness denies that, saying that Darkness doesn't need to side with any people. Satisfied, Brain continues to the next question, asking, why have you shown yourself now? You've been hiding up to this point. But the Darkness is like, no, I've not been hiding. You simply just didn't notice me until now. I often go unseen and all that. Brain continues to ask, though, why is the Darkness referring to itself as an us? The Darkness is like, well, the shadows outnumber the light. And finally, Brain asks if it's alone. And when the Darkness replies yes, draws his Keyblade, rallying Ephemer and Skuld.
Yeah, Brain.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, good. That's a great.
Good on Brain. I like Brain.
Good Brain.
Yeah, I didn't like Brain, and I still don't know if I do, but that was a really cool moment.
Good job, Brain.
Yeah.
The sky glitches above the tower as from the hill overlooking town, a Roby, which I'm calling a Roby, even though we assumedly Luxu, but we don't know that. So I'm calling him a Roby because I've missed the Robies. But the Roby is watching. And as he is, he's saying how time is almost up for the Dandelions. Because technically, could it be the Master of Masters? I guess debatably. Although, we do tend to know the Master of Masters and Luxu apart, because the Master of Masters tends to, when he's standing still, he normally has his hands beside his back. Whereas the Luxu normally has his hands at his side, and also when he's acting, Master of Masters is a silly, goofy guy who waves his arm around. Back in the chamber, an epic battle is waging, but both sides appear to be at their limit. They call it draw for the time being as Brain chuckles that it doesn't buy the darkness for not being after anything. Brain says how it seems very desperate to get in their way. There's clearly something it's there for. The darkness pauses for a moment before answering, infection. Data transfer requires a signal. The same goes for the hearts and minds of people. You underestimate how easily the darkness rides on those signals and spreads throughout this place. It continues that as it is many, it is one, but to be one requires will. Through Ven, they can become pure darkness and pure light, willful and distinct. A sacrifice had to be made. Suddenly, Laurium gets up, and Chonteil bursts through a portal to join their struggle.
Wait, what portal? Who brought him here?
He's finally back from Wreck-It Ralph.
Oh, he just got back from the...
He's finally back from Wreck-It Ralph.
He's come back to report in and has found this going on.
Hey guys, what's up? Oh.
Everyone's dead? Shit.
Oh, I gotta get this memorized.
I think that'll really catch on in my family.
That's our family creed.
Coat of arms.
Got it memorized.
The family crest is a guy pointing to his head.
They all have the same haircut.
Darkness tells them that even if they manage to defeat it, they'll still have lost. But they tell it that if they return the lifeboat to the real world like the evil fairy did, which is very amusing because they don't know her name, so everybody in this game just calls her evil fairy. Which again, how would you know she's a fairy? She doesn't have wings. Anyway, Darkness simply replies that they know nothing. Even if they return, Daybreak Down is doomed to succumb to darkness. Ephemer asks what it did, but again it replies that it was decided long ago. It did nothing. For when the lifeboat is activated, darkness will fall on Daybreak Town. The end has already begun. Bryn asks why, and the darkness replies that the lifeboat is a last line of defense in case the darkness couldn't be defeated. Its use initiates the process to seal the world, and in doing so, the darkness along with it.
So has the world already started the process of being sealed?
Yes.
Given that some
With Maleficent's departure, it's already begun.
Wow. Okay.
So darkness begun the process by sending Maleficent back to her time.
Cool.
They realize that they're all pawns in a greater game, but refuse to believe that that's the reason that Master Ava brought them together. Together, they beat back the darkness. Yeah! But again, you can't defeat it. It's formless. You can't beat a cloud of darkness. So the darkness summons Darklings to go take Ven, but as they try, he bursts with light, and the light obliviates the Darklings.
Oh, so now he's pure light.
He's a light boy. He walks over to the darkness, telling that if it's pure darkness, then that must make him pure light. It had used him to take a new form once, and he can do that to make it take a form once again. A form that they can defeat.
Sorry, why is he pure light?
It's just who he is.
it just is.
Right, because he's very aware of this fact, it seems.
Well,
I am pure light.
I think he's seeing himself just as a counter here.
I would have thought of all time, this would be the point where he had the least faith in his own having light.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he goes and shimmickety smacks the darkness. Just smacks it up. Elsewhere, in the lifeboat lab, a darkness checks on the computer as a voice off screen asks, aren't you meant to be part of the whole? Luxu walks in, holding a body draped in a white cloth.
Oh.
Continuing to ask the darkness if it's on its own right now. The darkness is confused, asking who he is, as there shouldn't be any Keyblade Masters left in this world. Not knowing, of course, that Luxu had stayed behind.
So Luxu's not in the data world?
Seemingly not. Luxu is in the real world.
Interesting.
But the real Daybreak Town watching over it. He laughs, saying that it must not know what's going on, seeing as how it only read part of the book. Didn't even read the good part. Didn't see the twists.
Oh, good stuff.
That was very short-sighted and lazy of the darkness, to be
It was.
fair.
Great line from Luxu, though.
This is not a time to skim read.
The darkness skimmed through. Anytime it saw the word darkness, it's like, yes, it's my time. It went to like the index, and it's like darkness. Cool, it's on these pages. I'll read those ones.
Laurium, Ephemer, don't care about these dickheads. I'm off to my... Oh, where's the darkness coming in?
Oh, I fight them, I guess. Cool.
The Darkness asks why Luxu is there, to which he replies that the Master of Master, Darkness's friend, told him to be, but only to observe, look, but don't touch. Luxu continues that he thinks that he knows what the Master meant by that now, and opens the central pod. Note that we can tell this is the real world because the central pod is still intact here, unlike the one that is demolished in the data world.
Okay.
So, Darkness warns him that if he uses it, his plan is as good as ruined. But Luxu simply replies that it isn't for him, and places the body into the capsule, calling it a seed of light to be planted in the future, the true dandelion. Anyway, so, elsewhere.
Anyhow. Sorry.
Excuse me.
That's your catchphrase.
It's going to be on a t-shirt.
It's going to be on a t-shirt. Sorry, cut this. Continue.
Elsewhere, we find Ephemer, Skuld, and Chonteil outside the door, outside a door, where Laurium and Ven assumedly are inside. They talk, questioning if the world is really about to end again. Ephemer's like, well, there's a lot that they understand, but there's and talks of an old teaching of Master Ava's that when a world is shrouded in darkness, it will just go to sleep instead of ending. You know, to kind of protect itself. Hearts have like a protection mechanism that will stop them from, you know, being fully overwhelmed by darkness. They'll just sleep. So the trio rally themselves to save the dandelions, but before doing anything, they turn and see somebody off screen. Scene fades, and we're now inside Ven's bedroom with Laurium sat at his bedside. He apologizes to the sleepy little sod, saying that he knew that this wasn't his fault, but darkness is so abstract, his anger needed a target. He questions whether the darkness is truly gone, or if it's just become a part of Ventus, like he said it would. He begins to say that if it has, then but stops. Suddenly, a ghostly hand grasps Laurium, asking if all this hatred, anger, and sadness is him. It implores to let it go.
It's his sister.
And
It's the darkness.
And return to the kind and loving brother that it knew.
Oh, okay, yeah, fine. You smug prick.
Laurium spins around, and obviously nobody's there. It's all in his head. And as he does, Ephemer opens the door, saying that there's someone there to see him.
Yes, and he wants you to not be sad. Don't be sad. Being sad is bad.
No. We only tell that to Chonteil.
Sorry, yes.
Everybody else is allowed to be sad. Laurium comes out to find Elrena is there with the others, who tells Laurium that a couple days ago her Chirthy saw what it thought was Strelitzia. We flash back to see the white-robed figure from before, as well as a black-robed figure, presumably Luxu, walking together towards the tower from the hill.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm having a blank here. Luxu's name in current timeline.
Zigbar.
Break. So Zigbar presumably knows who the white cloaked figure who was put into the Ark is then.
I mean,
Seeing as how he did it, yes.
Yeah.
Because it's not Zigbar, it's just Luxu.
Which means that he can't be surprised. It's not one of the foretellers because he was surprised when they appeared.
Luxu was surprised.
Yeah, wasn't he?
He summoned them.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, he summoned them at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3.
Okay, cool.
God, keep my 190 pages of lore, my over 100,000 words of lore in your head, God.
I re-listened to previous
listeners, imagine reading a book after having some adult juices for a whole weekend and then having to recall 6 months later the contents of that book.
If only the last series was just a weekend.
That's true.
True, that was 2 weeks in the end. Continue.
We flash over to the Master's room where Brain says they can't be sure of anything yet. Ephemer recognizes that a black coat would mark them as a Keyblade Master. So it seems that only Keyblade Masters had this black coat at this time. Yeah. And Chirthy confirms that only Luxu and the Master of Masters fit the description. Brain is confused, though, because obviously neither of them should be here. And then stops to question why the data world was created. Ephemer responds that it's a backup of the world from before the Keyblade War. And if that's so, perhaps Strelitzia's data is there.
Right.
Laurium, though, questions it, saying, hadn't they thought that no people's data had been carried over? after all, where's their data cells? But Brain responds that maybe it is there, it just hasn't been accessed. It's in the database. And if Cheerthief saw the glitch Strelitzia, maybe someone was able to access the data. So maybe all these glitches were data backups of people. So Lauriam's like, oh my god, a data Strelitzia. Maybe we can bring her back. And Brain's like, maybe. We don't know for sure. Don't jump at it. But with the Master gone, we're going to find more answers in the real world. That's all we can know for certain. So they decide that they will take the lifeboat. And for a moment, questioning if they should, given, what Darkness said about ending the world, but ultimately deciding that, Maleficent already took it. It's too fucking late. Let's go out of here.
Ephemer's taking quite a back seat here. I've noticed for the past hour or so, you've very rarely mentioned him in all the key beats. Brain is clearly the leader here, right?
Well, Brain
Brain's
is
the big brain.
Brain is the inquisitive one.
This is what I meant by saying that Brain and Ephemer kind of... Brain's like their emotional leader, and... Ephemer's like their emotional leader, and Brain is their, like, logical leader.
It's fair enough. It's
And then the
just
other
interesting.
framer.
Yeah, you haven't mentioned him for a while. That was all, really.
Skuld and Lauriam are there as well, I guess.
I would like to say with Lauriam's story really does add a whole new tragic lens to a character that I really couldn't have cared less about previously.
Well, you think about his relationship with Namine as well. And think about like that as a stand-in for his relationship with Celestria, right? Strelitzia, fucking... I am trying!
She's not the queen in My Little Pony, please.
So as they walk out of the room towards the basement, Brain stops for a moment to look back at the book. Back in the real world, the pod in front of Luxu is gone. He has sent it off, and Darkness says that it doesn't know who or where he sent it, but now only 5 pods remain. Who are they going to go to? Luxu questions, didn't read that part of the book, but Darkness is all, nah, it wasn't cool enough, skipped it.
And Lucius like...
Darkness is an idiot.
Darkness is a moron.
Lucius like, okay, well, what parts were cool? And Darkness is like, expansion. And they're like, I don't get you. And Darkness is like, I don't get you. They don't get you.
Just two guys can't get along. It's a perfect sitcom.
Introduce a baby into this scenario. We're golden.
Darkness questions why Luxu spent so long grooming the wielders only to trap them in the data world.
Okay.
And he was like, I don't, Dad told me to do it. Master taught, Mom. He's not Dad, he's Mom. Taught me to do it. And he's like, I don't know what the Master's plans are, but, I can guess. Because, the only thing I know is that he hates you, Darkness. He says, F you, no rights.
He says, you're a C, you're an effing C.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
I'm really enjoying our new PG podcast.
Really appreciate this.
After we've gotten past the hour mark, can we go back to say it?
No.
And Lucius like, well, what's your brilliant plan? And it's like, I'm going to spread through the data world via its signals. And then I'm going to accompany the Chosen One into the future.
Who's the Chosen One?
So that I can lay claim to worlds not yet created. So, expansion. The cool part.
Expansion.
Cool part of the book. Luciu's like, I don't really want you to be there when I, go wherever I'm going. So, boom, Keyblade. Darkness is like, you're not meant to interfere. And he's like, oh, no, I'm not meant to interfere with the dandelions.
Why are these two hanging out? It seems...
Why is Darkness here? He doesn't need to be here.
You remember that Darkness is the Master of Master's best friend, so it's kind of like you're hanging out with, like,
well,
the person who your dad says is your uncle, but it's really just, like, his best friend who's always in the house. That's the Darkness to Luxu.
But why is he? I thought he's got off to do his expansion. He's just here having a lore dump with Luxu.
Maybe Luxu wants to podcast, who knows?
I can only advise against it, Luxu.
So, Darkness is like, you're not meant to interfere. And he's like, no. Remember, I'm not meant to interfere with the dandelions, but this ain't for them. This is for me because I don't want you around because you're creepy.
Fair.
And he's like, well, why are you even going to try? I'm formless. You know this. You know you can't defeat me. And he's like, oh, no. But the longer that you spend without a tangible form, the more that your will fades. Because Darkness had a form when the Master of Masters was a wee boy child.
Oh.
But it abandoned it in order to defeat Light. And then Darkness became whole.
But when we know that Darkness didn't look weird or monstrous, it looked like people.
Exactly.
So the Darkness once looked like a person.
So I'll get back to it in a second. But as a whole, let me finish the thought and then I'll come back. As a whole, it wasn't able to maintain its will, nor in its formless one. That's why it steals bodies and hearts, to gain forms and to keep its will alive. Darkness tells him silence, and Lucius like, throwing his Keyblade over his shoulder all casual-like, and he's like, Darkness, you never found out about the Master's real plan, did you? And Lucia continues that this isn't the only darkness. There are 5 others besides it.
Oh.
One is in the data world, and each of them has individual will. So he asks where the other 4 are. Darkness responds that only the 6 survived the war, and after such found themselves in the data world. Only this one returned with Maleficent to the real world.
That was a lot in those 2 sentences.
Hang on.
I'm
There are 5 other independent darknesses. 6
During
in
the
total.
original Keyblade War, during the childhood of the Master of Masters, when all the darkness had form and they looked like humans,
Yes.
they decided, in order to defeat light, we're going to cast away our forms and become one massive
Become smoke.
darkness. But, well, not smoke like this. We're going to become darkness as a single hive mind entity.
Okay.
But there was darkness within that then split off and gained individual will. It kind of tried to go back to being a formed heart.
Okay.
It tried to go back to having a form.
Why?
Because as a whole, you can't have a will. So it was just pure chaos in the hive mind.
Okay.
So it tried to go back to having a will.
It messed up.
Essentially, yeah.
And then...
So it's trying to regain its will. But the longer that it... Like, even if it has individual will as this kind of like cloudy one, it's still a part of the hive mind.
Okay.
So it needs a form in order to fully sever itself from that and maintain its will.
Okay.
That's got to be what we're building to with Dark Road, right? Xehanort was darkness incarnate all along. Is that what we're doing?
Maybe.
Okay.
So what we know is that by the end of the Keyblade War, 6 of these individually willed darknesses were still around.
And they are connected by a hive mind?
So they're all in a hive mind, but they each have their own individual wills despite being connected to that hive mind.
Right.
Because darkness as a concept is a hive mind.
Where are they right now, the others? Because
So that's the thing, is it said all of them after the war ended up in the data world. Only it came back to the real world hopping a ride with Maleficent.
That's implying that the 5 new Union leaders is 5 other darknesses, 5 Union leaders, both are in the data world at the same time.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen any evidence of that. Like, Ephemer's a bit shady.
Well, we thought we didn't.
Brain's a bit
we
of a
thought
dick.
we didn't with Ven, did we? And bloody
Good point. Yeah, it just kind of
Yeah.
bursts out of them at random moments. Yeah,
alien chest bursting stuff. This is
Continue,
So-
Chase. This is really interesting.
There's apparently 5 darknesses back in the other world. So, with only each other in their way, the Master and Darkness have a little fighty fight. The scene changes to the scene where the Master of Masters gives Luxu the black box, telling him to keep it but never open it. So we recall back to the scene, the way the scene ended in back cover with the Master teasingly telling Luxu, haha, you'll see, when he asks what's in the box. He's like, hey, so he told Luxu what was in the box. He's like, I'll tell you what's in it, but you're not allowed to open it. And then Luxu was like, why? And he's like, haha, you'll see, I'm a silly, goofy guy. So the scene in Union Cross
Getting a
keeps
bin.
going.
Oh, we get to see what happens next.
The scene
Great.
keeps going.
Okay.
From there,
What's in the box?
the Master
We're
provides...
not going to figure that out 100%.
So the Master provides a hint as to why the thing in the box. He tells them, when darkness strikes at dawn and the lifeboat departs, this world will have fulfilled its purpose. If that happens, you have to see it through to the end and take a corridor to a new world as fast as you can. So basically, you take the lifeboat, everything's boned, get out of there, run away. The Master reiterates that you can't defeat darkness. That's why they used all that time to gather Keyblade wielders to pass the torch. The Dandelions are there to send light forward to the future, where, apparently in a future time, darkness will be able to defeat it once and for all. Like Master said, it takes a really long time to plan all that.
Right.
So Lucia turns to leave, saying that, I'll get started then. But the Master's like, wait. So he then proceeds to tell Lucia what we know about how the darkness was once formed, and then it lost its form, lost its will. And then he continues that from 7, all is fulfilled. From 13, chaos is born. Darkness began as 13. When it became the whole, those who developed new forms became heartless, while those without developed individual will.
Wait, say that again, please.
So, darkness began as 13. When it became whole, those who developed new forms, so those who split off from the darkness and were like, haha, forms again, became heartless. So heartless is darkness given form. Mm-hmm. Those who didn't became these little ghosty boys. Mm-hmm. But in becoming ghosty boys, they still developed individual will. Those formless seek strong hearts. Darkness can't be defeated without a form, and Luxu questions what the master meant by strong hearts. The master replies that this is where you all came in. Music flares and the form of the other foretellers appear around him. The master assures him that he didn't train them all just to be vessels for darkness. He trained them to be resilient and withstand darkness even if or when it takes over their hearts. Luxu's stunned, but the master continues that this is a war where those who that they don't truly understand, they can't afford to get sentimental. He chooses them because he believes they were up to it. He goes on to say that of the 13 original primordial darknesses, they will trap the most powerful 7 within their hearts, himself included.
That's a terrible idea.
They'll go their separate ways and destroy the darkness wherever they end up. That is the true purpose of the Keyblade War.
Holy shit!
It was never a pointless war. They were just all sacrifices to a greater plan.
See, that's kind of what we thought already, but it's still pointless in my eyes. But yes,
Well,
so their plan was to
I've
draw
got 10
out...
more bullet points for the point.
To draw out...
Oh, okay.
Hang on, just so I'm getting this right.
Yeah.
To draw out the 7 most powerful of the 13 darknesses and trap them within these 7 most powerful light vessels in order to fight the dark.
Correct. Because he's like, we are the only ones with hearts strong enough that if we contain this darkness,
They're
we'll
definitely
be able
not,
to...
though, are they?
We'll be
Yeah, they're definitely not. Chase, I mean, look, this is a... Thank you for explaining it.
Great
and
reveal.
Great reveal. But these 5 are they're morons. They are categorical morons.
So is the darkness, by the way. As
So
we've
is the
learned.
darkness. But they are morons. They are not some super beings. Sora, I think, and we love to mock Sora, stronger than probably all of them, I would argue. We kick their asses individually. And that's not saying much. Morons. And that is a stupid plan by a moron, and everybody involved is a moron, and Luxu is the only smart character.
It's a plan by a silly, goofy guy, actually.
Sorry, silly goofy guy.
I don't think Monty's a fan of the plan.
I don't like the plan, and I don't like the foretellers.
Clearly the plan worked because, as we know, there's only 6 after the war. So 7 were clearly captured.
Well, yeah, I guess my
you're-
question is,
you're-
where is darkness by the time we get to Sora's story?
Wow.
Right? Because we've got the Heartless and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know the answer? Are we going to get that answer, or is that a... Oh, he's just arching his eyebrows and
He's doing a coy boy look.
Coy boy look.
Our sweet coy boy is...
Fair enough. Look, fine. I'm just saying that if we're supposed to believe that these 5 idiots are somehow able to hold back the darkness... They're idiots, Neil. Come on.
Well,
Except for Ava, who's
So-
just weird and calculating.
would you like me to
Do the
Continue,
10
yes,
bullet
sorry.
points they explain how they're not actually idiots?
Go
kind
on.
of.
Go on.
Or, well, maybe those 5 are. Master of Masters, though, he's still chill.
These two are grand.
If
It's
you
these.
if you get through the next 10 points without us interrupting, I'll give you £20.
Well, now you're just going to interrupt just so you know.
We'll try.
Anyway, so Luxu asks if that's the only way, and the master's like, it is. He used the passage about the traitor to plant seeds of doubt inside the foretellers for darkness to fester off of. The darkness isn't going to take the bait unless the emotions are real. When those emotions grow and clash, they're going to become stronger, leading the 7 most powerful to make aim at the most 7 powerful hearts of light. As for the remaining 6, 5 will feed on the new Union leaders, and the last one will be trapped in the world of Daybreak Town. Luxu tries to stop him, telling him that the sacrifice is too great, but the master stops him, telling him to not let sentiment cloud his judgment. He too has seen his closest allies drown in the darkness. He continues that he doesn't plan on sacrificing anyone, and that is a safety plan. Luxu leaves the room before the Master can say anything else, and as he does, the Master tells him to let his heart be his guiding key. He tells him that he's the key to this all, and that he's counting on him, traitor Luxu.
Ooh, confirmation. Good to have the confirmation. Luxu is the traitor. I have a question.
Yes. Also 20 pounds.
I owe you.
The Keyblade War. So during the Keyblade War, we didn't see it, but during the Keyblade War, we're expected to imagine then the darkness kind of went inside Ava during the Keyblade War.
Essentially.
But they have so what that was then the only but the only way it could work is if they actually had resentment for each other in their hearts. They
Exactly.
felt that.
So that was the lure for the darkness.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's very clever.
It's a big gamble from the Master of Masters.
Oh, it is.
To figure that, like, because instead of going, hey, listen, guys, we're doing this thing with the darkness, we're going to take the really powerful darkness into yourself, that's what we're going to use. He just sort of went, I'm just going to rely on the people I've picked, that they're going to be triggered by this, and that they're going to hate each other.
The one that is curious to me is clearly he'll have the hatred of the darkness as his strong emotion. Those 5 will have that. I'm curious of Luxu's strong emotions were.
He knows the plan.
Yeah, Luxu knows the plan, so I'm a bit curious of him, and
you're right. How does it?
it isn't explored. And
think
I'd
that
love to see in the comments if anybody has any idea of why, or rather how Luxu lured one into himself, because I don't frankly know.
Being a newcomer to this, my theory is that it's resentment for the Master, presumably.
It very well
Like,
could be.
you know, you manipulated all my friends into
great
trying to
character,
kill
yeah.
each other.
It
Like,
very well
you
could be.
bastard, yeah. Also, so here's my question then. If the darkness gets trapped inside one of the foreteller's hearts, and that's great, and I take back everything I said, I'm sorry, this is really actually a very cool plan.
I win.
Yeah, absolutely. But what if they die? Because our understanding is that they died at the Keyblade War. Whether or not they did, and we know we come back at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 for whatever.
I think that if you die, your heart returns to Kingdom Hearts. My understanding is that so if your heart releases, I assume that the darkness will be released with your heart. So my understanding is that very likely what we're going to have to do, and this hasn't been confirmed, my understanding is we will have to destroy the heart. So you will have to truly destroy the people with no chance of ever coming back if you want to truly destroy the darkness.
Is this why you think the foretellers are the villains of Phase 2? Because they've got the darkness inside them?
Probably.
Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, whether they'll be villains is up in the air. I think they will be antagonists, like grey antagonists.
Does this go? Because I know it's already explained within Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, 3 how the X's became the X's in terms of our Robies. Mm-hmm. But does this, in your mind, go some way to explaining Zigbar's turn to the dark? That there was already this great darkness within.
I mean, remember, so as far as we know, Zigbar. No, granted, we don't know when Luxu took Zigbar's body.
Yes.
But we do know that Zigbar was originally a mercenary.
Yes.
No, a bit of darkness in there already.
So, and assumedly, it's already Luxu by the time that he meets Xehanort. Mm-hmm. Or, Luxu, knowing of Xehanort, specifically planned to take Zigbar's body around that time for that exact reason, to meet Xehanort.
But I'm still, this is where I come back to. It's a cool plan. But I still come back to the issue of the foretellers are not powerful enough to not give into, let's face it, pretty contrived and silly resentment of each other that masks itself as hatred. So why are their hearts so strong it can control darkness? Their hearts seem very weak. They're very resentful, bitter, paranoid people when we meet them. Mm-hmm. That is the issue I keep coming back to. They don't seem like the people to hold back the darkness to me. They seem like a bunch of bad people.
Shrug.
Fair enough. No,
I don't have an answer for
that's
you.
the issue I have going back to. I understand
We win.
Yeah. We win, yeah. Anyway, continue. Sorry, that was a really cool
great,
twist.
yeah,
Cool reveal.
Anyway, back in the present, the 7, so the 5 union leaders, Chonteil and Elrena, arrive at the pods, where they count that there are only 6 there, because one's broken, and one is broken, so there are only 5 left, but 7 of them. And they're like, what do we do? And Brain walks over to a computer. He turns it on to see a scene of Daybreak Town where a storm is raging and several tornadoes are ravaging the town. He tells them they're running out of time and they need to decide now. Skuld, though, reminds him that they aren't the only dandelion, but Brain reassures her that they aren't going to die. They're simply going to go to sleep, like a computer, like a Master Ava taught them. That was the true purpose of this data world. The Master created it as a backup to keep those safe when they went to sleep, and it can be rebooted later on. We're all good. So Brain continues that even when they get back, that world is forfeit too. They're going to need to take the lifeboats again to wherever it is they need to go. So Brain and Ephemer, being our two kind of essentially leaders, decide to split up, with Ephemer saying that he'll stay, and Brain, and saying that Brain should go as his big brain is going to give them the biggest chance of survival.
Sure, yeah.
So Elrena tries to be like, I'm not a union leader, so, I don't deserve one, but Skull's like, no. We have a responsibility, so, you, Elrena, Ven, and Player should go because, Ven's almost dead, and you two, were people that you're protecting. Ephemer's like, well, Skuld, you, and Lorium should take the last. But before he can finish, Skuld is like, well, obviously Lorium should take it, but not me. Lorium's going to get a better chance of finding answers about how Strelitzia got back from the data over in the real world. Elrena doubts herself, saying that, I don't deserve a spot, but her bestie Lorium is like, you gave me the first hope that I've had since losing Strelitzia, so, you're good. You're worthy. Get in that pod, girl. And she's like, okay, cool, I'll go.
Yeah, because she needs to go off to become Larxene.
I'll go help you
And
nucleus.
same with Lorium.
Yeah.
Player is like, no. I'm gonna stay. I'm not
Sorry,
gonna.
who's Player?
Excuse me, Chonteil.
Oh, thank
Chonteil's like, I'm gonna stay. I'm not gonna go.
No, Chonteil, get in the pod!
Well, he's like, I'm not a dandelion. I'm just Ephemer's buddy chum chum. So I'm gonna stay with my good pal. We can hang out. We can play some games and stuff.
Sure.
In this destroying sleepy world. Sleepy data world.
We need him to have a whole ancestry so that Axel can be
Of course,
born. So,
yeah.
Yes, because that is canonically the case. That's my boy, so noble.
He's like, I'm gonna stay here. And they're all like, well, cool. So there's one pod left. We'll just save it in case any emergency comes up. It'll be a backup pod. And they're like, cool.
So are these people getting fired off now? Are they on their way out? Are we waiting for them all to...
Well, we're getting there. We're getting there. So Ephemer asks Brain if he has already an idea. And, Big Brain, obviously he does. So they go to get into the pod, and Brain gives Ephemer his Keyblade, as well as the Book of Prophecies, hoping that they'll lead him in the right direction. And I wish I had a picture of this Keyblade. We should recognize this Keyblade, because it's the one that hundreds of thousands of years later is wielded by Ericus in Birth by Sleep.
Oh, that's interesting.
And also Aqua for a time.
Cool.
So it's, I believe Aqua's current Keyblade
Okay,
was
cool.
originally Brain's.
Wow.
Because obviously this was way back when Keyblades were forged for their wielder. So this was Brain's Keyblade.
The question... Oh, no, sorry. They're not going into the future, are they? They're going into the real world. I was about to say, where the hell are Brain and Skuld during Kingdom Hearts? But they're going into their...
Yeah, so they're going
They
to
haven't left their time yet.
So they go to get in the pod. Ephemer gave us the Keyblade, the Book of Prophecies, they'll lead you in the right direction. This is how Master Ava meant for me to use this book. This is why she gave it to me. May your heart be your guiding key. And the four get in the pods and return to the real Daybreak Town. And also, Ven is asleep this whole time. He heard...
There are so many good
They've
sleeping...
kind of just been carrying him around.
He's Roxasing it. And so who have we got left over then? We've got
Just those three.
Just
those
the trio.
three. So we've got for anyone...
The besties.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got our main character, our potentially still clinging to the potential that he's a dark, villainous boy.
I think you're reaching.
and our girl. So that's our classic trio, right? You always need your trio.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. I read Ephemer, personality-wise, as a bit more of like a grown-up Sora. Like a little bit more of a sensible Sora.
Yeah, he's very kind of, silly there for his friends, but he's more mature about it.
Got you.
Yeah. He's probably closest to like a Kingdom Hearts 3 Sora.
again?
Well, Brain's going to the real world. So in the real world...
Is he one of your faves, is he?
Brain's grown on me, I gotta
Immediately
say.
in the next scene, Brain's in the real world checking a computer.
Oh, there he is.
So we immediately go to the next scene. Elrena's asking if he's able to get them out, referring to the three that they left in the brain world, and he's like, I could, But with the existing system, the way that it would work to take them out without the pods would take too long. We don't have that time. But I may be able to do something about just these 3. I can't get all the dandelions out, but I might be able to get these 3 out. And he tells them that Elrena, you and Lauriam get back in your pods. Also, we're gonna put Ven in the pod. I'm gonna send you to the future before I do this. We're getting you out of here. And Lauriam's like, are you gonna be okay on your own? And Brain's like, I'm the only, you're the only Union leader who's able to escape right now. You need to be the one to keep the light alive. You need to go and take these 2 with you. You need to keep your goal, your waypoint, alive in your heart wherever you wind up. So it is somewhat questionable as to what these 2's waypoint actually is in the future. It's somewhat implied that it's their resolve and their goal.
He's pointing to Marluxia and Larx, who will Lauriam and Elrena, Marluxia and Larxene.
Marluxia and Larxene.
It's not explicitly stated, and actually, I don't think it's explicitly stated for Ven as well, what the 3's waypoints are. But regardless, the 3 are being sent to the future.
Assumedly,
are they able to pick a year? Oh no, it just lines up.
It just kind of throws them wherever there is a waypoint.
So they're going
presumably Ven is going to get picked up by Xehanort. Ven will be discovered by Xehanort.
Maybe Ven's waypoint is, if my darkness is actually Xehanort theory stays true, Ven's is Xehanort then. Maybe. Right? Because Xehanort remembers Ven, because he was the darkness at the time.
Well,
actually, that would make
but we now know there's 6 darknesses.
Oh yeah.
So is Xehanort all of them?
Do we ever? Don't tell me who or what they look like, but do we ever see, as of now, a darkness
with a form? No.
You don't know what a darkness with a form looks like.
No.
So it's not Xehanort.
Well, they just
my theory is poo-pooed.
Well,
that's fine if that's the case.
They back in the Master and Master's early days, they did just used to look like people.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I'm curious to know what the people looked like, But
that we know. No.
Oh.
Because the Norting, right? That's why I keep going back to Xehanort.
Snort the Nort!
Yeah. You snort the Nort, that's why the darkness people presumably have pointy ears and yellow eyes. Continue anyway, Chase, sorry.
So anyway, he's like, go back in your lifeboat. He's going to work quickly, but he needs them to go first. So basically, his plan is that after they go, there will be 2 remaining pods there. Or excuse me, there will be 2 remaining pods. He's going to send those pods back, so there will be 3 in the data world.
Cool. Because the one that's okay.
And then he's going to say, all 3 you get over, and then there will be 4 left there, and they'll all take him to the future.
Smart, yeah.
That's
big brain!
It's like the how you get the wolves and the chicken across the river puzzle.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know what I mean by that.
Yeah. So he's big brain.
So Brain tells them to let their heart be their guiding key and goes to close the lids of the pods to send him off. As he does, a thunderous shake rocks the building.
Oh no.
Lauriam calls out Brain's name, but it's too late. The pods close and launch Lauriam, Elrena, and Ven forward into the future. Brain turns back, shouting, "Who?" and is approached by Luxu, who questions, "Is it just you?"
Oh no. Brain's out of his league here, I think.
Back in the data world, Skuld asks if everybody thinks they got there safely. Ephemer's all like, "Yeah, fam, they got big brain." And Chonteil's like, "Yeah, he has his plan. He's so smart, unlike some curly-haired moron I know." They say how quiet it is for the end of the world, but before they can finish that sentence, Chonteil calls their attention, drawing his Keyblade, and they all turn around with the sound of "How?" On top of the pod are the 4 remaining darknesses.
Fudge.
So the darknesses didn't cling to our new Union leaders. That I was wrong in that theory.
Well,
they're just smoking about like smoke clouds.
The whole point of the remaining 5 was to be the vessels. As for whether they had become, I mean, we now know that no. But the Master's plan, at least, was that the 5 would become the vessels.
Were they
so the Master set? Oh Christ! Sorry, I've it's only just I think dawned on me then that the Master set up all of our new friends, Skuld, Ephemer, etc.
As more sacrifices.
Sacrifices to the darkness.
Everything's a sacrifice. Christ. Everybody's a sacrifice.
But he's a wacky, goofy guy.
It's for the greater good.
He's a wacky, goofy guy.
The greater good.
He's a wacky, goofy guy. God damn it.
So,
Cool, but you can't kill the smoke clouds. So what are we gonna do, lads?
So the smoke clouds tell them that they aren't there to fight. They merely want for the people to open the gate before they leave. Ephemer asks what they mean by gate, and the darkness replies with what the other darkness told them, that they simply want to infect. They'll travel through portals and infect other worlds. Ephemer asks if they thought they just, agree to that. The darkness is like, well, we massively overpower you. You barely took out one of us. And then it teleports in front of Chonteil, saying that they can open the gate of their own will, or out of the shame and regret of losing a friend in front of their very eyes. Ephemer refuses, obviously, and him and Skuld draw their Keyblades to fight. As they rush up to the darkness, Ephemer whispers to you to get in the lifeboat once it starts. One of them needs to survive.
No, Chonteil's gonna stay and defend his friends.
But Chonteil simply looks at Ephemer with a blank stare.
Yeah.
Fools. This is why people simply can't defeat darkness. He strikes Ephemer with his Keyblade. Skuld tries to stop him, but he throws her back. Chonteil tells him that Chonteil's heart has been lost to darkness.
No!
It is formless. You cannot destroy it.
No! What?
Oh,
God!
No, Chonteil, my boy!
My boy!
My boy! Look how they massacred my boy!
Oh no! What?
Oh, that's really sad. Oh, are you joking?
They got Chonteil.
I totally regret making this fucking stupid character now. I feel really bad about this.
They got Chonteil.
Christ! Oh, Chase, bloody. Alright, continue. This is sad. I don't like this. Well, Chonteil was the baddie. At what point did he get corrupted?
Who knows?
Oh, Christ.
They realize that it's the fifth darkness that they thought that Ven had destroyed. But it seems that when Ven thought he destroyed it, it just snuck into Chonteil.
Oh, this is the darkness that's been working with Maleficent the whole time.
No, that one's already out. This is the one.
That one got
This is the one that tried to attack them back in the Master's room.
Oh, right, okay.
So remember that 6. So there was 5. One of them's there. There's 4.
Oh, God.
He tells them to open the gate, and then they'll return Chonteil, but Ephemer refuses. He don't care about his friends. Skuld rushes up to help, and the darknesses join Chonteil, and he tells them that he'll deal with it alone. Cue a fight where you, as Dark Chonteil, fight Ephemer and Skuld.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
The Ephemer and Skuld boss battle.
This is heartbreaking.
I feel terrible thinking Ephemer was the baddie the whole time, because it turns out that we were the baddie the whole time. Well, maybe not the whole time, but at some point.
We were the baddie.
Oh, man. Okay,
Love
good
you,
stuff.
Ephemer.
Yeah, sorry, Ephemer.
You absolutely demolish them, telling them that they should have gotten in the lifeboat. They had their chance.
Oh, no.
He goes to strike down Skuld, raising his Keyblade above her, telling Ephemer to let his hatred in his heart grow. But before he can strike, Ephemer shoots a beam through player's heart, opening a portal that sucks Chonteil and the other darknesses through. As the portal closes, he tells Chonteil how sorry he is.
Oh.
Oh, where does he send us, though? He sent us inside our own heart?
So, I will note, granted, this may be an art style thing, and I'm not 100% sure if this is intentional, but the shooting the beam through to create the portal is somewhat reminiscent of when Sora does it to Xehanort, and I am a bit curious as to whether Ephemer here unlocked Chonteil's heart to create a portal. Given what happens later, I'm not 100% positive, and it might have just been an art style thing, but curious nonetheless. And
Nothing happens for no reason in these games, Chase.
No plot holes.
Anyway, I mean, to be fair, it's because they just make another game to fill every plot hole and give us 10 more.
He admits it!
Finally! 10 videos deep.
Cut this. Quick, cut it. Anyway, back in the real world, Luxu introduces himself to Brain, who's confused because everybody thought that Luxu disappeared, alongside the Master of Masters before the unions were created.
Yeah.
Luxu asks Brain if he's a union leader and questions, where are the others? 2 pods are still here. And he tells Luxu that only 1 was escaped and 2 are still in the data world. Luxu's like, what about the 5th? So clearly, obviously Luxu didn't read the book. He didn't know about the whole Strelitzia deal. And Brain simply tells him they're gone. Luxu then asks if the one remaining is his, pointing at the one pod that's still there. And he's like, no. And that he's going to send them back for the people in the dating world. Luxu reasons that there would be 3 pods in the real world to take 3 friends, and asks what Brain intends to do. Brain tells him, if you only get those pods back, there's only going to be 3. There's still going to be 4 of you. You can't send everybody in the future. And he's like, what are you going to do? And Brain's like, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay alive as long as I can and try and find a way to wake up the dandelions.
Oh, good guy, Brett. I'm so sorry. Again, I'm sorry to Ephemer. I'm sorry to Brain. I'm sorry at any point I doubted any of these characters. Your hat is still really crap, but I've become a real fan. I'm so sorry. What a wee guy, just trying to do his best for his pals.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Now, Luxu, though, questions what he meant by wake, to which Brain tells him of Master Ava's teaching of his sleeping worlds. Luxu, though, corrects these false conceptions, telling him that while worlds do sleep, data worlds do not. The data world was built as a cage to trap darkness, and if it falls to darkness, that's it. It's gone.
Oh, God.
Luxu also tells Brain of the lightboat's shortcomings and it's incomplete and needs the waypoint and vessel at the destination. Brain is aware of this, saying that he'll find a way to figure it out. Seeing Brain's resolve, Luxu walks up to Brain, saying how it's a shame this lifetime is the only one you've got.
Oh, God.
What does that mean?
Oh, God.
He's gonna kill him. Leave him alone.
Oh, God.
Dandelion's gonna die.
Horrible.
They thought they saved the dandelions. No.
Oh, no. The poor dad, those children.
God damn it, Luxu. Sort yourself out.
I mean, Luxu's not gonna... Well, I guess he did put him in the data world. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Anyway. Anyhow.
Damn it, I wanted to like you, Zigbar. You're the worst.
Yeah, you're the worst. You're Luxu currently solidifying himself across one mobile game. Well, okay, 3 or 4 that were turned into 1 or whatever the hell it is. The worst villain. Like, the evilest villain.
Well, it's the Master of Masters is the worst.
Arguably, yeah, but like, Luciu's worse than Xehanort, I'd say.
Back
Sorry.
in the data world, Ephemer tends to the wounded Skuld. The 2 pods arrive from Brain, and Ephemer, weirdly just not questioning, he's just like, oh my god, pods, wow, let's go. Places himself and Skuld in them, saying that they're going home. He looks sadly at the 3rd pod and gets in. Elsewhere, in the data wires that we can recognize from, that in-between world with Wreck-It Ralph and stuff.
I'm so sorry, Chase. I'm going to have to interrupt for a minute.
Yeah.
I've just realised that Maleficent appears in Union Cross, does nothing,
And then leaves.
leaves. Yeah. she's our window into learning how the pods work, solid.
She gets used as a way to let the darkness out. The darkness.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing that'll come
uses
back
her
later.
as a way.
Well, darkness doesn't go with her. Remember, darkness.
She's like, do you want to come with me? And Darkness is like, no, I'm staying here.
Yeah.
Because then it was the one that talked to Luxu.
I've just realised that like nothing happens there so far.
Yeah,
except
that
for
was
she goes back.
that was a real cameo, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pure cameo appearance.
We'll get back to it.
Sure, continue.
So
Sorry.
elsewhere in the data wires that we recognize,
We're going to run out of games soon. We are running out of games soon, and you can't keep saying we'll get back to it because soon we'll be caught
They're
up.
making more games.
Soon we'll know as much as you do.
I can say it as long as the games keep going.
Very good.
So, in the data wires around Wreck-It Ralph, the darkness is... They're all shaking each other's hands. They're like, oh, we got them to open a gate. Good job, us. And then they're like... Chonteil, Dark Chonteil, you have no reason for that body anymore. Get rid of it. Chonteil laughs. It says that it didn't think tricking them would be this easy. Are they this gullible? He jokes that they don't have physical forms, but they still need keys to unlock door. Real inconvenient. He gets up, locking the door on the other side, and saying that Ephemer locked the gate back there too. They're trapped in these wires.
Oh my
He's betrayed.
God.
Wait, hold on. He's betrayed.
He's
his
betrayed the
fellow darknesses.
darkness.
He was never a darkness.
He was never a darkness.
He tricked them.
Oh, that's my boy.
Yes.
He tricked them, sacrificed himself to trap 4 darknesses into the wires in this data world.
So how many
So
other? There are
good.
still 2 out there.
There's still 2 out there.
Fucking hell. So he's just committed himself to a
Technically,
life of
none of them are dead. They are all just trapped, to
but
be
he's,
very
he's,
clear.
he's committed himself to this like life of torture in the wires with these 4 horrible
Well.
darknesses.
They fly about in a rage at being tricked, trying to find a way out. The player collapses. Chonteil collapses, his Chirithy appearing beside him.
Oh.
Chonteil apologizes for dragging the Chirithy into it as well. And as they embraced, they're enveloped by the warm glow of light. And Chonteil dies.
Oh.
For real this time.
Oh,
Good night, sweet prince.
my boy.
My sweet prince sacrificed himself for the greater good.
Chonteil, best character. Sorry.
I'll take it.
The master's plan was a wreck. Chonteil fixed it.
But how do you know that this wasn't part of the master's plan?
Oh, yeah.
It's all in the book.
Yeah.
We love having a book that lets you say that, oh, it was always the plan.
Yeah, no matter what effery happens in this, it was just...
It's always part of the plan.
Wow.
So in the real world, we see all the pods gone and the tower beginning to crumble. Luxu and Brain are nowhere to be seen when Ephemer and Skuld's pods arrive. They notice that everyone else seems to have made it out safe. They go outside to see the world falling to darkness.
Oh, wow. That is a sorry, listener, if you're not viewing the screenshots, you can't see this, but that's pretty beautiful, to be honest. That's a gorgeous piece of art.
We've got an image of Ephemer and Skuld standing on a balcony of the tower watching sort of reality end, and there's a sort of red orb in the sky, and the city below is being sort of torn upwards.
The orb in the sky.
You've seen this in 3 other places.
I have. I've definitely seen it specifically. Xehanort summoned it at the end of Birth by Sleep. And I asked at the time, why didn't Xehanort just summon the orb and wipe out everyone then? And you were like, oh, it doesn't matter, it'll get explained. But
No, I didn't.
Xehanort has summoned this orb
It's
before.
just darkness. It's just darkness destroying things.
Yeah, but it's an orb of darkness that Xehanort
It's
has
just
summoned
an
in the
orb of
past.
darkness gathering. It's just darkness gathering.
Okay.
It's just darkness gathering.
When
We also saw it
revealed?
on Destiny Islands when Destiny Islands got destroyed. We saw it when the land, of Awakening got destroyed.
I would say never as
Or the Land of
as
Departure.
beautifully done as this, though.
Oh,
This is,
God, I've just realised what this turns into then. This turns into, because we should have put the pieces, I should have put the pieces together far earlier than we have, but this turns into, I don't remember the name because it's always like The World That Never Was, or The World Ends With You, or whatever it is, right? But it's Kingdom Hearts 1, what is the world called where we find the Ark? World's End?
Oh, World's End.
World's End. This turns into World's End then.
because this is Data
Keep in
Realms.
mind-
The one in World's End had all the pods present.
And that was all skyscrapers, man. That was all...
No, you're thinking of The World That Never Was from Kingdom
Oh,
Hearts
sorry,
2.
my mistake.
We're talking about the end of the world in Kingdom Hearts 1.
End of the world.
Oh, right.
And where we find the Ark, the lifeboat.
Yeah.
And
That has all of the pods.
why does it have all the pods?
Because it's not the same one.
Why is it not the same one?
I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense.
The one in one's still never been just explained.
Right. We don't need to worry too much about
I mean,
that.
maybe the end of
Well,
the
we
world
know-
is
we
meant
know-
to be like memories of a world, and you could debate
Well,
that that's why it's
we
there.
now have a different level of reality to escape to, which is the actual real world of Tokyo. Maybe it's people escaping to that.
Like we don't actually have concrete answers to one. We can make theories, but theories are all we have there.
Suddenly looks
I
very
thought you were going to
upset.
properly link this together for us. I thought you were going to be
I
like...
have linked so much together.
You have, but not real important stuff like the
Oh,
lifeboat in
no, I
Kingdom Hearts
disagree.
1.
Oh, Ven being there is not important.
I thought this would explain why Ven is a being of pure light, and I haven't had that explanation yet. What I had was a guy that easily got
we'll get
corrupted
there.
by darkness. And so, okay, cool, that's fine. As long as we're getting there. As long as we're getting there.
Don't be petulant.
So they look out to see their old home being destroyed by the darkness. Ephemer says how it's too dangerous and they need to go back inside. Skuld, looking out sadly, comments how it took so much time and effort to create, but only an instant to destroy. We flash back to a scene 5 years ago. We see the Master of Masters, who we can tell because, he likes to pose with his hands behind his back, on the cliff over the Daybreak Town with the Darkness. The Darkness asks him what he intends to do with that world. The Master responds that when twilight ends, a new day begins, and that this world exists in 3 stages. First, countless Keyblade wielders are brought together. Second, as they fight through fear and see their leaders fall, their numbers dwindle, while others learn to stand on their own. And finally, those left must decide what to do when faced with darkness in a sealed-off world. And when all 7 and the lifeboats depart, this world will end, and a new day will dawn. Darkness asks, then, if the Master of Masters only came to this world to end it. But the Master of Masters says that that wasn't his only purpose. It was part of it. Good job. Thanks, guy. Darkness says that it's odd that the Master of Masters would knowingly waste his time and efforts when, he has a book that tells him everything. Why are you wasting your time, fam? But the Master of Masters asks if the Darkness really thinks that the book tells him everything? It's like, no. If it did, I would have never let you see any of it. I let you see good portions. I'm not that dumb. And he clarifies to the Darkness what we know, that it doesn't show much at all. It only shows what Luxu's Keyblade sees. And even then, only the bits that were important enough for somebody to write down.
And even then, it gets translated into weird rhyming riddles. So,
I mean, I'm sure that, I feel like that's just because that's how, Mom likes to write. But it doesn't even matter what's in the book. What matters is when the book was written and how to get there. He follows, saying how those who use the lifeboat will lose their bodies and need the medium and memories in their destination. The book contains a waypoint. Luxu, the memories. And the Master of Masters' eye in the Keyblade is a medium. A direct line from A to B. The darkness questions if the Master of Masters only used Luxu in the book to travel into the future.
here, that's pretty good, by the way. I'm sorry, that's a quality reveal. That is really, really good. That's really, really clever. Wait, hold on. But does that mean then that he's in the sword? Because we know that he's...
His eye is.
His eye is, yeah.
Remember, he said that it is his actual eye.
Oh, that's right, yeah. So, but
Yeah,
it's not
so
like
Mom-
he
so-
transposes his soul
so
into the
Mom-
sword.
so-
No, his physical eye is.
So Mom has used the eye as an anchor to then form a whole body back in the current day.
Along with, he knew that Luxu was a traitor and was never going to, give it to his apprentice. He knew it would still be Luxu in the future. So Luxu still has the memories of him.
Which is why he's able to appear at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 and do the little heart around the moon moment. That's why he's there. Wait, no, but how is he there?
That's a different world, so we'll get there.
Yeah, I was gonna say how.
We're not there yet.
But that's how he's able to get into the future, I guess, as we've
This
seen.
is at least how he got into the future, which we've not seen. He does appear a few other times in the future. Now, the Master of Master replies that the time travel isn't the final goal. It's only an important step, and one that he won't be taking alone. The Darkness points out the 7 pods and 7 crowns, to which the Master says, for the 7 lights. Darkness asks, including your apprentice. But the Master only says, who knows? Anyone could use them. To be very clear and upfront, the 7 crowns have not yet been... We don't know what they are.
That's not the 7 princesses of light, royal crowns, no?
Who knows? We as of right now, we do not know what the 7 crowns are. We know what the 7 pods are, but we do not know what the 7 crowns
There's
are.
just so much stuff.
There's
So many
much
numbers.
stuff. Many numbers.
You gotta do so much maths with this series. I just thought I escaped math.
And most of the maths is something along, 13 minus 7 or
No, I will
6
say-
plus
times
5.
7.
I will say,
You can remember, if I'm remembering correctly, that I believe there was 14 at the very end of Kingdom Hearts 3 in the chess match between
chess match
Xander.
is what I was thinking
I
of,
believe. I might be wrong. I might be... Comments, don't kill me if I'm wrong.
They will.
They will, but it's fine.
Thank you for the engagement.
Anyhow, the Darkness compliments the Master, saying how he's clever. Monty agrees.
Yes.
The Master responds likewise, asking the Darkness what it's been up to anyway. The darkness simply replies, "What indeed?" The master continues that in any case, he's tired of watching them duke it out, although he did see something important in the future. A world that even he can't conceive. The darkness tells the master of master that he's confusing to understand. The master asks if he means people, to which the darkness replies, "No, just you." The master asks if he wants to understand, and the darkness replies that it's important to know your enemy. The master says that a chessboard makes for a small world, easy to understand, easy to control. Now imagine it spreads one fairy tale at a time, without end or limit. But no matter how far it expands, darkness will still fill every corner. It's quite unfair, really. There's nowhere that the master can hide. And the darkness says, well, they are friends after all. Surely he wants him around. But the master says that, even he could use some alone time. He plans to go to a world that not even he can conceive. One where neither dark nor light rule.
What, Tokyo?
The darkness asks where that is, and the master responds asking if the darkness knows what sets people apart from other living beings. That they want to believe in the future, even when they aren't around to see it. The master wants to believe, too, in a world beyond what he can imagine. A world of fiction. The darkness asks, fiction? Not the data world? And the master replies that nope. If you can imagine hard enough, you can make anything a reality, but it's a world that not even he can imagine. A place where voices and sight can't reach. A world.
What?
And to be very clear for people who can't see the image, the way the text is written is it's a, and then a very intentionally blanked out, and then world.
And there's no letters there. There's nothing we can pull from that.
It's just a line.
It can't be a real world, because for them, that's their real world.
I mean, it's very clearly just him trying not to say what it is. It's Nomura keeping his secrets.
Is he saying Tokyo? Is he basically
Does that
saying
imply that
Tokyo?
Tokyo is a fictional world, though?
Yeah, that's my question.
I will tell you.
It is Tokyo.
Right.
We'll discuss that more in Remind and Melody of Memory.
God damn it,
Are we a
okay.
fictional
How
world?
do you still have mysteries for us this far in?
We've not even gotten to my favorite mysteries.
Okay. This is cool, though.
My favorite one in the game comes soon. In the present, Skuld and Ephemer get into their pods. Skuld thanks him for being there with her at the end. And memories flash of Ephemer with with Chonteil.
Rest in peace, you give yourself some damn respect.
To be very clear to the listeners, I've written it in as player through the whole time. So I keep forgetting that we have in fact renamed him Chonteil. But memories flash of Ephemer with Chonteil, and we see his pod close as a tear runs down his eyes.
Aww.
As the pods disappear, the tower in Daybreak Town collapses.
God.
We then see Chonteil and their Cherothy floating in a white void along with the other now perished dandelions and their Cherothys.
Oh.
The others merge with their Cherothys, becoming our very familiar Dream Eater spirits.
Oh, God.
I feel like this impact isn't as big as I'll get back to this.
Sorry, I'm not vocally. Yeah, this is a bit of a shock. Yes, absolutely. This is
So
insane. We're seeing the Zubat,
So
Pokemon
all of
Dream
the
Eater, and
so all of the Dream Eaters are the dandelions mixed with their Cherothys after they died. Jeez, oh.
And to be very clear, if you remember the ending of Dream Drop Distance when Sora said that he had a very important thing to go and then cried as he went out to meet the Dream Eaters, the memories of Ven's heart in his heart after he had connected with Ven as he sees his old friends.
Is that why Ven has a connection to the Dream Eaters? Because he also understands deep down that there is.
Well, Ven had a connection to a Cherothy, which is assumedly just his Cherothy.
Oh, I thought Ven had a connection with Dream Eaters as well. No.
Well, not that we see.
Oh, my bad.
We see Sora with his connection to Dream Eaters, but then Sora, has portions of Ven's heart in his heart, and it's a whole thing with that.
Oh.
Connected hearts. Anyhow, Sora sees them as very old friends.
Oh.
Which
that's kinda
I remember.
lovely.
I remember you when we did Dream Drop Distance being like, "Oh, this ending sucks." I don't. Cool. He's hugging the Pokemon, and now it's like, "Oh no, it's all his dead child friends."
Oh, God. Who's the little child that became the frog boy? That's what I want to know.
Who's the Zubat?
I don't know.
That's what I think.
They just keep floating around and they fuse, and then it's a whole thing.
That's really nice. I really like that.
Chonteil asks what's going on, and the Chirthy tells him that they're connecting their hearts. When the wielders go to sleep, the Chirthies will become their heart's protectors. So essentially, the way, because this is a still image, the wielders die, their hearts get released, and then the Chirthies eat them. And when the Chirthies eat their hearts, they become spirits. So they merge. Because obviously, Chirthies are not heartless. They're not going to, eat and destroy your hearts. They're just going to eat and then, merge the earth. Anyway, Chonteil asks if he's going to sleep then. But the Chirthy replies that that's up to him. If he doesn't, his heart will simply melt into a new one. The scene shifts, and we see an ornate city. A woman with raven hair cradling a baby hands the baby to an old figure with blue robes and a cane. The scene shifts, and the robed figure is on the beach of Destiny Islands, holding the baby. The scene shifts again, and we see that the baby has grown up and is preparing to leave the island. As he does, the robed figure watching from behind him passes away.
No!
We were Xehanort.
Wait, Chonteil was inside Xehanort's heart this whole time!
Chonteil was Xehanort the whole time.
The rebirth.
We next see shots of the boy waking up in Scala ad Kylm and later joining his new best friend for a game of chess.
Oh, no. No. I don't like it. I take it back.
We were Xehanort.
We were Xehanort the whole time! God, no!
Oh, I was saying when we cut it, but I was saying this is going to get the biggest reaction.
This is a very good reveal, and I hate you for it. I don't like... I made this character as a giggle, look, so you'd have to say the player, because I knew that was a thing you were going to have to do, and now it's a whole thing, and now he's like the evilest man in Kingdom Hearts. And why? What's he doing? Why is he such a little grim? So Chonteil, the character of Chonteil, because I know he doesn't have much emotion, right? But he has lines of dialogue. He's not Xehanort, is my point. Xehanort is his own original character, and Chonteil is deep inside Xehanort's heart. So Xehanort doesn't have memories of Union Cross, is my question.
Oh no, Koi Boy's doing
Koi Boy
smile.
face! Again, a Koi Boy smile. Oh, that's unnerving. Okay, because I just imagine he's just in there.
We return to the player, who smiles, saying that it isn't over yet. The Chirthy tells them goodnight as their hearts melt away together. And the credits roll.
I feel like I should applaud at that, actually. Yeah, really good story. Well done, you.
Do you understand now why it's my favorite game in the series?
That's honestly, I would argue that might be the best story of the series.
It's the best game in the series.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
I still really love 358 over 2 for being so...
I'm very curious. I've heard a lot of people say that... We're getting to Dark Road after this. I've heard a lot of people say that Dark Road's in the same vein as 358. I wouldn't say it's as emotional, but I'd say it's probably the most emotional after 358.
It says a lot. You stick a player character that you grow attached to because you're playing...
Dark Road doesn't have a player character.
You're playing as Xehanort, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, so I guess technically it's a player character, but...
Well, we'll talk about that when we get to it.
Anyway.
Are we done, Chase? Is that...
Of course we're not! It's Kingdom Hearts, bitch! Post-credit scene!
Hungry.
So hungry.
We see a great sea with much debris adrift on it. A lone lifeboat pod drifts through the water. It opens, and the silhouette of Ephemer peeks his head out.
Oh, there you go.
Elsewhere, we see Yensid's tower as Maleficent's raven flies through the open window.
Why?
Do you not remember the start of Kingdom Hearts 2?
No.
Sora goes to get his new robes from the good fairies. He leaves, and then Maleficent's raven appears in the window holding her cloak.
Oh.
And then, with the memories of the good fairies, Maleficent is reborn in Kingdom Hearts 2. It's how she gets back in Kingdom Hearts 2. That's the whole way they justified her coming back in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Here, no, that's okay. By the way, I'm here for that. Again, this is all very clever little links and retcons. You can't be mad at
It's the
it.
whole justification for how they came back after she died and
They
won.
managed to write away to justify all of the stupid nonsense.
Legitimately, yeah. This is the. I think that you know what it is. I think Union Cross is the smartest game in the series.
Oh, it is.
I would say that.
By miles.
Very,
yes,
it's very impressive how they keep
Which
managing
makes
to
me-
pull this off.
Which makes me very excited for Kingdom Hearts 4.
Yeah.
You look happy?
No, continue.
Elsewhere, Laurium, Elrena, and Ven awaken, although all separate from one another, all in different worlds.
Cool.
Ven specifically is in a vast desert where he is approached by a blurred figure.
Right.
Scene shift, and we see a robed figure walking through the same desert with the Master's Keyblade and dragging the box,
Okay.
as he says to let his heart be his guiding key. The figure pulls back his hood to reveal Brain.
What? Wait. Oh, because Luxu's now jumped into Brain. He's taken on Brain's face.
Brain is the first Luxu body jump.
Oh, that's quite sad. Really? Yeah. Oh, again, I feel really bad that I was so mean about this guy earlier.
Oh, Luxu asked him. It's a shame he only had one lifetime.
Oh God, that's awful.
So we don't know what the original Luxu looked like then.
We don't.
The image is just, which is fair enough. We don't need it, but that's God. Oh, that's sad. Cool. Is that you? Are you done?
Of course it's not. There's a second post-credit scene.
I really want pizza.
I'm never letting you eat.
Post-credit scene 2, we see Brain again,
Oh, good.
awakening, this time missing his signature hat, in the square of what appears to be the same ornate city from the young Xehanort flashback. He asks where he is as a person walks up to them asking if they're Brain. He hands Brain his fedora, saying it's just as he thought. The person introduces themselves as Sigurd.
He's got a hood up and a hat on top.
It's Sigurd, the first of the Norse names. Are you ready for Norse names?
Absolutely.
Oh, are you ready for Norse names? This is Sigurd, and he tells him to wait a moment so we can give a report. Something confusing to Brain. He comes back telling him that he'll take Brain to their headquarters. Confused, Sigurd tells Brain that it was decided that he would escape to Daybreak Town amidst its destruction and arrive here today, and that they would welcome him. Brain's very confused as to what they mean by it being decided, and Sigurd replies that he'll explain when they get there. Brain asks about his friends, so it seems that Brain has taken the final pod, by the way. And assumedly, this is probably Luxu.
Yeah.
Probably.
Probably. He seems pretty set in stone.
We don't have the explicit of, because assumedly the scene that we just saw with the reveal is after this.
Yeah. Okay.
So we don't know when the Luxu body takeover was.
Oh, I
So
see.
probably what happened is Luxu took over his body and then in his body jumped to the future.
Right. Okay.
But it's also then a question of how to get the box there and stuff. So I don't know. Questions. We don't fully know that answer. But anyway, he's asking where his friends are, and Sigurd replies that only Brain arrived in this time. Confused, Brain follows Sigurd, who leads him to another plaza with an ornate fountain. Brain looks up at it in awe, asking, "Is that?" And Sigurd replies that it is the original Keyblade Master and founder of this town, Skala ad Kylum.
Right.
The camera pans up to show a statue of the Master Ephemer, the founder of Skala ad Kylum.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So we're gonna get more Ephemer and Dark Road then, presumably.
Ephemer found himself floating in the ruins of the destroyed Daybreak Town and founded Skala there.
Wow.
Which is why, one, it's a massive watery place, like where he was floating, and two, why Daybreak Town's tower is underneath the ruins of... So the ruins of Daybreak Town are underneath
I
Skala
spent the
Town.
whole game waiting for a villain reveal with Ephemer, and he was just a guy who just wanted somewhere for Keyblade Masters to live the whole time. That's literally his entire defining flaw.
So Skala is essentially his modern-day Daybreak Town,
God.
Wow.
made in its image.
Still don't know what happened to it by the time Kingdom Hearts 1 rolls around, but I'm guessing we're gonna get to that, are we?
We'll get there.
In Dark Road, yeah, that's Dark Road, okay.
And that's it.
That's it!
Ew.
We did it! Union Cross done, baby! We're never doing Kingdom Hearts ever again! We're done!
again, that's
Never
it.
again.
No
That's
more.
it. No more. No
There's
more.
4 more games currently out.
we're going to stop there. We are going to come back to you with Union Cross Dark Road.
We want pizza.
Yes, we do.
Pizza first.
Kingdom Hearts Union Cross Dark Road, which is going to be a continuation of this session, but a brand new video and a brand new clip. The link will be in the description, as will be the pinned top comment. So we'll see you there, and thanks very much for listening.
I love you all.
Love
May your hearts
you.
be your guiding keys.
Bye.
Bye.